Hello everyone! Thank you for coming to our first ever local author digital book fair. We're so excited, aren't we excited, Kate, for today? So for those who don't know us, I'm Marian. I'm one of the librarians for Kingston Libraries, and today I'm also with Kate.
I'm the children's librarian for Kingston Libraries, but happy to be helping Marion today.
Yay! So this is our first ever event of this kind. So if there are any problems, if the sound doesn't come through quite right, please let us know in the comments. And so how is today going to work? We have 17 local authors coming today for Q&As, which is amazing. Thanks for everyone who expressed interest and participated in today's event. We're going to have a mix of live Q&As where the author will be there live, as in the name. So for those events, for those Q&As, feel free to add your questions in the comments, and the author will be able to reply straight away. And we'll have a few authors that weren't available today that did some pre-recorded Q&As that we're going to stream. So if you have any questions for those authors, please put them in the comments on Facebook as normal, and they will just come back to you in the next few days. Yeah, so that's basically how it's going to work. We have a very extensive program that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. But yeah, Kate, do you want to explain where to find the books of the authors?
Yes. So we're hoping to have the books from all the authors in the library if we don't already. I'm sure we already had some of them, but some of them we weren't aware of, and so we're hoping that we can get those very soon. They're also available in the local bookshops. There's Waterstones in Kingston, and there's also Regency Bookshop in Surbiton that we work very closely with as well. So do go to bookshops. We're going to ask the authors whether their books are available for audio download as well. We do have audio download facility from Kingston Libraries too. So please do look on our library catalogue and see where the books are available. If they're not available at the moment, they will be very soon, I'm sure, because we would definitely like to represent all of these authors in the library.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, most of the books are going to be available from the library anyway. So feel free to pop in one of our branches and have a look at our collection, um, and yeah, borrow the books from our library. So today we have a very packed program. Let me see if I can just share with you the program. So we're starting with our very own Renita D'Silva that we had a lot in our libraries lately. She's coming often to talk about her books because she's really local and she's amazing. We really love her. And today she's going to talk about her latest book, The War Child. So if you like historical novel and family secrets, you're in for a treat. Then we'll have Stuart Prebble, who will talk about his fascinating career and his last book, Black and Blue. It's the inspiring true story of the first minority women officer to reach the rank of chief superintendent. So this one will be a pre-recorded Q&A, and let me tell you, it was fascinating. So I'm really happy to share this interview with you today. Um, at 11 this morning, we will have a local history section. So for that, we'll have two authors, Gordon Elsden and Julian McCarthy. If you are Kingston residents, you probably have seen them around. You probably maybe attended one of the talk or shared your life story with Gordon, or maybe you met Julian by attending a history tour of Kingston. So they will share fascinating insight of Kingston history and the writing process. Then at 11:40, we are traveling far away from Kingston, all the way back to Russia, because we'll have a conversation with Helen Alpsten about her book, The Tsarina and the Tsarina Daughter. So these are two historical books in the same series, taking place in the Romanov period. Around midday, we will welcome Pippa Beecheno, and she will talk about A Thin Sheet of Glass. So this one will also be a pre-recorded interview that I already had with her. It's a historical, psychological fiction set between World War I and World War II. and it's loosely based on the story of her great aunt. She found some letters and thought that it was a fascinating story. So it's a book between reality and fiction that seems absolutely fascinating. We'll close the morning program with Caroline Liza and her fascinating novel Song of the Crocodile that raise awareness about female genital mutilation. So that's just our program for this morning, which is already super packed and seems I'm so excited for that. But it's not over, because we then start this afternoon's program with our crime and thriller section, and we have 6 authors for this little segment. We have Joy Kluver, Reynolds, Amanda Robson, Amer Anwar, Susi Holliday, and Amer Anwar. Some of these interviews are already pre-recorded, some of them are live. And let me tell you, every one of these authors has a very unique and interesting point of view on the genre of crime and thriller. So don't miss this segment, because it's going to be pretty interesting, I think. Then at 3 p.m., after all of these interviews, we have Alex Cassidy, who wrote 2 sports-related books, one non-fiction about American football, an American football team that was existing in London. And his novel Crux of the Puzzle, that is an examination of the psyche behind the drinking games, downings, and debauchery of the lower tier of the rugby pyramid, and the effects this can have on life, work, and relationships. And I am so excited to read this book. I haven't yet read it, but I think it's going to be quite interesting. Then we will welcome Sally Malcolm, who writes romance and some science fiction books as well. As a nerd, I'm really interested and really excited to have this Q&A. And then we'll welcome Roz Morris about her latest book, Ever Rest. And finally, our last author of the day will be Paula Smedley, who will talk about The Inconvenient Need to Belong, an emotional novel about love, loss, and how the choices we can make can shape your life and the lives of others. So that's a busy day. At 4:20 we will have a brief closing ceremony to thank everyone and reply any questions related to the organization of the book fair. Please let us know if you enjoyed it. Please comment, please share everywhere you can, so that everyone hears about it. And if you like this event, really let us know, because that will help us organize others in the future. I think that's kind of everything I had to say about today's program.
That's fantastic. So we had this idea, didn't we? We had this idea originally before lockdown. We talked about doing a local authors day and getting local authors in. They could have a stall to sell their books, and we could chat, and we could do sessions about the writing process, and maybe get publishers and agents in as well. So that's certainly something we're hoping to do in the future, isn't it? You know, to sort of do this one digitally, but maybe sort of add in a live element if we're able to do it again next year. So that's the plan.
Hopefully, now that libraries are like we are opening more and more, hopefully we'll be able to do something physical.
Making connection as well between local authors and would-be authors. There's lots of people out there, obviously, who are writing their book at the moment. They might have spent the whole of last year writing their first novel at home or a non-fiction book, and maybe they want to start a writers group, like a writer support network. So that might be something that can come out of today, is that we can make connections with authors and people who would like to be authors, and see if we can have some writing clubs locally as well. So we'll find out about any writing clubs locally that are going on, which people would like to know about. That subject of writing, we are running a competition this year. It's a short story competition. It's open to absolutely anybody of any age, and it runs from the 1st of July up until the 31st of August. So there's still time to write something if you haven't written something already. It's open to anyone who has a Kingston Library card, and obviously a Kingston Library card is free, so if you don't have one, you can come into the library or sign up online for a card. The limit is 3,000 words and the power of your imagination. So whatever you can put on paper, in less than 3,000 words will be perfectly acceptable for the competition. It's for any age group and it covers any genre. The first prize is 4 tickets to the Rose Theatre's Christmas production of Beauty and the Beast, and 2 runners-up will receive a £50 Amazon voucher. 5 additional entries will also be awarded a £20 Waterstones gift voucher. All long-listed entries will be put together and appear in a book which will be published by Kingston University Press, and copies can then be purchased from the library for £5. We ran this competition last year. It was a great success, but we'd like to make it even bigger and better this year. And we'd particularly like to hear from young adults as well, but even children who want to submit their ideas. But it's open for people of all ages. Whatever story you have in you that you would like to write, please do send it in. And all the details are on the Kingston Libraries website. So do look there for those, or you can ask us about it.
Yeah, and really, if you have any questions, not only for the authors, but also about Kingston Libraries and our events or short story competition, please ask that in the comments on Facebook, and then we'll reply as quick as we can during the day. So I think now we're just going to wait for our first author, that is Renita D'Silva, that will arrive in about 10 minutes. I don't know if we have anything else to add, Kate, or...
About the day? We can talk about how the process of how we found these authors, couldn't we? I suppose a little bit, because I'm sure you might not know how we came to find these authors. Some obviously we knew already, and it's really nice when local authors come to us and maybe gift us a copy of their book or come and tell us about their book. And then we can start a conversation with them. And in normal times, we might ask them to come and do an author event in the library. I certainly had some set up that were going to happen in 2020 with local children's authors. There's a local picture book author in Surbiton, and we'd set her up to do an event where she could come and read her story and do some activities with children. And unfortunately, that couldn't happen then because of COVID. So we're hoping we can restart those kind of things again. So if you are a local author and you've written a book during lockdown, show it to us. I think what we'd like to do really is they start a shelf of books in the library specifically for local authors' work. They do that in Sutton Library, I believe, don't they? They have a local authors collection. So that might be something nice that we could do here as well. And so so all of these, we put a shout out really to all local authors to get in touch with us if they'd like to be part of today, and we had a fantastic response.
Yes, we did.
Unfortunately, we couldn't have everybody.
Yes, we couldn't.
17 out of about 25, I think. But I think we've got a really good spread of authors on some really interesting topics. And, we've covered all the bases. Sadly, we don't have any children's authors today. But hopefully, when we do another one, we need more children's authors to submit their work.
Yeah, if you are a local author that would like to take part in a future similar event like that, feel free to email us on social media, or you can use our generic email address, which is libraries@kingston.gov.uk, if I'm correct. And then we'll come back to you, because we couldn't have everyone who expressed interest in this event, and we're really sad about that, because it was we're really blown away by the quantity and the quality of people who came back to us. We hopefully will organize a similar event in the future. Again, if you are enjoying today, please let us know in the comments or send us messages on our various social media platforms, because it's always really interesting for us to know whether an event is appreciated or not, because then it will help us shape our future offers. I think we're just going to already go on a quick 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back with our first Q&A with Renita D'Silva at 11:20. So stay tuned, have a cup of tea, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Hi, Renita. Really nice to have you here today. How are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here. What a privilege to be part of this wonderful, great Kingston Authors Day. Such a wonderful event. I'm really grateful to the libraries. They've kept us going all through the lockdown, and it's wonderful.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So today you are our first Q&A for Digital Author Book Fair, and the first questions that I'm going to ask you and that I'm going to ask everyone is, can you tell us a little bit more about who you are and the book that you wrote?
Okay. I'm Renita D'Silva. I write historical fiction set in during the 20th century. So all the, pivotal events which changed our world. So it covers some of my books cover the almost entire the First World War, the period between the First World War and the Second World War. And my books normally are set in India and the UK. So they also cover how Indian independence, which was just after the Second World War. It's more personal stories with the backdrop of history, against the backdrop of history. So people can relate to them because they are the things that we all face, but they were intensified. I think since we have all lived through the lockdown, through COVID, I think we have a bit of we can sort of understand maybe of what people went through during that time. Everything was intensified because there was this big world war going on, so the big backdrop of huge world events, and then our small personal events, which might be small for, in the grand scheme of things, but are big for us. So that's what. So I do stories, personal stories set against bigger stories and how that affected. And also, I love to see the difference in the culture. So, because they're set in the India and the UK, how women, mostly my books focus on women heroines, who the protagonists, who all have their own, even though in India there were the cultural constraints, strong women, but constrained by culture. But also in the UK, there were, even though now there's much more freedom in the early 20th century, it wasn't quite so. So it's I love exploring how, even though you might come from two different corners of the world, the personal little dramas you face and the personal things you face are quite similar.
Okay.
It might feel the end of the world, but you realize somebody else also, even though they are very different upbringing, have similar troubles. You think grass is greener on the other side, but actually, when you really go and see, you might envy somebody's life, but you realize that actually they have their own troubles to overcome, etc. They say, isn't it? You don't judge somebody until you've walked a little in their shoes. So I think that's what I do. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I do tend to go on and on.
Oh yeah, please do. I mean, that's we're just really happy to hear you talk. I mean, I have a few questions for you, but like we can just have a chill conversation. It's we just want to hear more about your books, really. So your last book is War Child?
Yes, I actually have it here. It's called The War Child. So this one was slightly more of it was more in the focuses more on the Second World War, in the time between the wars, whereas in my other ones are more of a covers a longer time period. So, it's again, it's similar to the other books in the sense that it is about this woman who goes through, she loses her family in the First World War and then finds her feet, and then the Second World War comes, and all this, it's basically her life against the backdrop of the war and the choices she has to make and how they inform future generations. I think that is what I love. I love how small things that you might make now, a choice that you might make now, which you might think is for the best, will have repercussions which continue through the generations and affect so many people which you don't think about. So I like exploring all that. I love that freedom you get as an author to be able to explore and live different lives and go to the past and see what all went through that time and how it was. It was interesting actually doing the research for this book because and it touches a little bit on the Spanish. After the First World War, there was the Spanish flu, which again it went through from 1918 to 1920, I think, so 2 years. So it was, and I was writing this book during COVID, and they as well had to wear masks, and they had to, and it was so, it was so infectious and everything. So it's so history comes around in circles, isn't it? So it's just interesting. We have so much to learn from history, I think.
Yeah.
So,
That's really
yeah.
awesome. I think your books are really about how, as human, we all connect as human beings, and as you said, our struggle are quite similar. So I just see that on Facebook, people say that the sound is not really good.
Okay.
So let me just see if I can
Yeah. Sorry.
change that.
Yeah.
No, that's just took. Okay. I think that should make the trick. Please let us know if that's good or not. So.
Yeah.
So it's quite a recurring thing in your books to have the story set in two different time periods and with a slow reveal of family secrets and consequences from choices of people in the past. So how do you write that? Do you write both time periods in parallel, or do you write everything from one time period and then write everything from the second one?
It's interesting actually. It depends on the book. I think it's changed. It depends on the book. It depends on sometimes I get into the story and then pardon me, and then I get carried away. So it depends on the book. For the War Child, I did write everything from from Clara's point of view first, and then went back to Indira's point of view. But depends. Some books I write. It depends on where I am in the story and how I get into the story and how it carries me. So
Yeah. I see.
yeah.
That's really cool. And I'm wondering because almost all of your books are set in historical fiction. So how do you do what kind of research do you do before writing a book? Do you read a lot about the time period, or how much of your own experience also is into the book? Because I suppose that the fact that it's both in India and in the UK also comes from your personal experience.
Yes, yeah. My first book I wrote when I was writing, I was channeling. Most of it was memories of having grown up in India, etc. So most of my description of India are the India that I've seen, where I grew up, because I grew up in India. So the villages, because I grew up in a small village, so I sort of pepper the villages with my own. The descriptions are basically what I have seen and experienced. And with research, I thought, I love the way I do research is reading a lot, because I love to read. So first and foremost, I am a reader. So yes, I read, and then you read up on this history, and then you read up. And then there's so much to learn, first of all, from history, so much that happened that I didn't know about. And then you get all these. So it's actually a rabbit hole. I can get lost. I need to come back and focus, because otherwise I get lost. Oh, this is interesting, and this is interesting, and this is interesting, but it doesn't inform my story. But I think it adds the flavor to it afterwards, because I have read and immersed myself in it, so it adds the flavor. Yeah. Even though it's not all used in the book, it does sort of maybe bring it a bit alive, because I have I have immersed myself in it. Yeah.
And I suppose when you get lost in this research and things like that, it also maybe give you ideas for future books as well.
Yes, there's so much. I just absolutely, and my what do you say? It's taught me so much, and it's humbled me, and made me so grateful to live that I'm in this time and now, because there's been so much happening and so much going on, and the constraints people faced and everything. So it humbles you and it makes you realize, and it gives you ideas for so many stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you already know what you're going to work on next? Are you currently writing on another book, or?
I am, yes, I am writing another one, and I have, and while I've been researching that one, got so many ideas, but at the moment they are only small ideas, so they need to sit in my head and germinate, and
Yeah.
But they are there. So
It's a whole process.
yeah.
If I can ask you, but I'm quite curious about whether it was different for author to write during the lockdown. Did you find the time to write more, to be more creative, or was it kind of difficult to get into it?
It was. I think as an author, you are anyway. For us, I talked to all the other authors as well, and they all said it wasn't different for us because we just stay in and we don't.
Fair enough.
Writing wise, our day is stay at home and you just put your head down and write. But no, what I meant was the day wise, writing day wise, it didn't change because most people work from home, but for us, we were already working from. We are lucky that way. So, what changed was that the whole family was home, which was wonderful, but it did make a bit of. It was harder to find the time, but I really appreciated, especially during the lockdown, having family and being we were all able to be together because I know we haven't my extended family who is all in India, we haven't been able to visit, but at least my husband and children were all with me. So it was harder to find the time to write, but I did appreciate that time because especially I think what the lockdown taught us or what the COVID taught us is to the importance of family and bonds and close to appreciate what you have. So I think it took longer, and I know many of my friends who completely lost, they couldn't write because they were so upset. And so thankfully, I turned to writing to get away and to escape. So I was able to continue as before, maybe a little less time, but it was okay. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I definitely agree with you on taking a step back, realizing what's important, and just focus on that.
Yes, and I think this might sound very self-indulgent, but because one of my biggest worries was, oh my goodness, what if I run out of books? Because my highlight of my week, which is very sad, is going to the library. So I thought, but Kingston Libraries, I switched to online reading. I used to only read. I used to love. I thought I know old-fashioned. My children tell me, but I thought nothing is quite the same as an actual book in your hand. But online, I switched to online reading, and Kingston has so many. Your libraries have such a vast array, wonderful of online books. So it was wonderful.
Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah, we really try to continue to keep in touch with our readers during the lockdown, and
I love the quizzes every Friday.
Oh not so pub quiz,
Yes, so many interesting, and I do some tutoring as well. So my students as well loved all. There were so many things for children. You did so much for children as well.
Yeah, that's thanks to Kate, our children librarian, and our awesome team. Yeah, it was.
Thank you, Kate.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for being such a library supporter. Honestly, it's
No,
always
it's
really nice to
wonderful.
see.
It's wonderful. And yeah, the online. So now and the nice thing about online is because I think in the libraries when I go straight to the fiction section. But in the online when you just log in, you get a I think it's a browsing system is different. So I was able to. I picked up so many wonderful non-fiction books, which I also love. So there's more to read now.
Oh no! When we will find the time.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the case, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're really just happy to see you around, obviously.
I love it. I was very happy when they opened as well back to. So yeah, you have been wonderful,
Thank you.
keeping us in books. So because for me that is my biggest. Because growing up, I loved reading, but we didn't have books because I grew up in a small village in India. There was no library. So there were no books. I used to go to another village in another town. I would walk to that village, and it had one small bookshelf, smaller than your bookshelf actually.
Oh wow!
That was the library, and there was this very sleepy guard who used to. I had to sign the book to take out the book, and every week I saw it was only my name, so I was the only person.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, you froze for just a second, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the books had pages missing, so it was so annoying because you get into a story and so I think that made me a writer because I started making up my own too. to make up for the missing pages.
Oh wow!
So, yeah, but this was the wonderful thing. When I came here, there were libraries and there were books, and you would not run out. So
we try not to. Thank you so much, Renita. I'm just trying to see, is there any question on Facebook? Not at the moment, but yeah, if people have questions, please feel free to add them in the Facebook comment. And I think our time is almost coming to an end, but Renita will answer them in the next few days if you have some questions. I don't see any. The sound is apparently better, so thank you for feeding that back. Is there anything else you would like to add, Renita, before we finish this delightful interview?
Nothing, just it's been such an absolute pleasure to be part of this wonderful initiative, part of this Authors Day. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for all you do always to keep us in books. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Renita. It was a pleasure to have you as always, and hopefully we'll see you soon in physical events like real life in libraries.
Yes, fingers crossed. Yeah,
have an amazing day, Renita.
Thank you. You have made my weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's start then. Hello, Stuart. It's really nice to have you here today for Local Author Digital Book Fair. And so I think my first questions to really get into the subject is that you wrote several books in different genres, such as crime, nonfiction, and comedy. And I just wanted to know if you could just tell us a little bit more about your work, who you are, and what you wrote, basically.
Okay. Well, my professional career is I've worked in television for all of my life, really, since leaving university, and mostly in current affairs journalism. And more recently, I've run a television production company, and we make a lot of documentaries and arts programs. But I used to work on a current affairs program called World in Action, which was an investigative current affairs program on ITV. And if you're working on that kind of program, every word you write needs to be very, very carefully balanced and accurate to avoid defamation and all of those things. So I sort of thought it would be just a fun diversion thing to see whether I could write some fiction and just kind of the joy of just completely making it up. And actually, it was the early days of word processing. I mean, this is quite some time ago. And so I'd got this word processor and I just sort of started writing a novel. And in the end, I wrote and sent it off. And to my surprise and delight, they wanted to publish it. And then I wrote another one. And that was sort of quite good fun. But that was a long time ago. And then one of the things I covered in my current affairs life was the Falklands War, which was in 1982. And I'd made some television programs about it. And the war was very controversial. And there was a particular incident that was about the sinking of an Argentine ship called the General Belgrano by a British submarine. And I was very involved in that at the time. And I discovered a secret at the time, which you couldn't tell because it was a proper sort of top secret, which was the answer to a riddle, really, that took place in the war. So I waited 30 years because they review these things after 30 years, and wrote to the Ministry of Defence and said, would you allow me to write a story? And they said no. But I said, well, I'll probably write it anyway. And we'll have all this difficulty. So in the end, they said, well, we won't help you, but we won't stop you. So I wrote what was effectively a history book called The Secrets of the Conqueror. Meanwhile, in my television career, I'd started an independent production company, and we had a series called Grumpy Old Men, which was a kind of comedy. Lots of old guys my age at the time, just talking about the things that irritated them, and that span off into a thing called Grumpy Old Women, and it was very successful. And so the BBC asked me to write some comedy books. So I wrote what turned out in the end to be 5 grumpy old sort of books, which was good fun and sort of nice to do. And then I wrote a couple more novels, just really because, in my television life, it's very much a kind of team activity. You've got a kind of production team, producer, director, and all of those things. But writing is much more of a kind of solitary thing. And so I enjoyed the mix of that. And then sort of most recently, I wrote a book called Black and Blue, which is out now. And that really arose simply because I was friendly with a policewoman called Paula Smedley, who was at the time the most senior Asian police officer, a female police officer in the Met. And she had a remarkable life, and she was just a friend of ours. And so it's one of those things you'd sit around in dinner parties and everybody would tell their anecdote of what did you do today? How did you meet your partner? All of those things. And when it got to Palm's turn, she would always tell you a story that make everybody's jaw drop. And I said to her many times, you should write your life story. And she said, I don't really have time to do that. And I've signed the Official Secrets Act. And anyway, I'm not all that special. So I said, well, let me write it. And as with the book I wrote about the Falklands War, it's very much the story of an individual, but illustrating the much wider story of the war. And in the case of this book about Paula Smedley, it's very much her life story, so that people can sort of relate, hopefully, to the narrative of her life. But tells you much more about the wider picture of discrimination in the Met. So it's sort of accidental, really, to return, sorry, to your convoluted answer to your first question, that I've written fiction and comedy and non-fiction. But I suppose what they've all got in common is storytelling, and that's really the sort of the basis of my television career as well. I suppose I've just always enjoyed listening to and telling stories.
Wow, that's really interesting and really diverse, I think, in what you're writing. So actually, you kind of answered to my next questions, which were a little bit more about Black and Blue, and I kind of just you talked about that, but I kind of wanted to know a little bit how different the writing process was to write about a friend you sent and someone you knew, and how different it was to like your other works. I don't know if you want to tell a little bit more about that.
Sure. I'd be happy to. It was very interesting because originally I was going to, when I wrote The Secrets of the Conqueror about the Falklands War, as I was indicating, it was really the story of the supplies officer on board the submarine, a man called Narendra Sethia, who had fought in the war and then left and gone on to become a sort of a victim of political circumstance. But I wrote it very much in the third person, and I was very keen to tell a much wider kind of political story. And when it occurred to me that I wanted to write this Palm Sandhu story, I intended to do the same thing and to write the story in the third person. So she agreed to do that. And so I probably met her sort of 20 or 30 times for a period of 2 or 3 hours. And I would just do a sort of journalistic exercise, really, sort of sit down and ask her to tell me, more details about a particular thing. And I would ask her questions, and she was delving deeply into her own memory because it starts off as in her childhood. And it's very difficult and sometimes takes a long time for people to really be able to delve back into the detail. And I'd sort of come away after every meeting and sort of write a narrative of what I thought that really amounted to. And I would send it back to her and say, is this right? Is this what you told me? Is this how it feels? And she would sort of make comments, and then sort of putting all together was because she, in telling these anecdotes and things, she would sometimes get things in the wrong order. You forget over sort of 20 or 30 years. Yeah. Then I tried to put that in the context of as I was saying, the wider experience of other Black and Asian officers and that have had a difficult time, the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and all of those things, Stephen Lawrence murder. So it was sort of a work of journalism, but it became obvious really quite a short time into this process that the way of bringing this to life properly was to have it in the first person, to write Palm's story as an I. This is what happened to me. So I actually literally had to go through the entire thing. It's a bit more complicated than just turning she into I.
Yeah.
But of course, that was sort of revealed many areas in which I think the reader would have wanted to know more about how she personally felt and how she experienced. So I would go back and talk to her in more detail about a number of the things. And she'd been, forced into a marriage aged 16. She'd been told by her parents that she was going to have to marry a man that she'd never met. She met him for the first time on her wedding day. She's 16 years old, never had any experience of boys or men, the kind of trauma of all that. And so there's so many of those things that I really wanted to try to give the average reader some kind of an insight into what it would be like to grow up in that way, part of that community. And her stories of her life in the police are very remarkable. And she's a very, very impressive woman. And so it was really a kind of a pleasure to do. And she said to me, when I put it all together, when she read it for the first time, she said she cried.
Oh, wow.
Because obviously she'd lived all of these difficult sort of traumatic episodes. And actually to see it as a run, it's only when you do the kind of accumulation of really everything in your life is a battle. obstacles being put in your way the whole time, which kind of just completely, here's a woman that was just born in Britain, she's British. And yet at every stage, people are treating her in a way as though she's some sort of alien. She'd been in the Met for 28 years, achieved the most senior levels, had clearance, security clearance, and she got an email from New Scotland Yard, which was about a promotion that she was about to get, saying that they wanted her to come in to discuss her Indian heritage.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
What are you talking about? And she went in and they said to her, how often do you go home? And she said, what, you mean to Birmingham? They meant the Punjab. She'd never been to the Punjab. So, to never be able to escape, no matter what you achieve, this sort of, basically a sort of institutional racism is just really felt like an important story to tell.
Wow. Yeah, that's really remarkable. Amazing. Yeah, I guess probably my last question would be that, so you touched a little bit on different genre. Is there a genre that you haven't explored yet and that you potentially like to try getting your hand on?
No, I mean, obviously my main background is journalistic, and I think the process of telling a non-fiction story. I mean, when I was writing the book about the Falklands War, the joy of being able to go down to the National Archive in Kew. Yeah. And you can. I was interested in what had gone on thousands of feet under the South Atlantic in May 1982, and you could sort of identify this document, and you wait 40 minutes, and 40 minutes later, a little pipe comes down a tube, and out comes a document that somebody filled in by hand on board this submarine.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
30 years ago. And it's just an electric sort of experience to just turn these pages and be able to put yourself to an extent in the mind of these people, having this kind of extraordinary experience, which, actually went on to shape all of their lives. They sank a cruiser and hundreds of Argentinian sailors were killed. You never get over something like that. And so the process of being able to tell the stories of some individuals in a way that can also be cathartic to them, there is an enormous satisfaction to that. So I am now thinking about what I will write next, and I may have an idea for a novel, which is always really fun to do. But I think it's more likely that I will look for a similar sort of story to be able to tell that in some way casts light on who we are and what kind of a people we are.
Amazing. Wow. Well, I'm looking forward to your next work then. Is there anything else you would like to add before we close this Q&A?
No, I don't think so. Thank you very much indeed for asking me. The whole thing seems an incredibly brilliant initiative, and I'm sure it will be fantastically successful. I absolutely wish you well with it all.
Thank you very much. Well, see you soon for new adventures then, and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Mary. Thanks.
Hi, Gordon. Hi, it's really nice to have you here today. You are the first of our local history segment, so that's really exciting. I think just to start off this conversation, the first thing that I would like to ask you is just to tell us a little bit about you and what you wrote, and yeah, your books, really.
Yeah. Oh, well, good morning to you. Hi there. I suppose it started a few years back, about 8 years ago, when the area that I lived in, Ham, bordering on Kingston, there were a lot of interesting exotic trees there. So I had two young children, my two youngest children at the time, and I was pushing them around in a pushchair. And I got to thinking, as we walked around looking at all the trees, these trees must have a story.
Mm.
So I took photographs of the trees in all the different seasons with the children. And then I started doing a bit of research to try and get the story of all the different trees. But the most challenging thing was actually identifying and giving them a name in the first place. And you realize, like people, even trees need to have a name, because once they have a name, they have an identity, and you find out more about them. As a result of that, after about 2 years with photographs in all the different seasons, I produced, but didn't publish, but produced locally, this book. So this was my first foray into writing.
Okay.
And it got such a good reception from the local residents that annually they had, after that, a beating of the bounds of the area, where they walked around the area with my book, looking at all the trees and identifying the trees.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, and the thing is, by bringing the story of the trees alive, people could then look up and look out. And then it got me thinking with the children as well, if I can be writing about the local area and getting stories about the local area that make all sorts of people, whether it be children or adults or elderly people, looking up and looking out at the area that they live, then it enriches the environment and the local area for them. Because if they're walking past a house that has an interesting story, they remember that story. So I'll give you another example. If I show you this, can you see that picture of a house there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you any idea where that would be?
Oh, no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. And if I show you, the painter then turned the other way and he painted this looking the other way. Can you see that? Cows in the meadow?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Hello, you seem to, have you frozen on me?
Yeah, sorry, you froze for a second, but you're back now. Sorry.
Yeah. So we turn the picture. We have another picture that he made from exactly the same spot, but facing in the other direction.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Does that give you an idea where that could be?
Oh, if it's Kingston related, I'm sorry, but I don't know Kingston that well, even though I work there.
Okay. Well, what it is, do you know, I don't know whether you know, there is a very big cinema complex now in Kingston called the Rotunda.
Yes.
That is exactly the location of the Rotunda.
Oh, wow.
And so this goes back to 1837. So every time you come out of Kingston railway station now, and you look across at the Rotunda, then you can imagine this is what it looked like then.
Yeah, a lot less train at the time.
Yeah. But also, not only that, but this artist, he was more well known for some work he did up in a place in Suffolk, but he had a daughter who went for sleepovers at this house. Her name was Maria, and he would drop her off there for 3 or 4 days, and then he would go down to Salisbury and other places and Chichester and then come back. His name was John Constable. So the whole point is now is that you and other people who are walking past coming out of the railway station and looking at the Rotunda, which is just concrete and buildings, can now imagine that once John Constable put down his easel and he painted the field of the water meadow that was there and the villa. So then that got me thinking that maybe Ham and the area where we live had a more interesting story. So if I went back in time to prehistoric time, I could then make a real connection for all the children in the area and the adults in the area of taking them like in a time machine all the way back to see what the area looked like thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, but prehistory. And then I launched that book, and that was about 4 or 5 years ago. And I had very good feedback on that. And people liked the storytelling aspect of bringing something alive, providing lots of pictures. But again, it comes back to enriching the local environment of actually, this is where you walk the dog every day. This is where you walk to school every day. This is what actually happened here 100,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. And why did the Thames come to this area? Because the Thames wasn't always here. It's basically turning history into storytelling and making it far more accessible. And then during COVID, I was doing these presentations at Kingston Library, at Tudor Drive Library, and I had a fairly elderly group, and my groups tend to break down to school children and people who've retired, who've got the time to come along to the afternoon presentations. And I was talking to the people there, and I had a range of people who were in their 70s and 80s, and the oldest one that I encountered was 97, who came along.
Wow.
And after my presentation, we just sat and talked. And then it became very clear that they also had a very interesting stories about their youth living in this area. So with the Tudor Drive Library, I then started a project of interviewing these elderly people and gaining their story. And it quickly became clear there were some who were very, very clear, very precise in their memory, but who could recall incidents and times and dates going back into the 1930s.
Oh, wow.
And as a result, during COVID, I interviewed them, each of the people, probably about 4 times. And then I created this book, which is the stories of the people of the Latchmere. And I use as the theme, the binding theme, a little brook, an ancient watercourse that traveled through the area. And it's the stories of the people who were children being raised in the 1920s, 30s, 40s and 50s in this area.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And what I sort of came to realize is that we watch drama on television, we watch drama in movies, but actually real life, the stories in real life are so much more fascinating because they're real. And when you then understand that they actually happened here, in the house where I live, in the street where I lived, in the town where I lived, then there is this connection, there is this resonance. And for me, it's that resonance of storytelling from the local area, from the people who were here, which is so important.
Yeah.
So that with people of the Latchmere, it was about capturing these stories before they were lost forever. Because maybe up to 6 of these people have already died, but at least their story has been captured for future generations to say, that's what happened here. That's what happened here during different periods.
Yeah.
And there's some fascinating, just taking the music scene that happened here in the late 50s and early 60s on the Latchmere Terrace from Kingston to Richmond. You had international, top-billed international musicians all performing here. So the Thames and the Thames Valley was a very fertile region, which laid the basis for all these stories and all these people.
Yeah.
Is that a good enough introduction as to why I do?
That's an amazing introduction. I'm fascinated. Thank you for that. That's and I suppose there's a lot of resonance with the residents as well, and even the families of the persons you interviewed. I think it's really important to continue keeping the stories alive and sharing them.
Yeah. That's very right. And many of the families have been very appreciative of the fact that their family's history, their family story is now in a history book, although it's a storybook. And they are very grateful. But it's not just that. If I show you something here, I'll cut out the address. But this is lovely because the problem is in the internet age, we have messages that come, we get like icons and things like this. But the problem for a writer is feedback, because a lot of the time you do a lot of hard work, you spend years producing something, but then it just seems to disappear. And you can see book sales are doing really well, but you're in not direct contact necessarily with the people who've bought it.
Yeah.
But then you go to your bookshop and I'll show you this. A card has been left for you.
Oh.
And inside is someone saying that they have come to this area in the 90s and they are really grateful for reading your book and your stories.
Oh, wow.
And it's really brought alive, and they now feel part of that community because they understand the community and they understand the history. And this actually comes back to the thing of why writers are so important, is because by writing things down and structuring it and having it in depth, you leave something behind, you leave a legacy. It's not just a fleeting message, it's not a superficial message, it's something. And when you have someone who's gone to the effort of actually replying, we don't do that anymore, do we? We don't send postcards. Very few people send Christmas cards. But when you have something which is personally written by someone, it has a connection.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really the proof that it really left an impact on someone, because they took the time to take a pen and paper, write the postcard, leave it at the bookshop. That's
and the point you raised there is actually time and effort. And for people who are writing books, it's about time and effort, isn't it? It's about actually thinking. It's about having a structure. Doesn't matter what you write about. It's a matter of what you create. It takes time.
Yeah. I can imagine.
And then, as I've experienced, the first stage is the exciting stage. The first stage is interviewing people, having fun. And then as it goes through, it gets more and more laborious. And now is the attention to detail. And in writing and producing a book, publishing a book, because I self-publish all my books, it is the last 10% which seems to take 50% of the time. That's where the real hard work is. And all I can say to people who are writing a book is make sure you get really good proofreaders. And you need probably 3 proofreaders. And you want people who are wonderfully pedantic. You want people who are focused on detail, because you've been so carried away with the interest and the excitement of writing your stories that you are not into the detail of the grammar and the spelling. You need people who can come along and who can read it and pick up all those silly little things that you've missed.
Yeah. That's good advice. I think not only when you write a book, but just in general, just to have someone helping you take a step back and just look at the little details. Are you working on another book at the moment, or do you have any projects for other books?
I am. I'm doing it continuously because I have a business which is based in Shanghai, and that's a commercial business, and that helps fund all of this, because the thing is, when you self-publish, it's not cheap. You have a lot of expenditure on the research, the time, but actually just printing a book, the cost of printing a book is actually very expensive. And if you produce hardbound, good quality books, which I like to do, because again, it's leaving something which is valuable memories. That needs investment. But for me, it's a way of giving something back. I don't do charity work, but maybe by doing this, it's actually giving something back to the local community. So now I've finished this one, I'm in the research stage again. The danger is that you have so many different ideas. You can go out and you then have to break it down and say, this is what I'm going to do. This is going to be the next project. I have so many interesting projects. Now, I've spent a lot of time in the Far East. After university, I went out and lived in Hong Kong for 7 years. So I have seen the immense changes in China, and I have traveled extensively through China. So I'm thinking about the next book is actually writing about a personal thing of the journey. Maybe I'm thinking calling it In Search of a Phoenix or something like that. But all the travels that I've done through China, as it's changed so significantly, in the last 40 years.
Yeah. Wow.
And so that's probably the research I now need to do. Fortunately, I kept logbooks, I kept journals all the time that I lived there. And do you remember that thing called letter writing, when people used to write letters to each other?
Yeah, I heard about that. As a millennial, you know, it's something, it's an old legend, but yeah, no, I heard about that.
When I lived in Hong Kong in the 1980s, I used to write to my parents, and I wrote every week. And when you write a letter, you structure it and you provide a few pictures, but you really think about what you're writing to make it as interesting as possible for them as a reader. But over a period of time, over 7 years, if the person has kept your letters, you actually have a very interesting account of a time and a place and a mood, but thought about in a structured way. Unfortunately, after my father died, I opened his bureau and he'd kept all my letters.
Wow. Yeah.
So I had this historical account from me, in addition to my logbooks that I had at the time, of lots of the interesting stories that had fallen. So there's still I'm a great believer for my children. My eldest son is living and working in Shanghai. I exhort him to keep a logbook, keep a record, because what I say to him is, in 40 years' time, you won't remember 70% what you're doing. You won't remember names, places, and times. It will all be out of context.
Yeah.
So I'm a great advocate of people keeping diaries and logbooks, because many years later, it's a very, very useful reference, and you don't know what you're using it for. Yeah,
that's very good advice. Well, I'm afraid that's more or less all the time we have today.
Oh, right, okay.
Is there anything else you would like to add or to share with the audience?
Not really. I think the key message here is it all comes back to storytelling. We should not lose the art of storytelling, and history should become storytelling, making connections. So when you teach children history, you have a local connection. So when you read about medieval kings in history, well, that's all very well. But what you really want to know is about the medieval kings who came to your area. What did they do in the area that you live?
Yeah.
And that they came down the Thames past Ham and Kingston and Richmond, and then they built a palace. That's what you need to know. And you need to teach history through stories, but local connection that people can relate to. Yeah, finding that personal connection to the area and what happened in there. Yeah. All right. And then the rest of it, I was given very good advice, is that when you first start writing, you struggle to find your voice. And someone gave me very good advice. They said the first manuscript that I'd written, they said, very good, very, very accurate, but where is your voice? Where are you? And then what you need to do is you need to write more, and you need to relax into your own individual style. And then you need to let that style go. And so that finding your voice is really, really important. That's your own personal style. Yeah. And just keep writing. Is if people I just say to people, you start with your logbooks, you start with your diaries, but write, because one day it could come in very useful, and it could captivate and motivate many people. And then you mentioned the word resonance. It's that resonance, which it's like, you can imagine, if I give you an analogy, if you throw a pebble into a pond and you see the ripples come out, and the ripples come out, and they keep coming out. Yeah. And that's what you want to do when you tell a story, like throwing that pebble. You create these ripples that people keep coming back, bouncing back, and they think, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Is that all right? Yeah. Amazing. I've done a lot of talking, yeah. No, that was fascinating. Honestly, thank you so much for this conversation. So your books are available in probably all of our branches. So if anyone is interested in reading them, they can find them in our local libraries. Thank you so much, Gordon, for that. And I'll see you soon for new adventures. That's right, Marion. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We're back now with a live interview with Julian McCarthy, who is a Kingston tour guide. So it's lovely to meet you, Julian.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello.
Thanks for logging on. Just like to start briefly, we're asking everyone first. The first question for everyone really is about, just tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are, what you write, and why.
Okay, so very quickly, I'm married, live in New Malden, been here 45, 50 years. I'm an engineer by trade or profession, design engineer, but I've always had a love of history. One of my wife's aunts was a tour guide of Guildford, and I've often sort of envied what she does, actually going out and talking to people. Whilst I'm an engineer, part of me secretly wants to be a teacher or to sort of enthuse, and I've sort of joined that with the history, became a tour guide, and that sort of opened up the world of Kingston upon Thames to me. So that, in a nutshell, that's effectively it.
Fantastic. What a fantastic thing to do. It sounds like
it's really fun. And there are opportunities. Anybody wants to become a tour guide, look up the Kingston Tour Guides page, drop us an email and we'll run through it with you. It's not as difficult as it sounds, but it is a lot of fun. We're volunteers. We don't get paid for it, but getting out there and taking people around on a Sunday or any other time is great.
That's fantastic. I'd love to come back to that later on. What
thank you.
You need and how much you need to know already about the history of Kingston to take on a job like that. But we'll see if we have time to come back to that.
Okay, thank you.
But let's ask you about your books first.
Yes, thank you.
You've written 4 books covering the history of Kingston. Which was the most difficult one to write? So are they all difficult to write? Do you have to know a lot about the history, or what's?
Okay. Yeah, I suppose I talk a lot, I say a lot, and I know I'm limited to 20 minutes here, so that's a pressure in itself. They're all difficult to write with regard to if somebody imposes a word count on you, that you have to have somewhere between 20,000 and 25,000 words, because there's so much that in my genre of trying to tell the history that expands and I want to tell. So they're all difficult in that respect, but probably the most difficult was the second one, because the issue is that you've got to consider that people have bought your first book, kindly, hopefully, and want to read more. So you don't want to repeat, but you equally have to try and explain to people who are picking up your second book as being the first book that they have experienced, that you don't want to miss out the things that you've previously told people, and they avoid Kingston and some of the key things. So it's a very difficult balance between avoiding repetition and being informative. And I found that was the difficult thing. Oh, I've already said that. Yeah, but I want to tell it again, but I don't want to bore people. So that was the hard thing, really. Aside from word count, it was trying to avoid being repetitious.
I think that's always the problem with authors that write fiction. It's when you write your sequel, isn't it? And you need to put a little bit of backstory in, but without repeating what you
exactly. And history is the same. History is the same thing, because it doesn't change. Yes, you can find other things and subtle things and quirky things, but it all interrelates.
Yes, that's fantastic. And so, if that was the most, one thing I want to ask about the word count, is the word count imposed on you by the publishers? Because we've just been talking to Gordon Elsden, who obviously this is whatever he wants to write, and has written huge books. Do you have a word count?
Yeah, the first 3 of my books are through Amberley Publishing, a great local history book. And if you go anywhere in this country, Amberley will have ensured that the town you go to has a book about that, or a number of books. So there are various series. Right. But in those series, yes, they have obviously a number of words, a number of pages, effectively. So the number of pages, the number of images, and the number of words that can be contained within the covers have to be marketable. So they say 20 to 25,000 words. I find that my first draft is usually about 45,000 words. and I've got a lot more pictures. So the difficulty there is paring down. But yes, in answer to your question, published books or books where you're commissioned effectively or given the opportunity to write, they're imposed on you, understandably so. Self-published, which is the last book that I've done, which is rather a somewhat niche but also has a wider audience book, that was a free-for-all. I could do whatever I want.
Right. In fact, that brings me on to my next question about which was your least difficult book to write. Was it the one where you could just
yeah
write as
right.
much as you
The last book, which is called What a Lot of Collops, and a collop is a strip of bacon. And just to cover, there used to be a thing called, whilst we all call Pancake Tuesday and we all eat pancakes on Tuesday, there used to be a thing called Shrove Monday, and it was called Collop Monday, and people used up their bacon and their rashers of bacon and their meat, and they were called collops. But the story is about the football in Kingston, and that was easy because the Surrey Comet from 1854 through, well, way through, which is available at the local history centre and also online, had annual reports printed. So effectively what I've done is gone in, transcribed those, so somebody else has told the story and I'm recounting it because it had never been told before. So in some respects it was focused, it was clear, and I was just doing the transcripts of the story and topping and tailing it. So that was enjoyable. It was hard work, but it was straightforward.
It's an interesting form of writing, is it, taking a story that's already there and then embellishing it and retelling it for a certain audience? You know,
you do have to put commentary in, you know, so people picking up the book will still see there's a personal touch because there's opinion that can be brought in, or there's noting that something has changed from one year to the next year and they're reporting slightly differently, or there's bias involved. So there's the personal side of linking it, but the main text was taking a reporter's words and putting it in and then, as I say, adding to it. But it was great fun, a fun thing to do. And going into the Kingston History Centre and looking at old Surrey comets, fabulous thing to do.
That's an interesting point, actually, because talking to Gordon Elsden just now in his recorded video, he said he gets a lot of feedback from the public when a book comes out. They contact him and they want to add in their own memories and their own bits of local history. Do you find that as well? Do people sort of?
I haven't, because there seems to. I've tried to separate the books from the Kingston tour guides, not because I you know. So when I go on a Kingston tour, I'm not an author. I'm actually a Kingston tour guide. So there are 10 or 12 Kingston tour guides, and each one is a live show and we tell different things. So I don't actually get that feedback, but the opportunity to contact me is through the Kingston tour guides. People can do that.
Lovely. Yeah. Oh, to come on one of these, they sound great. Right, I've got some more questions just here. Yep. I'll check my notes. So one of the 10 tour guides who you're one of 10 tour guides, aren't you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Was this the inspiration for writing the book? So were you a tour guide first and then you started writing the book? Or were you first and then a tour guide? So.
Okay, so coming on to the tour guides, I'm sorry, I know it's about books, but equally, yes, that's quite true. The tour guides was the inspiration. I became a tour guide because of my love of history. There is set things about Kingston, but I found, having been on tours, when I go to other towns and places, I don't really like dates. I know history is dates, but it's based on dates. But I like the quirky, and I think everybody likes the quirky aspects of a town. Yeah. So when I was a tour guide, I started doing further investigation, and that opened up means of or methods of research. And in finding the quirky, I thought, well, hang on, people aren't being told this in the general talk and the explanations as we're going round. I want to set it down, so I actually drafted. I did it the wrong way round. I actually wrote the book. Disaster, but it worked. I wrote the first book, Secret Kingston, before I contacted any publishers. But then I contacted a publisher and said, "Look, I've got all these quirky facts about Kingston." So, and then they took it and said, "Yeah, fabulous. Let's go with it." So the inspiration was initially being a tour guide, but doing more than just repeating what the tour guides had learnt and taught us. It was to find out the quirky that was behind that.
Absolutely, because you want the story. People want the stories, don't they? They want.
Dates are important, and we mustn't forget that. But if you go around just telling everybody there's the bridge 1828, there's the church 1136, it loses an audience. Whereas if you say this is what's hidden in the church and this is how important to English history the bridge is, suddenly the world opens up for them and you get the quirky.
Lovely. Oh, that sounds great. And when you work as a tour guide, is it mainly for adults, or do you think you'd have lots of children?
No. I do the tour guides themselves. There's a lady, Carol. She goes around to schools and gives history tours to schools and young groups. I'm shortly doing things for Cubs and Scouts. So we meet Cubs and Scouts, we meet young groups, old groups, anybody, and we tailor it to them. It's not a race around Kingston, so we go slowly for anybody who's sort of ambulant impaired or anything like that. So it's just really to tailor it to whomever, but the story from Kingston is as interesting to youngsters as it is to, any age group, really.
Yeah, I'm just interested because I'm the children's librarian for Kingston, and we're always short of like good local history stories to tell children when they come in. And I know the museum education officers have the same issue, that you want to tell young children stories about Kingston, but there are very few books to use to tell those stories.
We do illustrated talks as the tour guide. Again, as an author, I know it's about books, but let's go for the tour guides. We give illustrated talks. We can come into a library on a Saturday morning or do a workshop or whatever you would like. And as I say, it doesn't have to be, you don't want to tell the children date, no. But you can say, well, the people of Kingston knocked that bridge down and stopped an army crossing, and had that army crossed in 1461, the whole of English history would have changed. So, so immediately they can go to where the old bridge was in Kingston. They can envisage this 20,000 strong army all trying to get across. We give them images of the old timber bridge and say, people of Kingston, hack that down, stop the army going across. And that is why, if that hadn't have happened, sorry, boring you, but if that hadn't have happened, we wouldn't have had the Tudors, the Stuarts, the Hanoverians. We wouldn't have had the Georgians, Saxe-Coburg, Queen Victoria. All of our history would have changed because of that bridge being cut down.
See, I never knew that. So, you see, have you ever considered writing that as a children's book? Do you think you have the skills to sort of write something for children as well?
It's just really, again, a lot of things we say for children, but children are quite astute. And to be a children's writer, I'm not one, but equally I've had two boys and I've now got grandchildren. You don't want to dumb down. You want to actually give them the facts in an exciting way, which actually inspires them to read a little bit more rather than just being narrative. So I think having told the stories to my children and my grandchildren, maybe there's something in there. And if it's something that people would want, yes, I'm sure there's an avenue. Even if we do some talks at your libraries and people get enthused by that, then something could come out of it. But
that would be fantastic. We should definitely talk more about that.
Okay, so, thank you.
Do you have a particular book coming up at the moment? Are you writing anything new at the moment?
No, I'm not. I've just finished one, actually. So let's say July. I've got something in my head. I know what I want to do, and it's about a hidden part of Kingston, or something that the history books tell you has gone, but I think is still there. So I'm not going to go into great detail about that, but that's the next thing that's growing in my head. But having just finished What a Lot of Collops, and that's not a plug, but the last one, I'm letting that settle for the moment. And let's say come to the autumn, I've already started my research on the next one, but it's around the church and the history of the church.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Just going back to the book, What a Lot of Collops.
Yeah.
I have one more question about that. Do you think it has a wider appeal at all to
so
just residents of Kingston? Or?
Well, I do, and this is why I've written it. In various towns across the country, on Shrove Tuesday, the day before we went into Lent and the solemnity of going into the period of Lent, people had a celebration. They had a carnival. I said to you about collops. Carnival is derived from the Latin carne and levare, to give up meat, to use up meat. So people had used all their meat and they had a carnival. And one of those carnivals and one of the celebrations, people have got together and they had a ball and they started bouncing around, and it became an annual tradition for hundreds of years to play football, mob football, medieval football, long before soccer association football. And so that took place. It still carries on in Derbyshire, and it happened in Dorking, but it happened in Kingston, and you can see the pictures. There are two fabulous sketches of football being played in the 1840s and the 1850s in Kingston. You can go and stand there, as I say in the book, and you can stand where this thing was sketched and imagine all the people. So from a football history point of view, one final thing, the Football Association, when it was formed, Surbiton Football Club was one of the 12 founder members of, what we know as today as soccer and the FA. Surbiton Football Club met at a tavern in London and were the instrumental groups or teams to form the Football Association.
That's such a great story, isn't it? I'd heard that before, but only recently, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that had not heard that. So that's really interesting. I'm just going to check in with Marion to ask if we have any questions from people on Facebook. If not, I have one more question I can ask. I think we have another 5 minutes.
And if there are any questions after this, and people watching this, following on, if you do, please do, just drop us a line at Kingston Tour Guides. I'd be happy. There's a contact form. I'd be happy to answer, and my colleagues will be happy to answer. So please do.
Definitely. I'm going to come on one of these tours now, definitely. I just have one last question then for you. I just want to tap into your amazing knowledge and storytelling skills. You've obviously got a great love of Kingston. Is there one particular story about Kingston that people don't know that you would like to share?
There's a number. So, and I'll just quickly reel these off. But the book, as I say, the books are full of quirky little anecdotes and stories. Aviation. Everybody thinks of Kingston, and Kingston has a very historical aviation history with Hawkers and Sopwith. But it seems that people migrated to Kingston in the 1850s, 1860s, long before aircraft, airplanes were even being thought of. There was a guy in Kingston, a Dr. Biddle, and he was trying, at the time, people were ballooning, and he was trying to find a way, and he patented a way of steering balloons. So balloons didn't just go up and go with the wind, you could actually steer them. There's another guy, Thomas Clark, who had his factory where the Rose Theatre is today, and he was he made model aeroplanes, but he made model aeroplanes that could fly hundreds of meters. He held world record for the number of meters he flew, and other people came here and saw his model aeroplanes, and that was the inspiration for other people to develop. So that's a history. Kingston's decorations, 1910, had 2 aeroplanes over the marketplace. Go to the museum. Please go to the museum and look for a guy called Thomas Abbott. Thomas Abbott was a craftsman, and he could mend anything, mend vases. And he smashed one of his vases into 250 pieces and one of his jugs into 250, 60 pieces, put them all back together and showed you how watertight. This is in about the 1880s. Museum is great. Caesar Picton, story about Caesar Picton. Caesar Picton was never a slave. He was almost the surrogate son and was treated as such. Fabulous story, Caesar Picton. Probably the last thing I've mentioned. What took place in Kingston changed English history, in my opinion and other people's opinion, changed English history twice at the old wooden bridge. Separately, what also happened in Kingston, in Canbury Park Road, there are 2 buildings that changed world history twice.
Really?
In the First World War and the Second World War. And you can go and stand in Canbury Park Road, and you can look at this building and know that what happened there changed world history in the First World War, and arguably was instrumental in our being successful in the First World War. You turn 180 degrees in the same place in the road, and you look at another building, Sidley House, and what took place in there changed world history in the Second World War. And without what happened in there in the 30s, we would have lost the Second World War. And so world history has changed in Kingston, and English history has changed in Kingston separately twice. I go into that because I think we look at Kingston, we think of it as, yes, it's a nice shopping centre, a nice town and whatever, but fundamentally you can go to places where, and this is what history and heritage is all about. You can go to places where the world changed, and I bring that out in the book.
And this is what's amazing. You know, people can walk through the streets of Kingston without knowing any of this. I've walked down Canbury Park Road many times in my life, and would never have known, you know, which building.
Sopwith House on the left as you go down from Richmond Road, and Sidley House on the right.
Right.
They're the two buildings.
I'm coming on one of your tours, Julian. Definitely. Thank you so much for fitting so much into a 20-minute interview. It's been really, really interesting. I definitely need to go and read your books now. Presumably your books are available from the History Centre and from the libraries.
History Centre, certain outlets, eBay, wherever anybody wants. And if you can't find them, and there are electronic copies as well, Amberley. And if you can't find them, again, through the Kingston tour guides. But I close by how I started. I started by being a tour guide. Please don't think you've been on a Kingston tour and you know Kingston. Each guide has their own little favourite quirky stories, and it's a live performance each time. So if you've been on one, go on one the next year, but with a different guide.
Nice. Fantastic advice, Julian. I will definitely be doing that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'm doing very well. Thank you. Nice to see you, and thank you for welcoming me. Yeah, absolutely. The more interest, the better. Who am I? My name is Alpsten. I'm an author. Last year, I published my debut, Tsarina, which I've got handy here. And as well, here behind me, you see the carefully edited pile in my study, which I very quickly cleared up before this live. Tsarina is the one and only novel ever about Catherine I of Russia, who rose from serf to empress, the first ever empress of Russia. So we're not talking about Catherine the Great. So it's really the world's ultimate Cinderella story. And it's a double Cinderella story because it also tells the transformation of Russia from backward nation to the beginning of the modern superpower we know today. So that's the story of Tsarina. And then this year, in July, I followed up with the Tsarina's daughter, which is, it's inside what it says on the tin. Actually, Elizabeth, the Empress Elizabeth, was the daughter of Catherine I and Peter the Great. Do you imagine that? Peter the Great doing bedtime? And actually, the Tsarina's daughter, interestingly enough, is her mother's life to the inverse, because she falls from unimaginable riches. I mean, really palaces of 500-600 rooms dotted all over the country to rags before she rises triumphantly from rags to Romanov. So this is who I am and what I do.
Oh, that's amazing. That's honestly so exciting.
Thank you. So, I'm obsessed. I mean, I love my girls. You feel that.
Well, actually, that was a question I had for later, but maybe I can ask you now. I think you have other books planned in the same series, if I'm correct.
Yes, exactly. At the moment, I have to say, beware, caveat, the Tsarina series is supposed to be a quartet, and I'm writing book number 3 as it is, and I'm deeply immersed. I'm having the Cyrillic alphabet here lying next to my computer. I've got ancient maps everywhere.
Oh, wow.
I've got books that I find in how do you say, in antiquariats all over the world, and it's fantastic. I love nothing better than the unboxing of my book mail when I found a book that's out of print since the 1960s, and that is a biography, a rare biography of this one person I need to learn more about. But all in all, I've got enough matter for about 7 or 8 novels. I'm so deeply in this world.
Yeah. So yeah, I was wondering, I think you already replied, but I was wondering if you were like kind of tired of writing about the same characters or the same setting, but you don't seem like it.
No, not at all. Especially as I've realized while I did my research that the Tsarina series has got this unique, history is not only about kings and queens. And the Tsarina series, of course, you've got the Romanovs and this unique century of female power, but also you've got 4 other families who are pulled in this vortex of passion and power, of loss and love and strength and survival. So you have this charm of upstairs and downstairs, almost like in Downton Abbey, where you've got the Earl and his family, and then you've got the servants and their trials and tribulations. And I think that's what makes a truly great story. Marion, I'm just so lucky to have come across them. This is an author's dream, discovering these completely unexploited characters.
Who needs Game of Thrones really when you have just reality?
Exactly. And my books have got that one more thing. Sorry if I say that myself. They've got soul next to the Game of Thrones like story. So what more can I ask for?
Good to know. I think also it's quite interesting to have female main characters. Can we really talk about look, that brings me to my next question actually, because it's a historical novel, and I guess it really takes place in a very real setting that really happened. So I was wondering how much reality and how much do you infuse any fictions, or is it just your own perspective that makes it a novel rather than a documentary or a non-fiction?
I like to call them faction. A lot of people have actually asked, why didn't you write a biography? But then if you think what makes us humans are emotions. And of course I could just write in a biography, Elizabeth was distraught. But I find bringing it across in a novel, this rich inner voice that every woman has as she walks and grows through her life was much better. So I always have the framework of very strict historical detail, and then I fill it out with the free, especially in the Tsarina's Daughter. I've got sort of a slice of supernatural that sort of pushed itself onto me when I did my research, and I love it. I think it really gives the novel that little extra, this prophecy she has and that she struggles against, but you can't evade fate. Whatever you do, the more you try, the harder it comes onto you.
Yeah, that's really amazing. How did you make your research? Did you, to learn more about the time period, and did you go to a library? Did you do online research? Did you talk to specialists of the era, or what was your
everything
process?
all of that? Libraries, of course, libraries are just an invaluable resource. Just now I'm actually having an interlibrary loan on the whole marriage rituals of Tsars and the bridal parades they did. It's so interesting, and nowhere else could I find this material. But Marion, in truth, I actually did research for a year before I dared to write the first sentence of Tsarina, because I had no idea which world of Tolkien dimensions I was entering. So I did everything: original travel diaries, I read fairy tales, I watched movies like the Dogma movie, The Ark, about 300 Years of the Winter Palace, which is an amazing piece of art. And especially the fairy tales struck me because in them, all the spirits, that whole mystical world is always ill-willing. And that told me so much about these people's relationships with their very harsh nature, and how, how the Slavic soul is kind of split and exists in these very stark contrasts. And that explains so much to me. So the research being factual, it also became very emotional. That was interesting.
Oh, that's amazing. Have you been, just a quick curiosity question? Have you been to Russia at all to kind of experience the history over there directly, or?
Yes, actually, funny enough, I wrote Tsarina before going to Russia, because I was working in television. I was doing night shifts. I came home every afternoon, wrote. Everything was just so tense, and then I struggled with fatigue, anxiety, depression once I had finished. And then my husband said, you know what, now we're going to Russia. And it was a very simple trip. We stayed in a little hostel on Stary Nevsky, nothing glamorous about it. But this was the greater, because we met so many Russians. If we couldn't get a taxi, we just flagged a car on the road, and it stopped and it took us. And yes, we visited all the palaces. We went out to Peterhof. So there was still snow lying. The actors dressed up as Peter and Catherine were so bored. We started a snowball fight with them. We ate the food. In the morning in the bakery, people come and drink vodka for breakfast.
Oh, wow.
But I loved it. And I'm actually looking forward next year. I want to do a road tour all along the Baltic coast, from the Baltics to St. Petersburg, to see that piece of earth Peter the Great so avidly fought for.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That sounds amazing.
Come along.
Just before we started this interview, you said that you were translated in other countries?
Yes, I mean, Tsarina has been published in 75 countries all over the world, and has now, I think, been translated into her 13th language. So that's my debut from last year. And the Tsarina's Daughter is now following suit. And as we know, in a month's time, it's the world's biggest book fair in Frankfurt, which I think is part physical, part digital. So I'm hoping for others to learn about these amazing stories. It's such a privilege. I feel like having discovered another Tutankhamun, hiding in places.
That's amazing. Do you have any, well, I suppose you're still really very, very much thinking about the Romanov and everything about Russian history. Do you have any other projects in the future that could be radically different or not? I don't know. Or are you not thinking about any other projects until you finish the Tsarina series?
I am actually, and actually my husband always has to hold me back, and he says, no, you have to focus. But I say, I could do this kid's book, or I could write that, and he said, no, you can't. You have to focus. And he's absolutely right, because only focus brings what we all want. We want, you have to, as an author too, it's almost like a musician or a painter. You have to build your brand, and you have to hone your voice.
Yeah.
Your name has to stand for something. If you hear J.K. Rowling, you're getting something fantastic. If you hear James Patterson, you're getting cool crime. And my name should stand for amazing historical fiction, great stories told in the best way I, in my modest abilities, can. So yes, I've got another plan for after the Tsarina series. Will be something that might be the founding myth of Europe, no less.
Oh, wow. Just, no pressure.
Starting small.
So I have another question. I'm always a little bit worried to ask this question, because I don't want to be this person who asks, so how it is to be a woman in the book world, but obviously, so your two books that already been published talk about women in history, and women in history has often been quite erased or not necessarily talked about. And I don't know if your next books in the Tsarina series are going to be about women as well. But I don't know if you want to talk about that. Is it just a coincidence, or was it something that you wanted to kind of push forward a little bit, or was it just because the story's never been told in a very how to say that, popular way or something? Popular is not the word, but do you know what I mean?
It was both, because let's face it, if you read Tsarina and the Tsarina's Daughter, there's actually a male Cinderella story in there too, because if you looked at Peter the Great's friendship circles, it was almost a prerogative to be of low birth in order to be accepted as a real friend. You've got Menshikov, who rose from being a pie baker's son to the richest man in Russia and a prince of the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, wow.
And I have actually almost enjoyed writing about Menshikov and even Peter the Great, this deeply troubled, traumatized, driven person whom you mustn't like him, when you read Serena, but you will always understand him. And I think that's important. And sometimes I had to place Peter the Great in the corner and said, there you stay. This book is not about you, because he's just such an imposing character. But of course, women, yes, there has been much more request for strong female leads. And then I just find it astonishing how this juxtaposition of this, as I say, this unique century of female power in Russia flying in the face of a ruthless, brutally determined patriarchy could go literally unnoticed in literature, and how I could be so lucky, you know, to chance upon it. And one reviewer already said, oh, she's the Hilary Mantel of the Romanovs. More where I came from. More where I came from, please. So I'm just working very, very, very hard to make it happen. And but it's something I love doing. So no word is ever too much.
That's amazing. It sounds like it's really it could be an amazing movie or TV show. Is there anything like that in the work, or is it just top secret or not happening? Or
it could always happen. I've written a TV treatment, actually, you know, for the Serena series, and it's out there. So we'll see what happens. And of course, people who read it, it's such a compliment. They say, you know, it's like having a movie. It's like reading a movie. You've got sort of a movie in your head. You're in these scenes, and that's where the emotions come in. Because of course, that's what emotions and inner voice do. They draw you into that scene, as a description never does. And then, of course, would be the big question: whom to cast? I mean, who can be Serena? Who can be Serena's daughter? Who can be the prequel I'm writing at the moment? Where we actually have two women fighting for the crown of Russia. So a fantastic scenery again. So perhaps we can all be extras, Marianne. That would be nice.
Do you have anyone in mind that could play these characters, or is it something that?
Sort of in the book, I modeled Serena actually difficult way back on a very young Sophia Loren. You know, this strong, handsome woman who's really can withstand quite some troubles, and that's what she has to do. From her whole charisma, I like Lily James. I think that she has this freshness, this sensuality, this fun that Serena could have. Serena's daughter was blonde. If you look at her portrait, Baccarat actually really looks like a young Marilyn Monroe, like all dewy-eyed and rosy-cheeked, like sort of more like an Amanda Seyfried type, you know, who was in Mamma Mia.
Yeah.
So those are sort of the types we're looking at, but these are huge roles. So if they come to be, I hope to forge somebody's career, perhaps discover a fresh face.
That would be amazing. Let me check. Do we have any questions on Facebook? Not at the moment. Let me just double check in case. Well, I don't see any questions. Do you have anything you would like to add to our audience, or anything you'd want to share before we come to a conclusion?
I would just like to thank everybody who is interested in my books and who buys and reads them, because I know, you know, the reader gives me his most valuable, and that's not his money, but nowadays that's actually his time and his attention, because we all know what it's like. There's all the time a screen, there's all the time a kid, there's all the time work, there's all the time something. So somebody who consciously decides, I will now get Serena's Daughter by Ellen Alpsten. It's an amazing gift, and I thank you all for it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Ellen, for this interview. Just checking again if there's no question. I don't see any. But yeah, and I really encourage anyone who would read the book to also leave comments on all social media platforms and Amazon and Goodreads, etc., because that's always helping. Thank you so much. I wish you a lot of luck in your next books, and I'll be following your work really, really, really excitingly.
Well, yeah, thank you. I hope let's talk again when the next book is out. I'd be delighted.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll make a note of that. See you
soon. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Hello, Pippa. Nice to meet you. It's really nice to have you with us today. I'm really excited for this Q&A. And the first question I would like to ask you is, who are you and what is your book about?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's very exciting to take part in this book fair. I'm Pippa Beecheno and I'm a local author, and my book was actually published in 2018 by Endeavour Media, and it's loosely based on the life of my great aunt Jane. She was born before the First World War and she grew up through the turbulence of the 1920s and 30s. She was a woman with a very strong social conscience, and she was horrified by the way that fascism was taking control of Europe. And so she actually joined the early German resistance and went underground in Berlin and Madrid. But as the world disintegrated around her, inevitably sliding towards war, the fine line between paranoia and reality began to blur. And the only question was, how long could she survive? So that's a kind of, in a nutshell, summary of what the book's about. It's obviously historical fiction, but based on true life.
That's amazing, and I'm particularly excited and interested about this this mix between fiction and reality, because you use the real letters that you found from your great aunt. Yeah, right.
That's right. That's right.
And so, how did you integrate that into the book, and what did you put a limit between fiction and reality?
Well, it was actually a massive journey. Real life is so much more complex than fiction. There are so many different strands, so many directions you can take, and the boundary between fact and fiction starts to blur, and the story sort of takes on a life of its own. But I started off by choosing scenes. My granddad had actually written an amazing account of Jane's life for the family so that we could understand who she was and what she did before she became ill. And I started off by choosing scenes from that, which seemed to hang together as a plot. But then I realized that I had to make it more dramatic and relevant for readers beyond my family. So I also had ethical dilemmas, of course, about representing family members. Yeah. Which is obviously quite sensitive, but writing it as a fiction really helps with that, because obviously they're protected by it being all my own words. I'm writing the scenes, but it's still rooted in a real life. It's sort of on a sliding scale of, it's an interpretation of a life. It's a mix of factual, possible, probable, and entirely fictional. But I really wanted to stay true to the essence of my great aunt's story, to portray her courage and her humanity as well as her insecurity. But yes, it's quite a journey you have to go on.
Yeah, I see that. That's really fascinating. And another subject the book touch upon is schizophrenia.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So how did you include that into the book? What kind of research did you have to make to really have one character see the perspective through the eyes of someone with schizophrenia?
Yeah, it's obviously representing someone else's mental health is extremely sensitive.
Yeah.
So I had to empathize fully with Jane, and I had to cut through all the fear and stigma, all the myths and misunderstandings that surround schizophrenia, and show how traumatic it was for her as an individual. I spoke to my granny, who was her best friend at university. I had my grandfather's account, but I also had access to her hospital notes, so I could see what treatment she received and what medication she was given. And then, of course, I had bundles and bundles of letters that my grandparents kept to and from Jane. And really reading the letters that she wrote before, during, and after periods of illness helped me to understand her confusion, her disorientation, and her sense of betrayal. So I used all of that. But yes, it's a very sensitive area. I just hope that I did justice to her and her legacy.
Have you had people with this same mental illness read the book and maybe feedback to you, or yeah, did that happen?
So I've got my cousin's wife is actually a psychologist, and she has had she worked with with clients who have schizophrenia, and so she was able to take a look at it for me and give me feedback on it. Schizophrenia is also quite unique to each person, so there's a range of symptoms and they can be experienced differently by different people. So I sort of wrote it from that perspective of trying to understand Jane's specific experience, and also set in a time where everything was extremely turbulent, and I was trying to understand, why did this happen? In my granddad's account, there were all these very haunting questions of why did this happen to her? Was it inevitable? Could she have recovered if her treatment had been better or the world around her more stable? So I wanted to respect her legacy and investigate some of those questions.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And also I was wondering, how did you, I mean, unless it's too personal, but how did your family react with you writing the book? Did you have any reticence, or was everyone really exciting to see the legacy of your great aunt live in a book like that?
Sure. My mum actually described it as a gift that came out of a tragedy. And my grandparents, so my granddad obviously wanted us all to know really who she was, and before she became ill, and what happened to her. And my grandmother was extremely supportive. My granddad at the start of his book wrote, if anyone wants to, write about Jane's life and future, then he sort of gave it his blessing. And my grandmother would talk to me a lot about Jane, and she gave me all the letters. So it was definitely something that they were happy with one of their descendants doing. And my family have been incredibly supportive. I have quite a broad family on that side, lots of cousins, uncles and aunts, and they've all been incredibly supportive of it. Yes, they've all read the book now, so
wow. That's amazing. Are you working currently on other novels, or planning to write other books in the future? And I suppose you have a limited amount of family members with incredible life
conditions. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. From United Agents, and I've been working with her on, I've already drafted a novel which is about a conscientious objector in the First World War, and it's sort of about how the choice that he makes sets him in conflict with the world around him and puts him in danger of losing everything. So that's my next novel, and then I've started research on another novel which is going to be about women who drove ambulances out at the front in the First World War. So I'm sort of continuing with the First World War, but entirely fictional now.
Okay.
Which I have to say is a lot easier in many ways, because you don't have to sort of balance different elements and personal things, and I can pretty much just write whatever I want to.
Yeah. I suppose the challenges must be different. At least.
The challenges are different, I guess. Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, thank you very much for that. Is there anything that you would like to add? Anything that you would like to share with the people watching us? Or
there is one thing actually. The book is written. It's chronological, but it's got scenes that are set in the 1940s and 50s that are sort of interspersed. And I did this because I wanted the reader to know from the start that Jane would become ill, but not how, why, or what happened to her. Sort of had the same questions in mind that I had when I was writing. And also schizophrenia means shattered mind. So the fragmenting of the text was meant to reflect the way that Jane's life fell apart. And but it does make readers work a bit harder. So it's kind of like a warning. It's slightly more challenging because you have to work a bit harder to piece the story together, but that's how Jane's life was, and I was sort of piecing together what happened to her as well. So it sort of reflects that. But I do include chapter headings which have the date, the setting, and Jane's age to help the reader to find their footing and stay on track.
Okay, that sounds really intriguing, and I'm really excited to read this book. I won't lie.
Marion, would it be okay if I just read one excerpt from?
Oh, please do. Yes,
okay?
Of course. Yeah.
I've got one excerpt that I quite wanted to share. It was a passage that I wrote very early on when I was first starting. It was initially at the start of the book, but it got moved at a later date. So I just wanted to read it.
Please do. Yes, definitely.
Thank you. So this is the book here. And so here we go. Richard's tie was tight and thin like his face. War had shriveled him, leaving him a thread of his former self. Solitary confinement had dried him up inside and out. Will Jane recognise me? His heartbeat quickened, banging frantically against his ribs as if looking for an escape. The nurse looked at him suspiciously. Through the double doors, down the corridor, third door on your right. The white tiled floor, clean and shiny, added cruelly to his sense of guilt. He reached her room and looked in, his hand resting cold on the metal doorknob. Wind was attacking the window pane, determined to create a draught, but the room itself was quiet and full of her. A frosted glass figure of Madonna and Child stood on the mantelpiece. Framed William de Morgan tiles hung, slightly askew, on either side of the mirror. A faded, leather-bound diary lay discarded on the bedside table. Jane? His voice was hoarse. She was sitting at the window looking out. He could see the back of her head, a multitude of grips struggling to contain. Thick, dark curls, some turning grey now, but just as uncontainable. Should he go in? She hadn't moved. He hovered, a pendulum in the doorway, caught between leaden feet and his raw, pulsing heart. A few strides and he would be there in front of her, blocking out the darkness that spread beyond the window frame. With gentle fingertips, he touched her neck, felt the jut and rub of her cheekbones against his, blinked wisps of her dark hair away from his eyes, as her head rested on his shoulder. But she, what would she remember when she saw him? Would she look straight through him like the ghost he was, or worse still, scream for help? His breath caught sharply in his throat as if he had swallowed nails, and his hand slipped into his pocket, flicked open a cardboard lid, and teased out an anti-asthma cigarette.
Wow. Amazing. That's really emotional.
It's a fairly emotional book.
Yeah. I can imagine. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Pippa, for this wonderful Q&A. This was really enjoyable, and I hope everyone will be really interested in reading your book. And we look forward for your next novels. And
thank you.
Yeah, wish you a long writing career and a lovely day.
Thank you very much. You too, Marion. Lovely to meet you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, we're back live with Caroline Lisa. Hello, Caroline. Welcome to our day of author events.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's really exciting to be here today.
It's lovely to have you there. Obviously, when we planned this, we were hoping it could be a live day and we could all meet in person and physically see everybody's books that they've written. But it's really interesting to find out all the local authors who live in the area, what everyone's been writing, and just sort of find out sort of what diverse talent we have in the borough. So can I just ask you, first of all, just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into writing, what your background is.
Sure. So for my day job, I work in children's services. I manage a service across two boroughs for Kingston and Richmond. So my background is very different to writing, but my job often draws up quite a lot of inspiration for stories. Obviously, not directly. I never much about people individually, but it gives a lot of material for me to kind of chew about and chew on. But partly because of my role, that did inspire me to start having a go at writing. And it was quite a long time ago, quite a few years ago. In my line of work, a lot of themes were coming up which my colleagues didn't know much about, and there wasn't much written, even publications, just guidance. And it was a theme I had already started to think about, and that's what inspired me to start writing.
That's quite brave, isn't it? Was this your first novel, taking on quite a big, difficult?
I'm actually ever writing. I know I often read about people who've been writing since they were in primary school with stories, and this was literally my first time I literally remember the day I thought, okay, I've got and all of a sudden the idea came, and I came and sat down and started writing, and that was my writing story. It was not kind of any kind of run up to it. It was just literally I had an idea, started writing, and it kind of took off in a way that I hadn't ever expected, because writing wasn't really my kind of. You always hear, don't you, that there's a story in everybody, and I had that in my mind, that there's a book in everybody and what is my book. So I did always have that a little bit, and but I didn't really have the idea that I was a writer or had this amazing writing kind of journey ahead of me. So it's been quite a surprise to see how it's gone over the years, and it's been quite exciting, and to be part of the journey it's taken on.
Absolutely, yeah. And so for a first novel, I mean, to sort of dive straight into a book that's set in a very different setting. I don't know if you were familiar with the setting of the book, like the country that it's set in, and also for those that don't know, with Song of the Crocodile, the main theme is female genital mutilation, isn't it?
Yes, a nice, happy, easy theme to get your teeth into.
So brave topics to tackle, and was it difficult to write a book in a different setting? Were you familiar?
Well, for me, actually, it was very cathartic, because it was actually going back to the time I lived with in the Mandinka tribe in Gambia back in the 1990s. So for me, it was really nice to start kind of tapping into my memories 20 years ago, and thinking actually, and things I hadn't thought about for many years. And it was really nice to have that headspace to think about the characters, because I don't know about other writers, but I have to have it based on at least a framework of somebody or something. And so it was really nice to be thinking about the people I spent time with and I cared about, and tapping into some of those memories. So it was really lovely, actually, to have that time again. I felt like I was visiting there again. I felt like I was reliving some of my experiences. So, and I think that's probably why some of and some of the comments, it does feel like people are really there and people really get a real sense of the place, because I was really tapping into my experience again and reliving it for myself, really.
That's so important, because you have the credentials to write this book. Then I think it's very difficult for some authors to write about something that they've not experienced, and obviously you should be able to write about things you haven't experienced. But I think more and more now, publishers are looking for authors who have those diverse experiences and those backgrounds, and have the authority to write about those things.
Yes.
You do, which is interesting. So so the book that you wrote, The Song of the Crocodile, the main character in it is a 13-year-old girl, isn't it? But you chose to write it as an adult novel, is that right? It's adult rather than...
Interestingly, I think one of your authors here today, Joy, who's coming on, I think, this afternoon, I knew Joy from before, but I went into one of the things. So going back on, in terms of my writing journey, I wasn't a writer, didn't know much, and so a lot of my things I did was I got to a certain point in the writing journey, didn't know what came next, and Googled, what do you do next, what's this, what's good advice, good tips, and one of them was about actually getting involved in a local writing group to start getting that critique. And I thought, that's really scary to anybody to read my work. So I actually walked into the New Modern Writer, New Modern Centre, and bumped into Joy, who I knew from years ago, which made me feel really comfortable to see her there. But it was each part of the journey has been really having to step out, and I might not come across today, but I am really an introvert, and everything like this is really having to take a lot of energy and boldness. So even just stepping into a room, to a writing group, and say, okay, and I didn't even consider young adult novels, because that wasn't even on my radar. That's how naive I was about the writing world, to be honest. And the lady who was running the group actually came up and said, would you think about this as a young adult novel? And I thought, to be honest, I felt a bit offended. I thought, is it not good enough for adults? I didn't really quite understand the whole, and so, but then that spurred me on to look at, okay, what is young adult? What does that mean? And I started really reading The Hunger Games and really immersing myself into young adult literature. And then I actually did write it and went on submission, both to agents and to publishers, as a young adult novel initially. And I think it was through that process where we were thinking, actually, where does it sit? And I think it was through the guidance from the agent eventually, after some of the feedback from, because it is a difficult one because of the theme.
Yeah,
it's also talking about a young adult's life. It was a real difficult to place, and I think that's what was a real problem with some of the publishers trying to pitch it to. So as a kind of thought, working with my agent in the end, we thought, okay, how do we make this into an adult novel? And that took some rejigging, and I think that's, from what I remember, that's when I started coming out. Initially it was just one voice, which is the young girl's voice, but that's when I started to develop having the 3 other voices in the book, which are adults. And I thought, well, how do I make a young adult novel into an adult? And for me, having adult voices and adult characters, it was the simplest way to do that, because it felt quite difficult to have a young adult completely and making it into an adult novel. So it did change, and then it went out again in submission as an adult novel. And I think one of the comments came back was, I don't know if you Emma Doherty's, I think it is, the book's Room, which is really tough. It's about a mother and a boy being kidnapped for many years, and a really horrific kind of storyline. But again, it kind of was raising themes of publishers, and they could recognise. But I think that's always been the trouble with this book. It's a hard theme, but talking about young people. Where does it actually fit in terms of genre, and where does it fit within the age range? That's always been the trouble trying to pitch the book, unfortunately.
No, but it is a difficult topic, and I think actually teenagers aren't particularly teenagers at 13 years old, older teenagers, they're not particularly fazed by the topic. They want the interesting, challenging, difficult subject matter. I think
it's true.
Publishers are worried what the parents will think about their children. They're quite ready for any sort of subject matter, really, and if they're not, they're not, and they won't pick it up, So can I just ask, are you writing anything else at the moment?
Well, after when I was doing research around Song of the Crocodile, it spurred me into some topics and things I hadn't explored before, but similar themes. So I did write another book called Cry of the Ghost, which explored the themes going on with a community in Tanzania. So this time really writing about a place I've never been to, and but it really inspired me, this story. But that has been on submission. It is on submission at the moment, but I'm aware of how difficult it's going to be to place, because again, it's a really hard theme. And also, you mentioned before about the diversity and writing about what you know, and although Some of the Crocodile, I could say, yes, I've been there and I've lived, and where's this from? And I think some of the themes around the fact of writing about a culture I'm not part of, and writing, and that's quite a difficult theme at the moment with publishers. So I'm aware, it's going to be a tricky one to place, but I think it helped me to develop my writing, if nothing else, and I enjoyed writing it.
It's a very recent issue, isn't it? This idea of cultural appropriation, and maybe could someone else better, but if you're a writer, your writing is always about writing outside your own experience. So you should be able to do that, but yeah, so it's good, and it's lovely to have those stories from other places. Because I've been a children's librarian for most of my career, and we get an awful lot of British stories and American stories. Yeah. I would always go for a story that was set in a place that was different. Tanzania is away, that's different. It's a different story.
Yes.
But that's definitely what we need right now, isn't it? A different story. So
definitely. But no, I'm now trying my hand at. I've tried 2 books that are very niche and very difficult to place in the commercial market. So I thought now I might try my hand at a bit more commercial genre. See where that heads and goes. So so that's my just starting a third novel, but a bit more commercial, perhaps.
Yeah. And are you still managing to juggle both your careers, your career with Achieving for Children and
it's a really tough one. So it's I don't know. Obviously, when I wrote Song of the Crocodile, I was a little bit younger than I am now, probably a bit more energy. But it was, looking back, I don't know how I did it, because I had young children. I was working full time in a very demanding job and writing the novel as well. So I'm not quite sure how. I didn't sleep a lot. That was the main thing.
What you said about everyone having one book in them. I mean, I did a similar thing a few years ago, and it gets to a point where you have to get it out on paper, doesn't it? You just ignore everybody else and just do it. So,
I think it's about being focused. So I think that's maybe the difference between those who manage to get something out and those who don't. It's not to say those who do it are that much more talented or anything. It's just being committed, and I think that's the and when I talk to people about them, it's I love to write a book one day. So one day has to be today. If you keep putting it off, and even if you write 50 words a day, and it's just about having that other skills in terms of goal setting and doing things. So I would encourage anybody who feels that they got a book or doesn't even know. I mean, when I wrote Song of the Crocodile, never written anything. It wasn't like I'd already okay, I'm going to write my book now. I've been practicing for ages. It's just, you just got to give it a go. So I really recommend anyone to have a go at writing if they feel like they want to.
Skill is in not giving up when you get stuck. It's about finishing it, isn't it? Anyone can start a book. It's about getting to that point, like you said, when you don't know what to do next, and then getting advice from other people, getting people to proofread it and talk to them, and finishing it. And so we were hoping part of what we'd like to get out of this Author Day is to see if there are members of the public who tried writing a book last year who might want to be part of a local writers group, like a little support group. And so are you part of a writers group now? Did you find a group of friendly authors to be part of a group with?
Yeah, quite some time during the beginning of it, and what really helped me, and one that struck me when you were talking just now, the whole of writing, I've realised over the time I've been doing it, there's so many skills and facets. It's like any career, any job. Writing is just one bit of it, and even each part of the process of writing is one bit of it, and you learn as you go, and you develop, and it's almost like, with the job, you go on training and you have to develop different skills constantly, and you get to the next bit and it's like, okay, how do I do the next bit? How do I do editing? How do I do this? And there's often, it was quite funny, sometimes editors came back to me and I didn't have a clue what they were saying, because I was so new to it, that the story needs to be a bit faster paced. I think, well, what does that mean? So I would have to learn what they even were talking about before. So it's definitely, I'm not part of the group now, but I would recommend it, and I would really be up for joining and being encouraged by other writers, and so would recommend people to have a go.
It is fun to have a go, isn't it? Brilliant. So, but lots of people have a go, but not everyone has the success that you've had. So it's brilliant that you've managed to find an agent. And
thank you.
I wish you all the best for the future. So I don't know if we've got any questions from the public. I don't know if Marion can tell us if anyone has got any Facebook questions.
That's interesting. I have considered having characters in my book that were social worker, and actually I did write a little bit, a tentative beginning of it. I think it's probably another story around FGM with social worker, but it's interesting about thinking, although I work in the social work field, I'm not actually a social worker, but I have thought about that, and I thought it's similar to people writing about detective work or crime. Not everybody is coming from policing, but it's a really interesting subject. So I have thought about both social work, but also because I'm from a housing background, and that also stirs up quite interesting experiences and interactions with families and on estates, and some of the things that come up from just working in housing is quite interesting. So yes, possibly bringing some of my background, and actually the book I'm starting to write now, I am thinking about making the main character either a social worker or in housing, so probably that might develop a bit more.
Brilliant. Any other questions, Marion, or was that?
Let me double check, but I think that's all we have at the moment.
Yeah, it's probably all we have time for, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's been lovely to meet you, Caroline. Just one last question to finish off. Where can people get your books from? Presumably, I'm hoping if we either have them in the library, or if we don't, we will do as soon as.
Yes, I was hoping. I have been at a car this week, but I'm hoping to bring a few along to yourselves. But in terms of buying as well, obviously Amazon and any major bookstores like Waterstones online. So yes, any online usual shop or Amazon as well. Yes.
And we work closely with Regency Bookshop in Surbiton as well, so we'll be contacting them and seeing if they can have all the books in stock.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. It's been lovely to have. Thanks so much for having me. I've really enjoyed being able to talk about the book today and about my journey. So that's been really fun. Thank you.
Fantastic to have you. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome back, everybody, to our fantastic day of live author events from Kingston Libraries. We're really excited to have Joy Kluver with us this afternoon, kicking off our segment of crime and thriller writers. And she's got her fantastic books behind her on the screen there. So I do love the book covers, Joy. They're amazing.
They are fabulous, actually. The publisher I'm with, Bookshop, they take a lot of time and effort over their book covers. So yes, I'm very pleased with them.
They look really professional, yeah. And as a librarian, obviously we see and buy lots of books, and actually those do stand out. They're great. We like them. So first of all, could you just start off telling us just a little bit about yourself, your background, how you got into writing?
Okay, so I live over the boundary, but I'm only just over the boundary in Merton. It's so close. my whole life is really in Kingston. It really is. So all my kids have gone to school in Kingston, so, you know, it's really close. But I started writing in 1999. And I'd written stuff as a child, and I was a huge reader as a child. And then things sort of, you know, we get to university and first got married and stuff, it sort of kind of eased off a little bit. But then I just really felt, I actually stopped teaching. So I was teaching and I needed a break. And I thought I would really like to write. So I did what Caroline did, if you were watching earlier, except I did it a lot earlier than she did. And I joined the writing class at the Malden Centre. And the writing tutor there is Elizabeth Kay, or was, because it's now closed, it's now stopped, who wrote the Divide trilogy, which is the children's books, which you will probably know as the children's librarian. So yes, I was very lucky to have her. And for quite a while, I sort of was just writing short stories, maybe some radio plays, some terrible, terrible poems, because I'm not a poet at all. I take my hat off to anyone who can write poetry. And it wasn't, so I was there for a few years, and I had 2 children, and then I had to stop because it was just too difficult with 2 children. And then when I thought, right, I'm going to go back because my younger one had gone to school, I had another one. So I ended up having 7 years out, 7 years maternity leave, in effect, of writing from writing class. So I didn't go back until 2012. And then in 2013, I started to write novels because I had this idea. And she said, well, just go for it. And the most important thing you can do if you're writing a novel is to finish it. It doesn't matter what state it's in, how bad it is, whether there's enough words or not enough words, you have to finish it. Because if you don't finish it, you've got nothing to work with.
We were talking about this earlier, yes. You know, that's what makes you a writer, is actually finishing a novel.
And so what, for me, going into writing class each week, taking a chapter or a couple of chapters a week, having it critiqued on a regular basis, and it was critiqued, it wasn't all, oh, that's lovely, Joy. It was, you know, torn apart if it needed to be. It came out, you know, therefore each time things got better. So the very first book I wrote was a book called Unearthed, but it's staying buried on my laptop because it's not good enough. I did try to sort of do something with it, but it just wasn't good enough. But it gave me my character, Bernadette Noel, or Bernie Noel. And at the time, she was in a slightly different rank. It was a slightly different story for her, but I had this backstory and idea for her, and I really wanted to sort of push forward. And by the end of this first book, she was sort of saying to me, which it sounds daft, but the characters do talk to you. And she was saying, do you not realise I am the most important person in this book, and I should be the protagonist, not this other guy, and you need to write about me? And it's like, okay. So that's what I did. And so the situation changed a little bit. I still have her in the same setting, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But I upped her to a DI rather than a DS. And yeah, she sort of came into being. And from there on, I've got 3 stories. So we've got the first 2 published already, and the third one will be out in January next year.
That's fantastic. So quite a journey then to develop this character. So she started off as a minor character and then became your main voice, and now she's going to be the main protagonist in all of your stories. So that's fantastic. And so is she based on anyone in particular, or is she totally from your...
No, she's not. So she's biracial, which I think, and when I first started writing the first book, I thought I really must have some diversity in here and put her in as a diverse character. As I said, by the end, she was like, hang on a minute, you know, you're not making me a token character, I'm the main person. And I was very, you know, we've just been talking about cultural appropriation with Caroline, and I was really, really careful about this. I was really sensitive. Originally I had it that she lived with a black family with her mother, but no, didn't know her father. Her father was white. And then everyone kept saying, she doesn't sound black. And I thought, well, that's the problem, isn't it? Because I'm white. So I spoke to a friend who was biracial, and I said, what can I do to improve this? And she said, I'm not sure I can help you because my mother is white and I was basically brought up white. And suddenly everything clicked. I had to change it all, that her family had to be white. And therefore, of course, she doesn't sound black because she's never had any black influence in her life. So that's why that got changed. And therefore she suddenly became a character which was easier for me to write. But at the same time, really sort of focusing a little bit more on that sort of dual heritage, and that comes in quite a bit in the first book as well, because her mother was a teenage mother. But yes,
that's really interesting, because it's really important to have like a really interesting protagonist in your story. And I know with crime fiction, it's such a huge genre. There's so many detective characters, aren't there? That trying to make one that's different and stands out, and is it must be quite a challenge in a way to sort of have a different character. But does her backstory come into the novels quite a lot? Is there a lot about her past and her backstory, or is it mainly just
there is, particularly in Last Scene? So that's the first book. She gets this rather sort of menacing card. So basically it starts with her she's just come back from her grandfather's funeral, and while she was there, someone had sent a sympathy card which seemed a little bit ominous because it wasn't signed and it was a little bit suggestive. It could be slightly threatening. And so the idea is that she was originally a Met officer, had been involved in some kind of operation, shall we say, and had ended up having death threats. So I have it that she's gone through the accelerated program, which is now available, where they can go from a DC to a DI in 2 years. So I had her doing that in maybe in a different part of London. And then she gets moved to Wiltshire because everyone's saying, for your own safety now, we think you need to get out of London. So that is sort of coming through quite a bit in Last Scene, but we don't know exactly what the operation was about. We just know that it's not safe for her to be in London.
So there's more to come.
In Broken Girls there isn't so much, but in book 3, oh yes, a lot of it is coming back. I have to keep people reading and buying, you see. So in book 3 there's a lot more to come about that.
Fantastic. And so the book's set in Wiltshire now, and so the first one was set in London, but the second one she's in Wiltshire, is that right? Or
no, all the books are set in Wiltshire. So so we start off with the fact that she's only been in Wiltshire for a few months, and she's still settling in. She's still a bit prickly. She's trying to get her own team together and work herself out. And as a fairly new DI, she's still getting things a little bit wrong at times,
as we all do.
And so she's just trying to work out who she is in this new place, because she's been a Londoner all her life, and suddenly to be uprooted and told you need to go, she's finding that all a bit hard, and she's just trying to settle, and it's taking her a while.
In fact, that brings us on nicely to locations, because you were saying that locations are very important to you in terms of like visualizing where the story is going to be. So how do you find the locations, and what sort of locations inspire you or inspired these particular books?
Yeah, well, with Last Scene, what I actually did, in fact, I did it with the first book with Unearthed, I created a fictional village, because I thought the people of Wiltshire are not going to be too impressed if I take a real village and put all these crimes into it. So just like you have Midsummer, which isn't a real village, we have Marchant and Otterfield in Last Scene. So 2 villages that are fairly close by. And so there's an incident that happens in Otterfield where a child goes missing from a playground, but it ties in with people in Marchant as well. So we have completely fictional villages for that. But police headquarters is set in Devizes. That's where it is. That's where it's based. And there are a few little things I point out to. So I talk a lot about a baker's, because we have a lot of food, because police officers do need to eat. And so there is a particular baker's they go to, and it is a real baker's. I won't say the name because that's advertising. But they do have the most amazing stuff, and they have donuts, ring donuts that literally, I'm not joking, are this size. And when we went to visit, I heard a child say, "Oh, it's as big as your face." That's going in the book. So that's real, and there's some other places that we have that are real. With Broken Girls, I thought, right, this time I knew I wanted a woodland setting for a crime scene. So I got onto Google and was looking through little patches of woodland, and I could see there was some near a railway, and that there was a pathway and all these different things. So I went on to Street View, and suddenly I had this most amazing pathway in front of me, that then you turn around, it went over a little bridge onto a road which goes up to not a main road but a country lane. And I was thinking, wow, this looks possible. I could set this here. And then we went to visit, and it turns out, I found out since we visited that we probably shouldn't have driven down that road because it's private, but it didn't say it was private, but it's full of potholes, and it was an interesting journey down that road. But then we managed to stop, and then you couldn't go any further because of the pathway, and we couldn't go into the woodland because we knew that probably was private. But the pathway itself was incredible. So on Street View, you could just see straight ahead. But we could see the sides, and there's these incredible banks that go up the side of this path. And there are trees literally balanced on the top, and all their tree roots are exposed. It looks like they're about to slide down any second.
Very, very old ancient path.
Yes, and sort of heading over. And there's also little bits of brickwork, suggesting it was probably a little bit more of a substantial lane at some point. And there's a hole in one of the side of the banks as well. And we're like, gosh, this is amazing. And then we met a dog walker, and I was taking videos and photos and feeling like, oh gosh, I don't really want this, looks a bit, dodgy. But my husband spoke to her and said, can I just say, my wife's, researching this for a book. And I think, oh no. And can you tell us anything about this area? And she said, well, I've only lived here a few years, but did you know this lane is haunted? We were like, oh, no. Nothing about this lane, we've only just arrived. And so she then proceeded to tell us the story. And then I went back later and looked it up online. It's like, oh gosh, yes, this is all written down. And
isn't that amazing? You find it randomly on Google Street View and then find this story. It's great.
So it's like all in the book.
I've got to read this now.
All in the book, yes. So not a main thing, but it's just there as a little sort of atmospheric thing.
Did you find that you start with the locations and then build a story, or would you think of the crime first and then think of the setting for it after that? Because people work in different ways, don't they?
Yes, and it's worked with each book. So initially, I think for both of these, I started with the crime. I knew what the crime would be and where I wanted it to be. Book 3 is actually set in the beautiful setting of Swindon, because at some point we have to go into the towns. But there's the Old Park Gardens, which are lovely.
Right. Yeah.
So that's going to be there. So often I start with the crime, and then you think, okay, where will this crime have happened? Who's the victim? So it's like for any detectives, I tend to sort of pants it rather than plan it, because a detective doesn't turn up and find that they have been given a list of suspects and who the person is. They have to go out and find that information. So as a writer, I tend to do that. So I tend to work it out as I go along, but I'm always thinking about it.
That's an interesting approach, because I would think for crime writing, you need to know exactly what's going to happen, because the plot is crucial, isn't it? And how the plot develops is so crucial. And it must be quite hard to sort of make that up as you go along in a way, but it just shows your skill as a writer that you can do that. I think, a lesser crime writer might just want to have it all done by numbers almost, and this happens and then that happens.
Everyone's different. So there are some who literally do plan everything out, because then they can write it really quickly. When you pants it takes longer.
But it's probably more interesting.
Yeah, you might go back and reread. I think, oh, what was I doing there? Oh, right, yes, okay. But then it does mean that things can suddenly occur to you as you're going on. Think, oh, that works quite well. But then this is what editing is for. That irons out any sort of mistakes, any things that aren't quite right, or you can introduce something else. So yes, it's. Are
you part of a group of crime writers? And if so, do you all help each other and read each other's work? Or I said we don't have the class at the Morden Centre anymore. What I am part of is something called First Monday Crime, where we do something very similar to this. We put events on, normally on the first Monday, not always every month, but most months. We're starting next month, right. Which we used to meet in London and actually have a proper panel there live, but now we're online. But there's quite a lot of people. So we've got Rod and Susie coming up. Both of them read first drafts of Last Scene and gave me feedback. Which was crucial, really important. So it's a case for us, it's, people that I can go to and say, would you do this? Have you got time? So yes, it's really useful to have people who will give you honest critiques. Honest critiques, exactly.
As I say, it's not good enough to have your mum read it for that. Later, it's great when, like, my mum tells me that she stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning to finish it, which was lovely to hear. But, she's 85, and I'm saying, don't do that. But yeah, you do need, and that's where, as I said, both of these books went through the Morden Centre first, the class there.
It's fantastic. So we're hoping there's lots of people watching this today who maybe wrote a book last year during lockdown and maybe are looking for a group to join, like a writer's group or a critiquing group or something. So it's nice to know what groups are out there and what support network people have for writing, because I think we'd like to explore this and maybe start one of our own at the library. And
start one, yeah. Definitely.
No, that's fantastic. No, so that's it's been great to talk to you. I think we just have time for sort of one or two more questions, but I don't know if we have any questions from Facebook, Marion. Do we have any?
We do. Amer is asking, hi Joy, how did you do your research on the police procedural side of things?
Yes. So the interesting thing about police procedural, because it is very technical, is to try not to go into too much technicality because you could get yourself scuppered. But at the same time, you do have to check that you're correct. So there are quite a lot of retired police officers out there now offering services. So I use a guy called Graham Bartlett, who is a former sort of, I can't remember his exact title, but chief superintendent in Sussex, but he advises Peter James, which is good enough for me. So I go to him sometimes and say, what about this? And then he'll sort of say, all right, okay, it's this. And there are other people I know who are authors, who are former police officers, who again, you can sort of say, can you do this? But obviously, if you want to have it done properly, you do have to pay them because they're offering their services. Again, often you look up things. So police websites now are a little more guarded than they used to be as to what information they put out. But often I could find on Wiltshire website, the police website, what kind of policing they have in that area. So discovering they have neighbourhood teams, they have a lot of police support officers. They have also local what's the name? I should remember this because I'm just writing this in the book now. Local investigation officers. They also have media officers. They have their own now dealing with forensics on media and things like that. They get the phones and the laptops. So it's just finding people who can help. It's not always easy to get a police source because they're not meant to tell you things like that sometimes, but they can tell you if it's correct, or if you've got something that you want to work out, they can maybe help you find a way for that to work. And I think also watching a lot of police programs, I watch a lot of real life police, not just the drama, but things like 24 Hours in Police Custody, 999, What's Your Emergency? They had a whole few series set in Wiltshire, which was just perfect for me. And so you can pick things up from there, sort of really see how police officers work.
Fantastic. Any other questions, Marion, from Facebook? Or?
Yes, we do have another question, and I think that's all we'll have time for. As a published writer, how does that change the amount of time you need to spend writing compared to before?
So at the moment, because I've been writing these novels for a really long time, I had 3 drafts of the first 3 books. So it meant that I got a book deal for 3 books, and I got that book deal, believe it or not, only last August. But with Bookshop, because it's digital, they get things out pretty fast. So I've basically spent the last year editing. So I haven't actually as yet had to sit down and write a brand new novel. But I know that when I do, in the past, it's taken me sort of normally like an academic year, but that's because I was going to the writing class, taking it along each week. I will probably have to reduce that sort of 9 months to 4 for a first decent draft. And I am now sort of working every day. And my youngest is now in secondary school, which makes it much easier because there's no longer any drop-offs or pickups, so my writing day is longer. So yes, that's probably, but there are some people who can produce their first draft in ridiculous times, like 4 weeks, but they've already spent a lot of time thinking about it. So a lot of it is thinking time first and coming up with your ideas and knowing roughly where you want to go.
Yeah. So it is okay to lie on the sofa and stare at the ceiling for a couple of hours, because that's a valuable thinking time.
Yeah.
Very important. No, it's been lovely to talk to you today. Your books sound really, really exciting. Presumably they're available in all good bookshops and online?
No, not quite. Because it's Bookshop and it's digital, it's only available so the Kindle versions or the ebook versions are available on Amazon, Kobo, Google and Play. You can get paperback on Amazon. They're print on demand, so you can get them. But you can also go to New Malden Library because I've given you a copy of each. So you can go and borrow it as well.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for sparing the time to come and talk to us today. It's been really, really interesting. And I think we've run out of time now. Is that right, Marion? I think we have to...
That was so fast.
Lovely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, and we are live. Hi, Rod. Thank you so much for coming today. We're really happy to have you. You're the second author in our crime and thriller segment. So yeah, just to start off, I just wanted to know, well, if you could just share a little bit of who you are and what you wrote.
Sure, yeah, and thank you very much for having me. It's great to be along to this today. So my name's Rod Reynolds. I have just published my 5th book, which is called Blackreed Bay, which I'm modelling for you here very inexpertly. So it's the first in a new series. My first 3 books were a trilogy set in the 40s in America. And then my 4th book, which came out last year, was Blood Red City, which is set in London. Bit of an homage to my hometown, an ode to my hometown, a book that I'd always wanted to kind of write. And then for Blackreed Bay, my latest one, which came out just 2 weeks ago, I've gone back to the US, to Long Island in the present day. And it's so all of my books have, to a greater or lesser degree, have an element of real life in them. And this one's no different. So it's very, very loosely based on a serial killer case in the States that you might have heard of called the Long Island serial killer, which first sort of came to light in around 2011 with the discovery of a number of bodies in quite a remote part of Long Island. And obviously it's been investigated on and off ever since then, and it's still unsolved at the moment. And it's quite a tragic case. So my book is absolutely a work of fiction. But the jumping off point, I guess, is at the start of the book, a young woman disappears from a very exclusive beachfront community in the middle of the night. And the last thing she does is makes a call to the police, and she kind of gets cut off while she's telling them that someone's chasing her and trying to kill her. And that was essentially the real life element of it. That's where it started. At that point, my book departs from the real story and it becomes my version of it. And the book introduces my new character, which is Detective Casey Ray, who is a detective. She's a detective with the local police force. She is sent to investigate this, what appears to be a disappearance. And the first person that they come into contact with appears to be this young woman's boyfriend. And then it very quickly becomes apparent that actually there's a bit more going on there, that he's lying, that other people are not telling the whole truth. And then they start to discover bodies, and that's where Casey realizes that she's really kind of caught up in something a lot bigger than a simple disappearance.
Okay, I see. Ooh, intriguing. Just before I start with any questions, we just have someone on Facebook who just said, nice to see you. Blackreed Bay is a great read, gripping. So cool.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Good feedback here. Yeah, so I think one of the questions I wanted to ask you, because your books are set in different time periods. So you said you had a trilogy set in the 40s.
Yeah.
And then on more recent day, present life. So I wanted to know, what are the different challenges in writing in different time periods? I suppose for a book that takes place in the past, you might focus more on the trying to recreate the ambience of the time and maybe have more historical accurate settings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly the challenge of writing in the 40s in the States, and I'd been to the States a number of times, but not the area that I was writing about. So that was a real challenge. And then also, as you rightly say, trying to get the feel of it, which so much comes through in terms of dialogue and vocabulary, obviously.
Yeah.
So that was a real challenge. It took me quite a long time to just kind of get the feel for it, because believe it or not, even though it's set in the 40s, the reason I chose that period was because, again, it was based on a real life case, at least initially. And I'm not a big fan of kind of 40s movies and black and white and stuff like that. Books, yes, that's different. Chandler and all that kind of stuff, of course. So that was really where I started with it. I went back to Chandler and read all of that, went back to Dashiell Hammett and all those kind of great noir classic writers of the 40s. Then it was looking at old movies, and then it was, I mean, we're blessed with the internet because I could get hold of newspapers from the time that were reporting on the events, and that gives you such a great insight into, you know, how people spoke, the way they referred to things. And there was obviously a lot of working up the setting, and again, in my first novel, it was set in Texarkana, in the States, on the Texas-Arkansas border. I was really lucky that the town, as it is now, as it was then, it's almost like a time capsule, where the town is still very similar to as it was then. So after I'd written the first draft, I managed to go over there to kind of go and see the place, and I could see all these places that I'd seen on the internet or read about in articles. So that was great, and it was a real challenge, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the historical research. That followed on for the next two books because they were all set in the States. Then the fourth book was set in present day in North London, so which is where I'm from. So it was not only a little bit more familiar, but it was a lot cheaper to buy a Zone 1-4 travel card for the research trip. So that was an afternoon going up and down the Northern Line, trying to find my locations for where my people were going to get killed and things like that. Which might have looked a bit odd if anyone had kind of seen me sitting there with my notepad kind of scribbling down like, no, you can't kill them there because it'd be too tricky to get over the ticket gates.
That's amazing, so to be able to get real life inspiration from the places you're going to. That's pretty cool.
Exactly that. And then so this one, this is the most recent one, is the trickiest because so as with the previous ones, I'd always visited the cities that I set it in once I'd at least got a draft together. But unfortunately, with COVID and everything, I've not been able to do that. So, I mean, I have been to New York before, not to this exact area, because it's quite remote. It's out on the beaches, so it's away from, what we perceive as sort of Manhattan. But I've done the best that I can. And as I say, we're so lucky with Google and street maps and all the information that's at our fingertips. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. So I did have a few other questions. Because we actually have some questions on Facebook, I think we're just going to focus on these ones. So just one that is not a question but a comment. Someone is saying, I'm just starting a writing course and it is immensely inspiring to get feedback from someone who has traveled further down the path. Thank you so much. So that's great. And one of the questions we have is, when you first wrote about crime, how much knowledge did you have around policing and procedures?
I always said I'd never write a police procedural for two reasons. One was that I'm not so interested in that side of things. I'm more interested in the human element of crime and those stories and how it affects people and the impact it has on people and the emotional kind of gut punch. That's what I enjoy as a reader, and it's what I want to kind of convey in my books. And secondly, I didn't know very much about police procedure, or at least I very quickly found out how little I knew. So I always said I'd do two things. I said I would never do police procedure, and I always said I would never write prologues because I didn't really like prologue. So this is my police procedural, which starts with a prologue, because
perfect.
Like all authors, I'm also a hypocrite and a fraud. So when I started writing this, because my previous characters had been journalists and then kind of fixers and political operatives, I did, as I say, very quickly realize, okay, you think you know from film and TV, but I really didn't have the grasp that I needed. But I was lucky that a friend of mine put me in touch with a serving police officer in the States who had done some consulting work for him on his books. And he was kind enough to read through the manuscript and kind of help me shape it so I didn't make any egregious errors. There's always a tension between, being exactly kind of spot on correct with procedure and being true to the story. So I wasn't too worried about nailing absolutely everything, but I just sort of said to him, look, I just don't want to look stupid. I don't want to do anything ridiculous. And it was a really interesting experience because obviously I've written I've actually written 7 novels now, so I'm used to getting editorial feedback, constructive, sometimes quite blunt. But this was coming from someone who's not within that world, so he was extremely blunt. He was like, he was kind of like, you know, if one of my officers did this, they'd have been sacked by now. You know, your detective is an idiot. Your detective is still being an idiot. Your detective is still being an idiot. So I kind of took that on the chin, and at first it was kind of like, oh man, this is a disaster. And by the end, it was like, okay, this is, you know, I just need to take his advice. So, and it was a really great experience working with him, actually. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite invaluable advice and feedback. Yeah, if you
absolutely
in the field. We have, so Joy is asking a question. What are the challenges of using a real life case as inspiration?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So, as I said, my first novel was based on a real life case, and that was the first time I'd had to really think about that. And even though it was a case in the 40s, there are people that are still alive who lived through that. And at the time, it one of the reasons it attracted me as a story was it sort of terrorized this whole town. This was a relatively small town that had never experienced anything like this before, and they lived through a springtime of absolute terror. And I was, you know, kind of, while I wasn't expecting a sort of flood of people from Texarkana to pick up my book in the UK, I hated the idea that I might have upset someone or rekindled any bad memories. So
yeah, I see.
I did have to kind of work that balance. And then it's a similar story with this one. This one's been in my head for, I first read about the case not long after it came to light in the press over there. So it's been in my head in one form or another for about 8 or 9 years. And the fact that it was so much fresher did kind of deter me from writing it for quite a long time for those reasons, for sensitivity issues.
Yeah.
And then one of the things that kind of convinced me now it was okay to do it was there's now a drama on Netflix which is loosely based on the same set of occurrences. So I kind of thought, okay, if there is now fiction being made with this at its heart, and that was a much closer telling of the story, then I kind of thought, okay, if I take real life characters out of it and make sure that I'm not doing a disservice to anyone who, because it's, you know, the real case is truly tragic, and that the ructions and the kind of implications for the families were horrific and still ongoing in some cases.
Yeah.
So I just thought if I move it away from that, as I say, I take the start as a jumping off point and then the stories go like that. I think that's kind of treating it as sensitively as I can. So, but yeah, it's a good question because there's always that tension. And there's always that worry in my mind. I'd hate to upset anyone who'd been impacted by this.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, that's really interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about this aspect of people still alive today and still being impacted by these cases. That's that's an excellent point. Just coming back to your writing. So you wrote a series and some standalone. Is there any do you have a preference between the two, or do you prefer to come back to the settings that you already know and already worked on, or is there a thrill as well in kind of researching a new setting and place and time?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because I never planned the first series, so it was written as a standalone based on a real life case, and then the publisher liked the character and wanted to bring them back. And there was an element of serendipity in that when I went to Texarkana to research the first book, after it was at a draft at that stage but not finished, while we were traveling there, because I went with my family, we happened to stop in another town nearby that had this incredible mob history that linked beautifully with what I'd just written, and the real life story there became the sort of inspiration for the second book in the series, and it all just dovetailed perfectly, and that was pure chance. And then there was a link between that town and Bugsy Siegel, who was at that time starting Las Vegas. What became, you know, the mob's kind of the first stirrings of Las Vegas in the desert there, which was where I'd wanted to write a book about because I'd been there a couple of times and I knew it had this great kind of early history, you know, tied up with the gangsters and everything. So it was never planned to be a series. It just came together that way, and I really enjoyed. I was lucky with those elements coming, sort of lining up, and then I really enjoyed having an arc for the character, which became, so the kind of arc of the first book was very much about redemption, about this character who, so he's a journalist, Charlie Yates, who's sent to cover this story in the Deep South. He's from New York, so to him it's all kind of small fry at the start, and he's kind of filled with self-loathing anyway because of various issues in his past, and it becomes about his quest for redemption through this, trying to find what's happening in this, you know, this horrible set of murders. and then that actually led quite nicely to become an arc for the whole, what became a trilogy effectively.
Oh.
So there wasn't a great deal of planning at the start because it kind of came together quite organically. Then it was great fun in some ways to pick up a book and go, right, now I'm starting again, new characters, start fresh, new story, new setting. And that was it was really fun in some ways. And in other ways, you're like, oh man, I've got to come up with a whole new set of characters. You know,
Yeah.
I've just written best part of 500,000 words and you know, probably 20 characters I've developed to one degree or another. And now I've got to come up with new ones.
Yeah.
But actually, that has its own joys as well. So I'd certainly say I find it more interesting to be working on a series again now because I think I've got better planning skills than I had when I started out. You know, I was listening to Joy talking on the previous interview slot about, again, that tension between planning versus plotting. And I've started out as very much a pantser who just kind of started with the start and see where it led me. But I've kind of reluctantly planned a bit more with each book. So to now to be able to bring that to a series and a character arc is, again, is an interesting challenge.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you so much for that. Are you working on anything else at the moment? Are you working on another novel, potentially inspired by another real case, or not?
I mean, I'm an author. I'm always working on something to some degree or another, even if it's just up here when I'm just kind of walking in the park and pretending that I'm working. Yeah, I mean, I've got ideas for where I want to take this series and this character in particular. She was great fun to write. She's the first. So my previous books had all been, to one extent or another, been anti-heroes or certainly shades of grey morally.
Yeah.
And so my challenge for myself in this book was, okay, I want to write a genuine hero, just a real good person who's trying to do the best at her job and is perhaps overmatched by circumstances and whatever else. And that was really fun. And I think she was great fun to write. And I think there's a lot more that I can do with her. So I've got some of that in my mind. There's another manuscript that I've kind of been plodding along with on and off for a little while. That's something completely different to anything I've written before, not inspired by real life. But when that will ever be finished, or if it'll ever see the light of day, who knows? Yeah. So we'll see. At the moment, as I say, because this has just come out, it's very much been about the publicity for this one. So
yeah, I can imagine. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I don't think there are any other questions on Facebook, but yeah, people who are watching us, if you do have other questions, feel free to add them. Is there anything you would like to say before we finish this Q&A?
No, that was great. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for all your work on organising it as well.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for coming. We're really, really, really appreciative of that.
That's a pleasure.
Well, have a lovely afternoon then, and we'll see you soon for new adventures.
Thanks a lot, and good luck with the rest of the festival.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Hi, hello Amanda. It's really nice to have you here today for local author book fair and in our crime and thriller section. Yeah, just I think to start off this conversation, could you just like let us know a little bit more about you and the book you created?
Lovely. Well, thank you very much. Anyway, that's really lovely to be here on this special event. Yeah, my name is Amanda Robson, and I've written 5 psychological thrillers. My 5th one has just come out on the 19th of August, and it's called The Unwelcome Guest. And it's actually about the mother-in-law from hell, and it's sort of quite a bitchy cat and mouse tale. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are at complete loggerheads, and the poor son or husband is absolutely stuck in the middle. And I have really enjoyed writing this book because over the years I've known a lot of people who have had trouble with this relationship, and it is a relationship that is primed to be toxic because after all you don't choose one another, and the only way you can get away from one another would be if the marriage broke down. So it is a relationship that I think is often fraught with difficulty. So I've enjoyed writing it, and I'll just read you a very short. I'll just read you the very first paragraph, which is written through the eyes of Saffron, who is the daughter-in-law. I look across the breakfast table at my husband, Miles, and the reasons I married him move towards me with certainty. We are in tune, both physically and mentally. Why do I ever doubt him? It's not Miles I have problems with, but you, Caprice, his mother. Are you a frail and lonely widow with kind eyes and a swan-like neck? Or the mother-in-law from hell with a witch's cackle for a laugh? Whichever, you have infiltrated our lives. And anyway, the relationship has just got worse, and that's why it's called The Unwelcome Guest, because she now has just moved in with them. She's widowed and she's living in an annex, and she's wealthy. She paid for the part of the house and she was living in an annex, and that wasn't too bad, but she became very lonely and fed up in the annex, and she's moved into the house. So she really has infiltrated their lives now.
I see. So yeah, that's a really interesting premise. Is everything okay with your mother-in-law? And like, did you got inspiration from a real character, or did
my mother-in-law was nothing like this woman that I meted, I can assure you. But there are 3 scenes in the book which are based on fact. So if anyone reads it and they want to text me or private message me, I'll tell them whether they guess which ones are true. But no, obviously with anything like a psychological thriller, it's the characters are larger than life, and I'm sure most people's mother-in-law are nothing like this monster-in-law that I've created.
That's good. So I think in these views there's a multitude of character and point of views. Like, if I understood well, each chapter is told from the perspective of a different character.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's written through the eyes of the mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law, the husband's brother, and also the nanny, who's an observer.
How did you just talking about your writing process? How did you how did you manage this idea? Did you write all of the chapters from one person's perspective and then kind of put them one after the other, or did you write the whole story and then choose from which point of view you're going to see it? I don't know if my question is really clear or not.
I write it as I go through each character's eyes. And in my head, I imagine I'm that character, and then I continue the story through a different person's eyes. Because if you repeat, if you have the same scene through all the different people's eyes, I know some people do that and they do it beautifully, but I think that can become a bit boring for the reader and repetitive. So the story always continues in the next person's eyes rather than repeated. And I just imagine in my head that I am that character, so I do it as I go. Is that clear? Is that the answer?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I think my question was
I don't write it all like through one head and then move through later and change it. I just do it through the different heads as I go. Yeah.
Okay, amazing, thank you. And why did you choose to write about these characters, and why did you write this book, basically?
Well, I've written, it's my fifth thriller, so I was commissioned to write it, by HarperCollins. But because I've had, we've had a lot of trouble. A lot of friends of mine have been made not particularly welcome into a new family and have had trouble. So it was an idea that came to me. It's just an idea that came to me through people watching. But I mean, like, my first book was about two couples. It's called Obsession, and it was about a man and a wife, two couples who were very friendly, and then the wife of one couple had a rampant affair with the man in the other couple, and everybody's relationships just dissolved. And I've had friends who've had terrible, sad experiences when they got to a certain age when they had no idea, and then they found out their husbands had been unfaithful, and that caused a lot of hurt. And so it's sort of, a lot of my ideas have come just from experiences that friends have had, or things people have mentioned, and it's just that's this one.
Okay, thank you. So let me know if I'm wrong, but I think in a previous live, before you became a full-time writer, you worked in medical research, and especially in the poison unit.
Yes, I did. Yes, but when I did a degree in physiology at London University, and then I did a master's degree at City University, and then I went into medical information work. I worked at the poisons unit at Guy's, and I worked in the pharmaceutical industry, so like a medical writer, writing information booklets. And so my early career was scientific, and then I was a stay-at-home mum for many, many years, and I loved being at home with the children. And when the children became teenagers, and everybody else's life was moving forwards, my husband loved his career, my youngsters were looking forward to going to university, and they were playing sport and having a great time, and I just suddenly, having really loved being at home all those years, I suddenly felt as if I was just an enabler for everyone else, and I just suddenly wanted, I just wanted more to do something for me, and I'd always fancied to write a novel. I've always loved reading, and it was just something that I'd always dreamt of doing one day, and I just suddenly thought, well, why don't I have a go? And it fitted in very nicely with still being busy with the family, because it was something I could get on with from home, still be around. So the boys would be revising for A-levels or whatever, or home from university and revising or working, and it was something I had plenty of time for, and yet I could still be there for my family. It was really enjoyed it very much.
Well, it's nice that you found this creative this creative way to find something for you. It's really amazing. I don't know if I'm completely wrong here, but like for me, like, just when I see that you worked as a poison unit, that's really exotic, that's really exciting for me. But did you use any of that scientific knowledge? Because I think I see like kind of at least it's kind of the same realm, like writing crime fiction, working with poison, nothing like that. But maybe I'm just completely wrong, because I'm sure the reality of your old job was not as exciting as it is in my head. But yeah, did you use any of that scientific knowledge in your writing?
Yeah, I think I did. I mean, I didn't consciously set out to, but there is an awful lot of poisoning in my novels, actually. And so I think it subconsciously has really affected me. And also, I think having a scientific background is quite helpful, because funnily enough, I think if you're writing crime, you do have to have quite a logical mind. It has to be very carefully planned, and the clues and the, it has to be all. And so it's, in a way, having a bit of a scientific background is a help, I think.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's actually a really good point. Thank you. Are you working on another novel at the moment?
Yes, I am. I'm working on a novel that I'm supposed to be handing in November, but I better get on with it a bit faster than I am at the moment. But yes, and it's at the moment the working title, because they often change your titles, is A Week in Amalfi, and it's about a husband, a man who's divorced, and he's having a party for his 50th birthday in this villa in Amalfi, and he's invited his ex-wife because they've stayed friends, and the family are all there, but he's still basically in love with his ex-wife, and she left him, but she never had another boyfriend or whatever. So he's been hoping to get back with her, but she does suddenly produce a boyfriend, and he's very, very devastated, and it turns out she's been with this man for a long time, and all the reasons why she just didn't say anything, and he's devastated, and it's so there's a lot of shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm quite early on with writing it. I do need to get on with it, actually.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. Are you by any chance attracted to any other genres other than thriller and crimes? Do you want to write something different at some point, or is it really?
Yes. I would like to move to women's fiction and more literary fiction, and in fact I have written an extra novel which I'm still working on, that I would love to get published. I mean, I haven't sold it to anyone yet. I haven't, it's just I've still got to sort of really tighten it up.
Yeah.
And that's about a woman. It's about a bit more about what your life is and what it could be, more like a sliding doors concept. So I've got a woman who's been in a car accident and she's in a coma, but in her mind she's reliving her life, and you don't know which life. She's reliving the life she lived and the life she would have liked to have lived. And the two women personalities are arguing in their head. So it's still like a psychological thriller, but there's no crime in it. And the intrigue is, which woman will survive? Because, people quite often after severe head injury do have severe personality change afterwards. So it's sort of which personality, whether she will survive. Part of it's written through the husband's eyes as well. And only you can't tell which husband he is. But it's which woman will survive, and whether she'll survive. That's the sort of intrigue of it. But it's not got a crime in it. So I don't know. We just have to see how easy or difficult it is to market it, and I've also got to finish it.
Fair enough.
So I've been working on that on and off for quite a few years in between all my other deadlines.
Yeah, because I suppose you have a contract in advance with your publisher, and then you can write on your side projects or other novels at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I had for you. Is there anything else you would like to share, or anything you would like to say to the audience?
Well, just thank you for supporting the local library. Aren't we lucky to have wonderful places like Kingston Library and all the amazing services, and the joy of reading and audiobooks and all the lovely things the library provides. And I just love all sorts of different books, and I'm sure you all do, all the people watching. So
yeah. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for this really delightful conversation, and good luck with your future books. I hope you'll find a publisher for your coma novel. And I'll see you soon for new adventures.
Lovely to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, welcome back everyone to our day of live and recorded author events. We're here this afternoon with Emma Curtis, who's carrying on our theme of crime and thriller writers for this segment of the afternoon. So hello Emma, lovely to meet you.
Hi, thanks for having me.
That's okay, we love your bookshelf behind you there. So are you at home today? Is this your writing?
I'm at home, yeah.
Brilliant, okay. So you're the author of 5 crime thrillers, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Right, so there's so your most recent one is One Little Mistake, is that right, that came out this year?
First one was One Little Mistake. That's one that's just come out. Invite Me In.
Lovely. Oh, Invite Me In. Sorry. Yes, brilliant. Okay, so we'll talk about that one in a minute too. Lovely. You've been described as the queen of unputdownable thriller, which sounds amazing. So I haven't read any of your books, but I hope to read them very soon. But I'll certainly be having a look to see what you do. So can you start off just by telling us a little bit about yourself and how you got into writing?
I used to be I didn't have a great career, but what I've worked as years was as a school secretary. I started writing when my children were tiny. I think it was partly boredom, partly because I've always been a big reader. And I kind of struggled along and did this and that and got lots of rejections and gave up. And then I started again when my first child went to university. Brilliant. And that took about 3 books. And then finally I got through. But it's been fantastic. So it's made my 50s. You know, it's given me a whole kind of new career and a whole new life at a time when, you know, I might have been feeling a bit more sort of frustrated or not quite knowing where I was in life.
That's
but
fantastic.
it has been wonderful. So yeah, I mean, I write psychological suspense type crime. So it's not, you don't even have to have a body really. It's more about who you can trust, who's telling the truth, and the danger is close by rather than a big conglomerate or a serial killer or anything like that. It's the known unknowns, I suppose.
Those are the kind of books I like because they're very relatable. I think anyone could imagine that they could be in that situation, and I like the idea of unreliable narrators as well. Sometimes you don't know who's telling the truth or who's being honest with who about what. So they're great ideas for stories, absolutely. And several other people have mentioned that they tried to write when their children were young and just sort of couldn't focus or didn't have the energy. Or great that you kept going, you didn't give up, and you kept going and you came back to it later on. You know, I think that's what seems to be coming through with a lot of people. Is it's starting a book is one thing, but finishing it and persevering and getting it out there is that's the skill. That's what turns.
I think also as a young woman having children, you can lose a bit of confidence in yourself. So, and that then grows again after 40 actually. But you can, and so it's quite easy to get demoralized. So I found when I was older, I just bounced back every time somebody rejected me.
I think you've got a thicker skin, don't you?
And I think, yes, some people do it as younger women. I know plenty of authors have young children, but I kind of looking back, I know why it didn't work for me then. I was just trying to find something that wasn't children, and it could have been something else. I was just losing my identity, and I needed to find, and writing's at home, and
But you've done fantastically well at it, which is brilliant. So
I've been very lucky. Really, there are so many good writers out there that struggling to get an agent or a publisher. So there is a certain amount of luck involved. That's hard work.
A major step forward, isn't it? You've done brilliantly there. So so you've been described as having a fascination with the darker side of domestic life. Would you say that's an accurate description of where you sit in the genre?
I think it is, yes. I try not to be too doom and gloom, but you do write these things and start worrying about where you're getting it from, and be very careful not to say something. I think, oh God, I'm talking about something in my marriage or somebody I know, or you start looking for the bad and the tricky, and somebody will tell you a story and your brain will go, "Ee, that's good," and they've told you some awful story, some terrible thing about somebody, and you get all excited. So you have to be a little bit careful. But obviously it's more interesting than Happy Families. Nobody really writes stories about happy families.
and those themes are relatable to everybody, aren't they? Everyone knows someone who's had something happen like that, or come across.
You hope within there's the kind of normal stuff as well that people do relate. Otherwise it's all, readers can be quite critical. They didn't like anybody and they couldn't understand why she stayed with him and all this kind of thing. So it's very important to get to make sure everything is so well motivated that people don't disengage because of that.
Now, I have to apologise because I've not had a chance to read your books yet, but are your books written in the first person?
There's a mixture. Usually there's more than one point of view character. They invite me in, there's only Eliza, the woman, because I wanted to sort of be intensely about her. But there is a mixture. It helps if you've got 2 or 3 point of view characters. It sometimes helps differentiate them if you change the tense, or especially when people are reading on Kindle. You can get kind of confused with people, and you can't just flick back like you do in a.
No, that's true. That's true.
So it does. It's one of the things that kind of helps readers know where they are in the space and who they're with. You go from chapter to chapter. You think, oh, who's talking? This another woman, and you get kind of.
Yeah.
So you have to be quite careful. But I do try and go back to third person past, and then because you're used to it, you suddenly find you've written 3 pages in first person present. You're kind of. Your brain, because you're so used to being in that kind of deep point of view in somebody's head.
That's what I was thinking. Sometimes writing in the first person, it helps you to see what's going on in someone's head. Maybe they're not verbalising to the other characters, but you need to know what they're thinking and feeling themselves if they're not saying all of that, or if they're lying to somebody. Or so it's difficult to know what tense to write it in, I suppose, sometimes, isn't it?
If you want to do that, if you want to be in that person's head, but you want to do it in the third person, just write it in the first person first. And then when you change it, it's still got that feeling.
That's a good tip. I haven't heard that.
Just don't forget. You have to pick through it and make sure you haven't left any bits. But yeah, I used to do that a lot before I was writing. When I was trying to write romance many years ago, I'd put it in the first person and then change it into.
Yeah.
Then you get that more sort of quirky, real.
Yeah, I think it's keeping it real, isn't it? Keeping the character's voice really strong, isn't it? So, can I ask where you get your ideas? Well, we talked a bit about ideas, but do you take them from real life and stories that you've heard, or? Yeah,
pretty much. They do. You kind of dredge your memory, and people do talk to you if you're a writer. You find it's quite a good conversation opener. They know you're a writer at a party. People just tell you things. They'll say, "Well, this happened to me, or this happened to a friend." And I've got one very good friend who's a photographer, and her subjects, who can be quite interesting, just tell her all this stuff. So she doesn't necessarily tell me who they are, but she gave me the idea for the tenant in Invite Me In.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, people will say things, and also you learn to listen. And it's quite, if you're bad at parties, if you're a writer, it really helps, because suddenly you're interested in other people quite intensely, and that takes all the shyness away. If you're ever, if you're really shy at parties, start writing.
And asking other people to talk about themselves.
Yeah, because suddenly the thing about shyness is to get over it, just make yourself interested in others, whether you are or not. And writing does that. So for me, it's made me so much socially more.
And everyone has a story to tell, don't they? Which is great.
They do, and they love to tell them.
Yeah. So in terms of your writing process, I've learned 2 words today, which are you a plotter or a pantser? Because that seems to come across a lot with crime fiction. Do you plot it all out first, or do you just start writing and then see where it goes?
I'm a plantser. I find both very difficult, because if I don't plan, I get myself into a stew. If I do plan, I get myself into a stew, because something goes wrong, or suddenly I think neither hybrid helps. Because if you say you're kind of plotting in a kind of vague way and seeing which way it will go, you kind of let yourself off a bit. And I'm trying to create two different books at the moment, so I can sell 2 ideas. Like they want them both, or they want one better. And the idea and the plot came really quickly, and I just wrote it all down. It's wonderful. The other one, the idea's there, but the plot is just. So you just have to go for long walks and talk to yourself a lot.
Yes. So out of the books you've written, which one are you most proud of, or which did you feel came together the most easily, and it was the most sort of
Keep Her Quiet, the one before this one, came together so easily, and it's one of my more popular ones. And I absolutely loved writing it, and it was just so easy. And then the book that got me my agent, which wasn't actually a psychological suspense, it was written under a different name. That's what I'm most fond of, because although it didn't sell well enough for me to keep that name and go on, it opened all the doors. And it was a sort of quirky story about somebody's imaginary friend coming back when they're an adult. It was really hard to sell. But I'm very, very fond of it.
Yeah, so
it did the trick. It got me here.
And all your books are about different. Are they all different female protagonists in all of the books? Are they all women as the main character, or?
Actually, in Keep Her Quiet, there were. I think the most dominant character was male, but mainly they're female.
Right.
It was lovely to write a male.
Yes. So do you find the writing process has got easier the more that you do? Do you find you can write the books quicker or have more ideas now than when you started, or are they all?
No. I think it's tricky because there are so many writers in this genre. So every time you have an idea, you know that the moment you tell somebody your agent or editor, they say, "Oh, well, so and so is already writing in this vein." So it is really. It gets harder to be original. Because with psychological suspense, people don't want you to be too original, too unusual. So how many you can, the disappeared wife, the disappeared sister, the disappeared auntie. Or there are only a certain amount of relatives who can either be abducted or murdered, and as it's all kind of home and community based. The nice neighbour, the bad neighbour, the perfect neighbour.
Yeah.
You have to find something within that nobody else has done. So that gets hard.
It is a huge genre, isn't it? You're right, and especially because
it's a huge genre, very small focus, itty-bitty living space, as Aladdin.
Yeah. But I think there are always new readers coming through who don't know all those other books, classics. They don't know them. There's I work as a children's librarian, and it's the same. You do see lots of children's books coming up, and you think, oh, that's like this one, but there's always a new generation of children who haven't read them. So I think as long as
kids don't mind reading the same thing over and over again anyway.
They like it. I think a lot of adults do too. They like a genre, and they're just interested to see how you've dealt with it, and probably I think what sets them apart is like the depth of character, isn't it, and how well you drill down the psyche of your characters.
Yes, I mean you can do anything with a well-told story, whether it's a kind of Cinderella story or a David and Goliath story.
Yeah,
you can do what you like within that.
Absolutely, yeah. So if one of your books could be made into a TV drama or a film, which one do you think would work best, or which one would you like to see made into a TV drama?
Keep Her Quiet or Invite Me In.
Can you just
the last two?
So Keep Her Quiet. Can you just tell us a little bit about the plot without giving any spoilers? Like, what's the premise of Keep Her Quiet?
Keep Her Quiet is about a baby swap and the tragic and awful and criminal consequences of that.
An accidental baby swap, or
no?
A deliberate.
No, I know. But what happens is right at the beginning that happens, and then we skip forward 16 years, and that baby that swapped is now 16 years old and has to be kept quiet.
Right.
That was 2020's book.
Right, yes. And so you write for adults, presumably, because that plot to me sounds like something something Sophie Mackenzie would write, and something that teenagers themselves would love to read about. 16-year-old would love to read like that. So, and having,
I think if anything was going to cross over, that one would.
Yeah.
But that came from when I had my first baby in St Thomas's Hospital in London. About 3 weeks before the baby was stolen from the wing where I was going to have mine. Somebody just walked in, said she was a social worker and wanted to weigh the baby, and took it. And because it was 1989, I think, or beginning of 1990, the security is not what it is now.
Yeah.
So they didn't. It was found 3 weeks later. Somebody got suspicious, but I mean, to me, that she might not have been found. It was only because an estate agent showing the woman around a house to let cottoned on. Don't know how, but it could have been the other way. This child could have grown up with this woman who happened to have the same surname as her as well, usefully, but that didn't happen. But anyway, that's what sparked that idea.
Yeah,
and I've wanted to write something using that for a long time.
It's a really intriguing idea, and again, it's something that could happen to anybody, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or or maybe
something could have back then, and it did happen.
I don't remember it actually. I think So I vaguely remember that happening because I had my children.
Huge.
Later.
Yeah, it was huge news
because they brought in lots of extra protocols in hospitals, didn't they, to make sure that could happen again. So that was Brilliant. Okay. Just looking at my notes here. Are there questions to ask you? Oh, in fact, I wonder if we have any questions from the Facebook audience. I don't know if Marion can tell us if we have any questions.
Not at the moment. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to add them on Facebook. But yeah, I don't see any.
That's right. I'll tell you a bit about Invite Me In.
Yeah, please do.
So Invite Me In that came out last month. It's about a woman called Eliza who she's a recovered alcoholic, so she hasn't drunk for 10 years, but she is in a controlling marriage, and her husband is a paraplegic and has been for 10 years. He was a bit controlling before that. He's highly controlling since that, and she wants out, but because of her circumstances and because what he knows about her, she can't just pick up her children and go. And they rent out properties. Part of what he does working from home since he's been paraplegic is grow a big property empire, and he's a bit of a wheeler dealer, and he's made lots of money, and they've got a big swanky house. And she lets the latest property, to a young man called Dan, and fancies him, and he appears to fancy her, and she sort of, as you do, kind of works it all up, and she could leave with him, and she has a bit of a fantasy, but she knows it's a fantasy. But because she's so unhappy, she allows him to kind of lure her in, and she invites him into the house. He gets to know her family, and from then on she starts to lose control and lose friends, and it all becomes horrendous, and there are devastating consequences for everybody, as there often are in these books. But yes, it's about secrets people have, but it's also about wanting something different from what you've got. Yeah. And the frustration of not being able to have it, especially if it's your own fault that you can't have that. And so that was my lockdown book, which was interesting because she feels very locked down.
Absolutely.
But I've got a very good friend who's been in a wheelchair since 2001, and he talked to me ages ago. We were just joking about, couldn't you have a wheel? Curran in the book has many admirable qualities. He is not a nice man, and part of what happens is due to his behaviour, as well as Eliza's, and as well as the tenants and the French au pair.
Right. And that sounds really exciting.
It's very much homebound.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were feeling that it was a struggle for a lot of people last year, I think. And
I think it was, and I think any sort of domestic issues that were bubbling under the surface probably did explode for an awful lot of people. Yes. There have been a lot of similar kind of things happening to people. I think that's why your books might be very sort of relatable to a lot of people at the moment. And also saying a lot last year in the first lockdown, anybody could have done anything at home. You could have murdered your husband and buried him in the garden because nobody was coming round to your house.
Wow,
nobody
was seen my husband for some time.
It's just sweet. So it was this idea that anybody could do anything behind closed doors because no one was seeing what was going on anyway.
I think it's almost too close to home for people to write about that, because they know that people did experience difficulties and domestic abuse. I think people will. I think there's probably already something coming up on television drama.
I'll be interested.
But I don't think I would actually specifically write about the lockdown. So my next book that I'm trying to write is based two timelines, one 2018 and one 2022. So I've kind of cleverly missed out the bit in the middle. But you can refer to things like last year when we were locked down or whatever, without having to.
It's interesting whether people want to read about that, or like you say, whether it's too soon, or whether people just want to sort of get back to normal now. But I think your idea of having these sort of like domestic dramas is an interesting one. At the moment,
it's an interesting world to be in. I've tried to write police procedural type drama, and bought the book about police interviews and all that kind of thing. But I don't know. I think because I used to read a lot of it, but I don't anymore. And I used to read a lot of books, like this by Jonathan Kellerman, which are about serial killers. But I don't read those anymore.
We were talking
a bit about One Girl changed it all for me.
Yeah, we were talking a bit about this earlier about the whole procedural crime drama. There's a lot of research that do, isn't it, to make sure you're getting the details absolutely right. But interested to find out how authors are doing that and working with police officers and you know.
Yeah, I think they do, and I think there are police officers who have a little sideline in helping authors.
Absolutely. I realise we're nearly at the end of our 20 minutes, but I just wanted to ask just lastly, where can people get hold of your books? I'm hoping we have them in the library. If not, I promise you we will do very soon. Are they available in shops and online?
Online, Tesco's and Asda have them. Some Waterstones, but you can just go in and ask them to get them the next day.
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise online. But yes, I mean, if you're digital, they're £2.99 or something. If you prefer a digital, and they should. I handed over Marion some books for the library, so hopefully they'll go up on the shelves.
We'll buy more. But yes, we do definitely want to represent more local authors in the library. So we would. That's fantastic. So thank you for that. It's been lovely to speak to you. Absolutely great. So no more questions, Marion, from Facebook. We're okay. Are we done?
Yeah, do. If anybody wants to get in touch and ask anything, just let me know, and I'll ask them. And yeah, are you writing, Kate?
I wrote a YA fiction a few years ago, but it was very much whole secrets and lies and the internal struggle. Yeah. So, I got as far as having lunch with an agent, but then she didn't take it in the end. So that was as far.
That's brilliant. That's a huge
further. So no, but I like your style of writing. Those deep psychological dramas are definitely what I'm interested in. So I will be reading yours, I promise.
So, thanks, Kate.
Thanks a lot. It's lovely to chat to you. Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye. Bye.
So hi, hello Susie. It's really nice to see you here today. We're really excited to have you for this little Q&A. So basically, the first question I wanted to ask you is just to tell us a little bit more about who you are and what are the books you wrote.
Yeah, hi. So my name's Susi Holliday. I also write under the name SJI Holliday. So I've written a few books under each name. They're slightly different kinds of books. I started off writing a small town mystery series, which was called, they were all set in a fictional town called Bankton. So there was 3 books in there, and they had a detective that kind of followed through into each book. And it's kind of, there was all kind of small town claustrophobic, a little bit of kind of ghostly stuff in the first book, but like mainly just small town mysteries, which was really good fun. And then I kind of moved on to something different, and I wrote a Christmas serial killer thriller called The Deaths of December, where a new set of detectives receive an advent calendar which is full of crime scenes. So that was quite fun to write.
Cool.
Yeah. And then I moved on again to a couple of different standalones. So I wrote The Lingering, which was set in the Fenland in a sort of old Gothic mansion, which has been turned into a commune. And a new couple moved there to start a new life. And of course, everything goes horribly wrong. And there's a bit of crime, a bit of mystery, a bit of ghosts, all that kind of a mixture in that one. Then I wrote Violet, which was set on the Trans-Siberian Express, which is a trip that I've taken myself. And it's about 2 girls who meet up and decided to share a cabin together. And one, well, at least one of them is not who she seems. So that was a really fun psychological thriller. And that one's actually been optioned for film. So hoping that will be more news on that one at some point soon. And then I switched a little bit again. So still within the kind of crime, there's still murder everywhere in all my books. The next 2 had a bit of sci-fi crossover. So I had The Last Resort, which was out last year. And it's kind of an Agatha Christie type. And then there were none, but there's a technology device in it where they get something clipped onto their ears, which reads their dark memories and projects them out to the rest of the group. And then the most recent one is Substitute, which is about, starts off as a kind of family drama, you know, a young family with a young child, and a strange knock on the door from someone who claims to be able to sell insurance to prevent the deaths of your loved ones. So there's a bit of mystery there, and then that's one has a dual timeline that flits back to something shady in a lab in the 80s, and then it comes up to the present day, and it all kind of fits together. So that's the most recent one that's just come out a month ago.
Oh, yeah, you really experimented with lots of genre, I have a feeling, and that's really cool. Honestly, I want to read all your books. So are you attracted to a specific genre, or what I kind of want to know is, when you start a new book, do you think, right, I'm going to write a horror or crime novel, or do you start with a story and just see where it leads you and if it fits into a specific genre?
Well, I actually missed one out there because I wrote a horror novella as well called Mr. Sandman, which is a pure horror. Although it does have crime in it too. But I think I think I'm idea led, and I always have so many different ideas, and they're all within the same kind of general wheelhouse of dark things happening to people. I don't tend to go for, if I write horror, I don't tend to go for kind of monstrous things. It's all mostly kind of psychological things that people do to each other. So I think they cross over quite a lot between sci-fi, horror, crime, all different subgenres of crime, I think, all mixed together. So I think it really is, yeah, an idea comes to me, and I think, right, I'll start this. I try and work out who the main character is, what the story really is, and then see where it goes. And sometimes they go in slightly different directions. I seem to be incapable of writing the same kind of book twice.
Okay.
Which is fine because it keeps things interesting for me. But I like that, because I like to find I like to read lots of different books in different kind of subgenres. And I also read non-crime as well. But it's just, I think it's just the way my mind works, that it always comes up to the darker side of what people are capable of.
Yeah. Amazing. So in your last book, and I'm sure in other, you seem to have created quite a rich universe and setting with lots of backstory. And I wanted to know, like, is it a heartbreak to leave these characters and places when you finish the book, or are you drawn to expand on the same universe and maybe write a series or something like that?
Well, with the first three, it was all about the place, because I really wanted to. It was kind of, the fictional town was based on my own hometown, so I drew out a map. I got a map of the real town, and then I kind of superimposed my own map on it, and I changed it. I cut bits out, and I changed the names of the streets, and I did various things, like I pedestrianised the high street, which is something I thought should really be done in the real place. So I changed it into my own little town, and then because of that, it meant that lots of characters kind of popped out, because it did kind of come from experience, not of specific people, but just of that kind of place, that small town kind of place where everyone knows each other and there's all sorts of dark secrets in everyone's family. So those three really worked like that. And I had, like, maybe someone who was only mentioned by name in one book would then become a really important character in another book. And I would actually really like to go back there, because it kind of feels familiar, like I could just jump back in and there would be a million other stories that I could tell about some of the characters. So I wouldn't rule out going back there, even though it's been about 5 years since I had a book set there. But then also my Death of December one, they had a character, or a couple of characters, which I thought could possibly do more. And I kind of made up a town there as well, which was actually a little bit based on Kingston.
Okay.
Yeah, and a little bit based on Woking. So it was kind of a mixture of the two. And the reason for that is it's Christmas, and I started it when I went to Kingston before Christmas, and they've got the little Christmas market-y bit outside the shopping centre. And it all perfectly fit with the opening of the book. To do that one. So also wouldn't rule out going back there, because it's quite nice to have a familiar setting, because all the other ones since then have been completely made up, and then at the end of the book I'm kind of done with them, because it's more like I've used the characters rather than the setting, whereas the ones where I've used the setting, they're definitely places I'd go back to. So yeah, I'm quite keen to write a series or something just with some sort of shared universe type thing. But I'm not really sure I want to write sort of a detective type book, and those are the usual ones that follow into a series. So I'm not sure. I've got ideas. I've got some ideas for possibly some non-crime things that might be a series as well. So yeah, I mean, I'll just never live long enough to write all the ideas I've got.
Yeah, I can imagine. How do you come with those? I mean, I know it's kind of a cliche question, but how do you come with these ideas? Because you seem to be inspired by a lot of different things, by places and maybe situations that you come across. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, it is just the simplest stuff coming into my head when I'm in a situation or I've experienced something. So, for example, I was just away for the weekend and a few things happened that immediately just went into my head, and I thought, yeah, this is interesting, this part of a story. So it is just about the environment, and I've actually found it quite difficult over the whole lockdown pandemic period where there's been less travel, because I'm someone who's always travelled a lot, and even not just to be able to go and write in a coffee shop and things was quite difficult, because I like to be able to be around people and hear people's conversations. There's always things happening. Like, you just need to go down to any coffee shop for half an hour and some drama will happen, and it just sparks things, because it might just be the idea for a character, or some little thing will happen out on the street that think about, and it just all kind of comes together. And quite often it comes from things I've read or seen as well. I might watch a film, or I might read an article, or someone might tell me something, and just something out of that, a little nugget will kind of start to form an idea in my head. But yeah, I don't know exactly. I mean, if someone says to me, can you come up with an idea? I just have a complete blank.
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's just all my sort of subconscious at work, pulling things together.
I see. Yeah, that's, I think it's, being inspired by everything in your life can be quite draining. Do you when you try to find what your next book is going to be, do you have like a list of all the things you get inspired to, and like do you try to make a little patchwork of different things, or do you come with one single situation and try to expand your book? Or I don't know, how do you write a whole structure for your book and then try to fit it, or how does your creative process go?
Because I have so many different ideas, I have to keep track of them all, or otherwise I can't write what I'm writing, because I'm always thinking about another one. So every time I have an idea, I write a sort of working title, and I write the subject idea in the email, and I write notes in there, and every time I have ideas for that one, I reply to that email, so that it ends up at the end I've got like a big long thing that's got lots of notes in it. And so I've got that for, I don't know, there must be well over 100 of those in my folder in my email with idea, and sometimes they'll never see the light of day. It's just like sort of putting my ideas down there so I don't forget them. And then when I do have to write a book next, I go through all my list and see which one of these might work, which one of these might fit what I want to write now. And then I try and work out if there's enough in it or if it needs more expansion. And sometimes because people often think that I write quickly, but actually the idea process and the planning takes me quite a long time. And I go through that, and then I go back and forward. And then once I get stuck, when I stick on an idea that I'm going to write, then I kind of do plan it out, and I need to know the beginning, the middle, the end, definitely. And then I kind of go into more detail, and I try to do a chapter plan as much as possible. Like, I can't always fill all of it in, but it just gives me a structure, because I've got a day job as well, which is quite challenging. I can only write for a short time every day. And so it's much easier if I know what I'm going to write, because then I do write quickly. So if I know, like, I need to write this scene, then I can sort of get a draft down quickly in an hour or so. But if I had to sit down and think what I was going to write, then I would be there for hours and get nothing done. So it's kind of around, because I'm working as well. Saying that though, if I was full-time writer, I'm not sure I'd be any more prolific, because I think I would just spend more time thinking. So,
which is fair enough. I mean, it's part of the creative process as well. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Would you like to read a little extract from your last book?
Yeah. I've got, this is Substitute, that's just out now. I've got a little bit, just a couple of pages. So it's not from the prologue, it's from the first chapter where you meet the main character, Chrissy, and that's sort of what kicks off the whole story. So I'll just read that bit.
Thank you.
She spots him from the bedroom window, jittery, anxious, cheap suit and battered briefcase. He shifts from one foot to the other, rings the doorbell, rattles the knocker for good measure, glances at his watch. She stands back, concealing herself behind the curtain so that if he looks up, he won't see her. She doesn't have time for this today, this dishcloth salesman or Jehovah or whatever he is. She's been kind to them in the past, buying overpriced J-cloths from ex-cons, promising to read the Watchtower thrust into her hands. But today she can't face going through the motions of a polite, awkward conversation with a stranger. Unfortunately, he glances up at the window just then, face etched into a frown, and she's pretty sure he's seen her. He rings the doorbell again and stares right at her, then looks away and rattles the knocker once more. She responds by backing further into the bedroom so she can only see the top of his head, where a blossoming bald patch glints in the sunlight. Finally, he rattles the letterbox and a sharp stab of irritation pierces the base of her skull. Persistent little bugger. He's not going away. Her sigh turns into a stream of muttered obscenities as she slowly makes her way down the stairs. Careful, careful. It's what she's trained Holly to say before she goes up or down. These stairs are so bloody steep. She's past the halfway landing when the letterbox snaps open and a pair of dark, curranty eyes appear in the slot. Mrs. Tate, Christina Tate, please don't ignore me, Mrs. Tate. The letterbox snaps shut. She leans on the banister, sucks in her breath. How does he know my name? She never uses her full name anymore. She's Chrissy now, has been for a long time. A million thoughts whiz through her head. Taxman? Has there been some catastrophic error? No. She's good at sorting out the finances. Is it Nathan? Has something happened? No. They'd send uniformed police for that, wouldn't they? They'd come as a pair and they wouldn't be so shifty. Her heart stops. Holly? No. Holly's at nursery. Wendy picked her up at 8:30 and took her there just as she does every other weekday while Nathan is out at work and Chrissy works from home, trying to deal with her ever-expanding and ever more demanding client list. No, this man is not from the nursery. Her heart restarts as if defibrillated. She's still going through the possibilities when the letterbox opens again. Tell me, Mrs. Tate, have you ever experienced grief? Snap. A Jehovah then, not dishcloths. It's her soul he's after, not her cash. Quite the opening though. Have you ever experienced grief?
Wow. Thank you for that. Definitely hooked here. Well, thank you so much, Susie, for this delightful Q&A. Is there anything else you would like to add, or anything you would like to say to the audience?
No, I would say actually, if you're an audiobook fan, you should try and check out my books, because this most recent one has got multiple narrators and it's really fab. And also Violet also is like that. It has multiple narrators, and it just, when I actually heard a bit of Violet being recorded, and it was like being in a play. It was so incredible. So yeah, definitely if you're into audio, I'll definitely have a look at those.
It must be quite an experience to hear your book come alive like that, like become another medium.
It's strange because you listen to it from someone's voice and you just think, I wrote that.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good. Audio. I mean, I'm really glad audio's got so big now, because it's really brilliant. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Susie, for this Q&A, and yeah, we'll see you soon for new adventures.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So hello, Amer. It's really nice to have you here. It's really nice to meet you. And so today you are in our crime and thriller section of our digital author book fair.
Just where I belong.
Yeah, perfect. Then that was good planning on our so you wrote two thrillers, Brothers in Blood and Stone Cold Trouble.
That's right.
Longlisted for the Crime Writing Association Dagger 2021.
Yep, the Gold Dagger this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's really impressive. So yeah, I just wanted to know if you could just tell us a little bit more about yourself and the books you wrote.
Okay, so I was born in London, in Ealing, and I spent all my life in London, and there's a part of London in West London called Southall, which has a very big Asian community. And that's the background I'm from. And it's hanging out there with friends and stuff over the years and reading lots of crime thrillers, I kind of thought it would be a perfect place for somebody to set a crime thriller. So I was waiting for somebody else to do it so I could read them, and nobody did. And then when I sort of got the urge to write, I just knew I had to set my thrillers in that area. So yeah, as you've said, I've written two books. The first is Brothers in Blood. It was the winner of the CWA Debut Dagger Award. And that introduces the main characters, Zach Khan, who's an ex-con, and his best friend, Jags. And through the book, they're asked at first to find a girl who's they've been told that she's run away from home, but as they try and track the girl down, it becomes apparent that there's much more to it than just a simple runaway girl. And as the plot progresses, they get involved in quite a lot of dark goings on. It's quite violent, I should say.
Trigger warning out there.
Well, yes, definitely. And then my second book is Stone Cold Trouble, which was this year longlisted for the Gold Dagger. And that's, again, it has the same two characters, Zach and Jags. They're back. In this outing, they're tasked by Jags's uncle to try and get back a family heirloom that's somehow managed to end up in the possession of a rather unlikable businessman. And at the same time, Zach's brother is attacked by persons unknown and left for dead. And Zach isn't sure if it's something to do with his past. So he sets out to find out who was behind that as well. And there you go. And they're set in West London in the Asian community. And I've been told that people get really hungry reading these books because I tend to mention food quite a lot. And I don't like consciously set out to do that. But I think probably because it takes so long to write a book, and I usually write in the evenings, perhaps I'm getting hungry and it finds its way into the books. But so yeah, if you want a book that's going to make your mouth water as well as scare you and thrill you, then perhaps give them a go.
All the things in one book. That's really cool. Yeah, so both of your books feature the same characters, Zach and Jags. And I was wondering if you had plans to maybe write other books with the same characters, or if you were planning to work on something a little bit different in the future, or or if you like.
Well, all of those. I mean, okay. What did happen? Because the first book didn't find a publisher initially, so my agent said maybe start something different. So I'd started a completely different book. And then when Brothers in Blood was bought, and I signed a 2-book deal with my publisher, and they said, are you working on anything else? And I told them this other book, this standalone. And they said, wow, that sounds really good. But could you write a sequel? So with the same characters? And I was like, okay, yeah, I can. So I wrote Stone Cold Trouble. And then I went back to the standalone book and just sort of went over the plan and got that ready, thinking I was going to write that next. But then my publisher said, well, could you do a third in the series next? So, okay, yeah, if that's what you want. So this standalone book may now be book number 4, if I'm allowed to write it. But yes, so the answer to your question is, yes, I am writing another book in the series. And yes, I will then write some different stuff. So I've got a standalone And then after that, I've actually got ideas for 2 historical thrillers, but that are set in different sort of eras. And they were just ideas that sort of came to me. And I'm sort of quite excited to write those and give those a crack. But I think, you know, we'll have to see what my publisher says, because I'm sure they would want another Zack and Jags. So we'll have to come to an arrangement, I think.
Yeah, maybe Zack and Jags travel through time and.
Yeah, I don't know if that would work. That'd be an interesting idea. But yeah, perhaps maybe one historical and one Zack and Jags, and then spread them out that way. But you know, we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, that's yeah. Well, lots of projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, exactly.
So you talked a little bit about it, but I have a feel that you really included your own life and observation. Well, you told me that while you grew up, and I think that's also a big thing around representation of the Asian community on your books. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, well, when I was younger and I was reading loads of crime fiction and stuff, and it didn't strike me initially, but I think later on, when I became aware of like that Southall would be such a great setting for a crime novel, and then I wondered, well, hang on, why hasn't anyone set a book here? And then that led me to sort of think, well, why aren't there any Asian characters in any of these books I'm reading? And for most of the time, to get sort of Black and Mexican characters, I was reading American crime fiction, but there was nothing sort of UK based, and I was really sort of longing for something like that, you know, so that I would feel represented within the genre and stuff. So obviously when I came to write a book, I thought, well, I have to put characters like myself and my friends into it just to try and represent, you know, we're here, we're part of London, and it would be great. And I thought that other people would be interested in that as much as I was. And so I very much, a lot of the characters are kind of based on my friends, not any one individual, but I've sort of taken bits and pieces, and a lot of people have commented on the friendship between the 2 main characters, Zack and Jags, and they really like that kind of warm friendship where they're always kind of taking the mickey out of each other and stuff like that. And that is totally based on how I sort of am with my friends. And I remember when writing the book, whenever there was they found themselves in various sort of situations, I'd always think, well, if I was in that situation with these guys, what would we say to each other?
Yeah.
So it was kind of good fun to sort of draw on that, my background. And as for the area, I spent so many years sort of hanging out there with friends before I even knew that I was going to write a book and had any idea that I would actually set it there. So really all those years of sort of messing about and going to the pub were actually research, and I didn't even know it. So yes, they've all kind of made their way into the book and hopefully help give it a sense of reality in that area.
Well, that's thank you. That's really interesting. And I haven't read the book personally, but I'm really intrigued, and I think I will read them as soon as I can.
Good.
I see on your background that you have lots of books around you, and just judging, never judge a book by its cover, but judging by the spine, it seems to be like a lot of thrillers and maybe fantasy a little bit.
Fantasy, science fiction, historical thrillers, non-fiction, history, biography, sports, science. I mean, pretty much anything and everything. Yeah. I mean, I've been reading like ever since I learned how to read from about the age of 5 or 6. We didn't have lots of books at home, so I was a real enthusiastic library goer. So I would go to my local, I would go, my mum would take me to the local library, I'd take books out and just read them, and read books from the school library and stuff. And then very early on, I think because I was really into horror films, but I was too young to watch them. And then I found that I could actually get the books and read them. So I started reading sort of James Herbert and people like that when I was about sort of 9, 10, 11. And I remember when the movie Alien came out, and I desperately wanted to see it, and I wasn't allowed to. So I went and bought the book.
Oh, wow.
And I could read nobody stopped me, and I read the book. And I admit I probably didn't understand everything, but I'd always sort of like have a dictionary on hand. So if there was something the word I didn't know, I'd look it up, and then I'd kind of it would help me understand. but a lot of it I could really visualize. For some, for an 11-year-old, it was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So ever since then, I've been a reader and a book buyer, and as you can see, they all look quite neat because they're all paperbacks. Because I could only buy books with my pocket money, and I couldn't afford hardbacks really. So I got all paperbacks, and I just kind of, there's something so sort of comforting about the feel of a paperback.
Yeah.
And it's very portable, because for a lot of time I sort of read on my commute on the tube and stuff like that. So a paperback is just the right weight and size to be able to read and hold one-handed if you have to.
Yeah.
So it's, perfect. So yeah, this whole room is just full of books, and those shelves are actually deep enough for 2 rows. So what you see, there's like more behind them.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
Yes, exactly.
Have you, well, it's a bit of a sidetrack question, but have you made the switch to ebooks, or are you sticking to paper books?
No, because my day job is in design and artwork. So I spend all day looking at a screen and, reading emails and sort of technical stuff. And so I just tend to like really read quickly on a screen. And I think it's sort of limited. So for enjoyment, I love to get away from a screen. And with all these paperbacks, they're there for me to read. And I sort of look and think, oh, which one am I going to read next? And I just love the feel of it, and flicking through the pages and stuff, and the weight of it, because it has substance. And I haven't made the switch to ebooks. I don't know, but maybe when my eyes go and stuff like that, then maybe I will hold off for as long as possible, though.
That's amazing. Well, thank you for being such a supporter of books and libraries. That's
always.
I think that's pretty much all the questions I had for you. Is there anything you would like to add, or anything you would like to talk about?
I'm not sure. What can I say?
Or little message you want to give to the people who are watching us right now?
Well, I mean, people could sign up to my newsletter, and they won't be bombarded with anything, because I have never sent out a newsletter yet, which is very bad of me. But I am planning to start. And also what I might be doing this weekend actually is going out and taking some photographs and putting together a little brochure that actually covers the pubs that are in the first book, because apparently there's a lot of pubs. So I'm going to do a little pub guide to go along with this book, which I will be giving away on my website to people.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, there'll be pictures and a little bit of text and a write-up on each of the pubs. So it will help people to sort of get a look and feel of the actual locations, because all the locations in the books are real, even though some of them I don't specifically give an address. But if people know the area, they can kind of work out where certain places are, and other places are named. All the pubs are named and they're all real. And last time I tried to do that, though, we didn't make it to the end. So we're going to behave a bit better this time. I'm going with a couple of friends, and we're going to so I've said to them this time, listen, I have to do all of the pubs, and once I've done them, then it's fine. Then we can sort of relax, and then I'm not worried about it. So it's the second attempt now to do this.
Just needs a little bit of organization.
Yes, well, organization sort of goes out of the window after the first few drinks. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, hopefully you'll make it this time, and
yes, I'm
pretty sure we're all looking forward to see this guy. So if anyone is interested, the Amer website will appear on the bottom of the screen, so you can just
and not just the newsletter. If they want to follow me on social media, I'm always happy to sort of chat and answer any questions and things like that. And there's a contact form on the website as well. And if anyone's read the book and likes it, they can let me know. Or please, for any of the authors that are appearing today, please leave a review somewhere. Warstones, Amazon, any other bookshop. It'd be fantastic. It really helps authors out. And my books, although they're critically well acclaimed, I could do with a few more people hearing about them. So yes, any reviews greatly appreciated.
Okay, amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming here today. It was
really thank you for having me
with you, and Yeah, well, see you soon for new adventures, and hopefully Zach and Jags will come back for
I hope so too.
New crimes to solve. Thank you very much. Have a lovely
Thank
day.
you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Alex. Really nice to have you today. And yeah, we're really intrigued by your book because I think you're quite, quite different from everyone else we're having today. So I think like the first question I would like to ask you just to tell us a little bit about yourself and the two books you wrote.
Absolutely. So hi everyone. Yeah, I'm Alex Cassidy. I'm from Kingston originally and still live there now. Went to Tiffin Boys School, which is still in Kingston still. Yeah. And yeah, I started writing at university when I got a job, sort of worked on the university newspaper as a sports writer. So that was when I first started writing. I did it throughout school, a lot of creative writing classes generally, stuff like that. But yeah, started doing it properly around university time. And then after that, got a job working for a local newspaper for a year and a half, and also worked for a magazine, American football magazine. So yeah, did that, was a jobbing writer, journalist for a while, and then wrote my first book, which was a non-fiction book, which I did with Pitch Publishing in 2014/15. And yeah, that was published then. And then after that, I wrote a fiction book about sort of set in the world of amateur rugby in 2019, 2020. So during the pandemic, I sort of got an opportunity to finish it, like I think quite a few people.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's been a very productive year for a lot of people.
Yeah, certainly.
So yeah, you brought two books that are sport related, and I suppose that has also a lot to do with your professional experience. Yeah, one is a non-fiction and one is a novel. So what made you kind of switch between the two? Do you have a prefer? Because I suppose the creative process is completely different between the two genres.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I found non-fiction, writing a non-fiction book, it came quite readily to me. I think that's because I'd spent so much time writing non-fiction sport accounts when I was working, doing match reports, when I was freelancing, when I was working in a magazine. I just was very used to it. It was, and also I absorbed myself in a lot of sports documentaries growing up. So even though I only started writing fully when I was at university, I knew the genre, I knew the world, and I knew how to tell that story just because I've been absorbed by it. So like my book's about American football. So it's an American football team that was based in London in the 90s. It was an experiment by the NFL to have a European league. And they had a number of teams throughout Europe, in Germany, Spain, and the UK. So it was set in, it was an NFL book, but I'd watched so many documentaries that I knew that I wanted to sort of write a version of those documentaries that I'd seen in America. And America does sports journalism and sports documentaries to a really high level. They're more than what we do here. We don't really have the same type of production value that they have over there in terms of, and also kind of like revere their history. Like it's ludicrous how much attention they pay to it. So for me, I already had the model to what I wanted to do for a book, and I just had to put sort of pen to paper and make that happen. So yeah, it came quite handy to me, and it was just a matter of just research. It's so much research, and I think that there's obviously research that accompanies fiction, specifically different types of fiction, where you have to know the world that you're writing in if it's something that's alien to you. But for me, it was just a matter of I had to speak to so many players. I had to. And I think when you're doing a non-fiction book, I think it's slightly different from the approach of getting a publisher on board, where with a non-fiction book, you write a book proposal. So, which you don't do for fiction with publishers. You sort of have to have the whole book done by the time you're even going to speak to anybody, especially an agent. But with a non-fiction book, you've got to do a book proposal, which is like a business plan for the book, really, where you've got a chapter by chapter summary of what you're going to do, who the audience is, who you are. All of these different elements, which set up the book before you even write it. So I had that book proposal done, and I'd done about 3 chapters, and that was before I'd even spoken to any of the players who were involved. So I knew what to do. It was just a matter of time and effort to try and get it done. But it was very fun. It's just it's a real grind. I'm actually working on a 3rd book with Pitch Publishing again at the moment, which again is lots of research. It's American football based again. But it does feel comfortable for me, as opposed to fiction, which was way different for me in terms of like comfort level. It was very uncomfortable. But yeah, non-fiction and non-fiction sport was an area I was very comfortable with.
Yeah. So what did make you want to write a fiction novel then?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So I guess a lot of the writers who I read growing up and at university were quite a few sports journalists turned their hand to fiction. So in my early 20s, I read a lot of Hunter S. Thompson, which I think is quite typical of a lot of like young men in their early 20s, maybe. But he was a sports journalist before he was sort of, even in Fear and Loathing, he's like sent there to cover a sports event. That was kind of his world, was sports journalism. Same with F. Scott Fitzgerald, same with like quite a lot of writers started off the sports journalists. So it didn't feel like a ludicrous jump. There was one that people had done before. But I think it's a relatively untold world, is the world of sport in fiction. It's not been tread a lot. Particularly my upbringing was centered around rugby quite a lot, which is what I wrote the novel about, Cracks of the Puzzle, which is about the world of amateur rugby in the UK specifically, and the problems and good things about that culture, which I think it's quite a fertile environment to write about generally. There's a lot of I mean, I think people hear the worst side of the stories which come out of rugby, university initiations, kind of toxic masculinity, general issues that kind of get they become even worse when this pressure cooker of a male environment, like issues that already affect men, and then you've got only men dealing with them in this hyper masculine environment. They get worse. So, but there are few books that actually cover it. I read a couple in the build up. This, I think it's Saturday Night, Sunday Morning was one book, and then work, life, and rugby. I think find the title exactly for after this if anyone's interested. But there's a few books that touch it in sort of literature. But yeah, I wanted to try and write about it in a way that wasn't hokey and that was actually accurate.
Yeah.
So I think that's what led me to it. Really, is that. And again, there's a lot more books in American literature set in sports, which so. I want to try and emulate that in the UK with rugby, a world that I know a lot more. So that's what led me to it, really.
Cool. Okay. Wow. That's thank you. Did you have any rugby players or people that are involved in this kind of environment that actually read the book and fed back to you? And so what was the feedback from the people?
Yeah. So that was one thing I was conscious of was. Like a lot of people, I drew from a lot of my own experiences, and so the book is quite thinly veiled. It's not set around the rugby club which I play for, but it's it's an amalgam of probably what every rugby club is like. I spent a lot of my life around rugby clubs, both playing for them, and also my dad was a rugby player, so I would go watch him on a Saturday and play mini rugby. So even as a young boy, I was around rugby clubs, like I know the environments. And I was very conscious of not just making them look terrible, because they've already got quite a lot of bad press, and I think that's been quite covered. I think that in a lot of cultures, the sort of like classic rugby guy is a very negative stereotype, which I did seek to avoid, because I think that I don't think it tells the full story of what a rugby club can be in terms of a positive environment too. So when I was writing it, because the crux of the book is essentially there's you might have read that rugby players and anybody really involved in contact sport, it's happened in UK football as well. When you have repeated concussions, you can suffer from a disease called CTE, and that is essentially what happens when you have multiple concussions over many years. It can cause it can cause brain damage essentially, and it can have symptoms like depression, anxiety, suicidal tendencies, early onset dementia, Alzheimer's. Like, there's a load of links to concussions and negative health effects. So they've been tracking it in professional athletes for a while, and it's coming to the forefront now in rugby and soccer and American football particularly. But the idea I had was, what if an amateur player, which has less of a support network around them in terms of looking out for this stuff and concussions, and just has a regular job 9 to 5 in the week and plays rugby on the weekends with his mates at an amateur level? What if they were suffering from CTE and nobody would know that was the case, because there aren't medics checking what they're doing? And typically when there's a concussion in a game at our level, it's about whether or not, it was less so now, but it was about whether or not they want to play on. Like, there was no proper stringent checks. It has changed now because people are becoming more conscious of it. So that's what my book was about, because a lot of those issues like depression, anxiety, which could be caused or exacerbated by CTE, can just generally affect people anyway. And so yeah, that's the what it's centered around. So when I spoke to some of the players who experienced it, they thought it was an accurate representation of what a rugby club is like. That was a lot of what the feedback I got from rugby players, was that it was very accurate, which was good. That's what I wanted to do, because I think that, and maybe if somebody who wasn't involved in rugby clubs regularly was to read it, they could either be like, you get quite desensitized to some things that you think are normal when you're involved in certain kind of rugby club, for example. And then when people hear about it, they're like, that's crazy. that stuff happens on the regular. Like, for example, I've got 6 stitches in my mouth now, because I played on Saturday and I've just I got a split lip, right? So I don't know if that's coming through, but that in my voice, or
not at all, but,
okay, that's fine. But I have got these 6 stitches, and even that, when you speak to people and they're like, why? Why are you doing that? And there's something which, I don't know, there's a draw to it, some kind of camaraderie, brotherhood, whatever it is, something that you have in yourself that you're drawn to. And the central character in the book, he has that taken away from him because of his repeated concussions and because of CTE, because of this suspicion that he's got this, and he struggles with losing what is an outlet in his life that a lot of people use it for. So yeah, it was accurate, I think, for my what I showed about the club, hopefully positive and negative. Yeah,
it seems like a very very specific and rare insight and point of view on the subject. That's really, really important, I think.
Hopefully.
So you seem to be let me know if I'm wrong, but you seem to be first of all a sports fan, and maybe after that a writer. Well, that came out wrong, but whatever.
No, I think that's totally fair.
Are you working? Are you tempted on writing other genre, or are you really going to focus on a sports book in the future again?
Yeah, that's the you get afraid of being like typecast in that way. And I'm somebody who has a lot of other interests from reading wise. It's certainly not something which I thought I would exclusively focus on, but every time I get the inspiration to work on another project, fiction or non-fiction, it does end up being centered around sport. And I just don't think I can help it. I think it's because of the fact that it just comes easier to me. It's probably a little bit of that, like a little bit of kind of creative laziness in a sense, is that like if I wanted to do some kind of like huge world building type like fantasy thing, it would just, it's almost so daunting as a project that it would be tough to do. And whereas I don't know, it's easier for me. And I think also a lot of what we like writing generally is about I don't know, if you do want to find a market for what you're doing, which I think I'm still working on doing, and I think that's something that I certainly haven't solved. I'm hoping to listen to some of the other authors today and try to get more of an understanding of how that can happen. But niches are important, and I think I do think that using sport in my fiction, even if it's not, because I wouldn't, for example, I wouldn't actually say that the novel is like a rugby book necessarily. It's a book about somebody who's going through a series of issues in their lives, and it's just told in that setting. Which I wouldn't put it. I put it, for example, when you got to choose categories on Amazon and stuff like this, like you put it in the sports category, fine, because probably fewer sports fiction books, and that's a good thing. But ultimately, it is just a story, and it's set within that. So I wouldn't necessarily want to pigeonhole myself too much in that. But when it comes to nonfiction, like, yes, I think that it's writing sports because it's just a lot easier. But I will say that my long-term dream is to write a comprehensive biography of somebody. Probably will be a sports player in some way. Like I did the book that I wrote, this nonfiction book, American Football's Forgotten Kings, was a biography of a team that existed for 7 years. So it was a very complete story I could tell. And I think that I'm definitely drawn to biography in that sense. So historical nonfiction writing is something I'd like to do. And it probably will be about a sports person. I'm just going to kid myself if I say otherwise, really.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a passion. I just wanted to write.
No, that's true.
It's really, and I mean, there's also lots of ways to explore the themes. And you already wrote a fiction and a non-fiction, which are already two very different things. Okay, I think that's all the questions I had for you today. Is there anything you would like to add to the audience, or something you would like to mention?
No, nothing specific I can think of. Just that good luck to anybody who's trying to do either of these things. I'm happy to speak to anybody who's interested in writing book proposal, if they can reach out to you guys or me, because I've had the experience of writing a book proposal and submitting that. So maybe that's one thing I could help out with if anyone's interested.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Have a lovely rest of your day, and we'll see you soon for new adventures.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye.
Hello everyone, we're back with another live interview with our next author, who is Sally Malcolm. Hi Sally.
Hi, lovely to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, lovely to see you. Hopefully next year we can do this in the actual library and do this in person, but it's lovely to do it this way this year. The trial run. So you're writing some very interesting genres. I'm just reading your brief bio here. It says Sally Malcolm was bitten by the male romance bug in 2016 and hasn't looked back. Her stories are emotional, sweetly angsty, and always have happy endings. But then you've since gone on to write the Stargate novels. And so I'd be interested to find out about those as well. Can you just start by telling us how you got into writing and what you've written so far?
Okay. So I got into writing. Some people might be familiar with the idea of fan fiction, which is where you write stories about pre-existing characters for shows or books. So for a long time, I'd written fan fiction. Then back in about 2003, this is when I started writing the Stargate novels, because I had been writing Stargate fan fiction. And this is quite a long story, but basically my husband and I decided, we thought it was strange that there was no Stargate novels published. So we approached MGM and asked whether there was a license that we could get to publish them. to our astonishment, they contacted us by fact, as it was back in those days. And long story short, we got the license to start publishing books based on Stargate. And I knew a few other writers, so we started publishing them. I've written about 9, but we've overall, as our company union, we've published 65 now. So I'm going to that Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and I've also done some audio dramas that were voiced by the cast of the show, which was really exciting, and a couple of video games actually.
Wow.
So that as well. So yeah, so that's been really exciting. That started back in 2003 and sort of still ongoing. So StargateNovels.com, if anyone is interested, is where you can find all our books.
Absolutely. That's an amazing thing. I mean, that takes quite a lot of tenacity, doesn't it, to just, contact MGN and go, can we have the license? I mean, what are the chances of getting it? I wouldn't even know who to contact in a huge organisation like that. How do you even find out who to contact? Was it quite a straightforward process to get through to someone?
What we did is we faxed the marketing or the licensing department, and they contacted us back and pointed us towards, at the time they had an office in Richmond, funnily enough, just up the road. So and they said, yeah, come in and talk to us. So we did, and it started quite small. We just had the license for the UK, but over pretty quickly we got the worldwide English speaking license, and just went from there. So yeah, it just goes to show sometimes if you just ask, you never know. We haven't published any books before or anything. My husband was a journalist, an editor at the time, but we didn't have any book publishing, and I guess we just luckily tied in with the start of ebooks, and that helped as well. So it was just sort of a random coincidence of timings. And
but isn't that so lucky to write something that's already got an enormous franchise attached to it? You're obviously never going to sell, aren't they? Because everyone's a Stargate fan. So with the license, I mean, did you have to pay for the license, or they just gave it to you? Or?
No, we had to pay for it.
So that's it.
Yeah, I won't. But obviously we pay them a royalty on the sales. So because as you say, there's a huge fan base that we're tapping into, and obviously we don't own the rights or the franchise, and it's owned by someone else. So and MGM have to approve all of the books as well. So they approve the outlines and they approve all the manuscripts as well. So we have to liaise with them before every book is published. So yeah.
It's a fantastic opportunity, but quite scary as well, I can imagine, when suddenly you've got this responsibility to be the person writing all of the Stargate stories. And
it was our son at the time was 3 months old. So we just I don't know why we just chose to do it then, but how it is. And I knew some other really good fan fiction writers, lots of amazing writers to write fan fiction. And then over the years have branched out and met lots of other professional and other writers, and broadened our stable of authors. But very interesting.
Brilliant. And so with the Stargate books that you were writing for the license, were they all based on the actual Stargate episode? So the stories were, so you're writing your own fan fiction, so you were making up the stories.
Yeah, you take the characters and you give them a new adventure. Sometimes we would tie them into an episode. We might jump off something that's happened in an episode and expand on it. Sometimes they're completely standalone. We actually published a series of books based on, if people don't know the show, there's a spin-off of Stargate SG-1 was Stargate Atlantis, and that finished after season 5. And we had a trio of authors who wanted to basically write season 6. So we've got it's now an 8-book series, which basically starts from the end of season 5, goes off whole new adventures. Absolutely brilliant authors, really well respected authors in their own right as well, of original fiction, but they're also massive Stargate fans. One of the things that really drives us with Stargate novels is to hire authors who are fans, not just authors who are just writing it just for money, but authors who are because you can tell in the writing, and the readers can tell their enthusiasm for the show and their love of the characters really comes through. So these particular authors are brilliant, and the Stargate Atlantis Legacy series is one of our best series, and it's really, really popular.
Fantastic. And I guess all the different authors that you have to fully know all the backstory. you know, I suppose, you know, because they can write their own standalone stories, but it has to be within this world and what's gone on in this world up to that point, I guess, does it? So
yeah. So they've all got to, you know, they've got to tie in. They can't breach anything that you know, MGM won't let us do. So obviously certain things we can't change, certain elements of the universe, and they've all got to, you know, fit and work together more or less. So yeah.
Right. And have MGM ever sort of picked up on any of your storylines and wanted to kind of build them into the show? Does it work that way around or not?
No, not usually. I mean, the shows aren't on the air at the moment, although there is some talk of some new Stargate. Has been for a few years on and off. You know, is it going to come back? You know, maybe a new reboot or something. So you never know, but usually it works the other way around.
Do you think, is that something, have you got into script writing from that? Do you do any script writing? Because you do audio dramas, don't you? Is that...
I did write some, I actually did an online screenwriting course at UCLA from here, which meant getting up at 3 in the morning and doing sort of online seminars. Which was a bit crazy. That was fun, but I've done those audio dramas, and that was script writing, and it is an interesting way of writing, very different from novel writing. Almost, I always think of it as a bit like poetry, because the form is very important. You know, whereas you've got much more free range when you're writing prose, so write however you like. So I have enjoyed writing that, but yeah, no screenplays yet.
No, I think audio dramas and scripts, that it must be very hard to convey everything just in dialogue, especially with Stargate, which is so visual and so fantasy. And it must be hard just to only sort of to do just the audio and screenwriting.
That is, yeah. Obviously, you have to convey it all with the you know, what the characters are saying, and also just the limits of the audio dramas, of the number of cast they had available. They were usually only 2 or 3 cast members, so you had to, you know, frame the story with only 2 people speaking. So that was quite difficult. But it's amazing the effect, you know, the sound effects and the actors, you know, acting it. When you listen to it, or when I listened to, you know, what I'd written being acted out by the cast from the show, I had to listen to it lying down in a dark room because I was so stressed. And it was amazing. It's like 1,000% more than what you've written is added, and I imagine that's what it's like if you write a screenplay or something. You write just the bare bones, and then suddenly the other talented people come in and put their, you know, their talent on top of it. And
absolutely. How exciting!
It was really exciting.
We've interviewed any other script writers today, so that's really exciting. So I imagine it was a bit of a departure to go from that to writing a romance novel. Was that something you'd always wanted to do, or?
Well, the thing about fan fiction is it is often quite a lot of romance. See, that's not what the Stargate novels are like. They're like the episodes, but the sort of fan fiction that I've been writing had been sort of romantic. So it wasn't a huge departure to jump into writing romance. I wrote one romance novel, maybe it was, I can't remember when it was maybe 2014 or something, and then didn't write anymore. But then I got into the male aspect of it, and that just kind of fired some interest in my different stories, and so from then on I found it really, you know, quite inspiring. So especially with the historical ones, it's been a very interesting take to go on. So yeah, I've really enjoyed doing that as well.
Fantastic. So what are you working on at the moment? Are you going down that route still with the romance novels, or have you stopped the Stargate for now, or are you doing both together?
Yeah, so I haven't written Stargate for a while. We've got other authors who do, you know, obviously. I've written nine Stargate. That's quite a lot, and also all the fan fiction I've written before. So I guess I'm my own writing's moving more into a different, you know, area.
Yeah.
And I have enjoyed doing the historical. I've got a couple of degrees in history, so I've got an interest in history anyway. One of the interesting things about Stargate is that it's, you know, set. Although it's not set in the past, it features quite a lot of history of the Egyptian gods and things. So, although I haven't gone that far back with my other books, but I do enjoy history and I enjoy researching it. So I've enjoyed that element of writing romance as well. Yeah.
So can you just tell us a little bit about the plot for your romance novel, or your?
Okay, so the latest one I've written is King's Man, which is set in the 1780s. Most of it is set in London, but it starts in the United States, or in America, in the colonies as it was at the time, just before the American Revolution. And it's about 2 men, one of whom is an ardent sort of patriot and is in favour of the revolution, and the other one who is a loyalist they're not, loyalists are not very well known in history. You know, they say that history is written by the victors. So it's a subject that I'm quite interested in. I did my master's dissertation on the loyalist experience in America, and I've always wanted to write a story about those loyalists because I've always felt just a real sort of sense of empathy for them. They, you know, as far as they could see it, they were living in a country that was just fine, and then a bunch of people came along and said, no, we want to get rid of these, you know, get rid of the British, we want to go a different direction. And they, if they disagreed, they were really quite badly persecuted. Some of them were, you know, exiled from their homes. They were driven out of town, tarred and feathered. They had to take loyalty oaths under duress. If they refused it, they were banned from certain jobs. You couldn't be a lawyer, you couldn't be a teacher, you had to pay triple the amount of tax. So there's a lot of punitive laws passed against the loyalists. And I think it's really interesting because you just don't hear very much about it. So I always wanted to write a story, but I hadn't really been able to find a way of framing it. And then when I got into writing the male romance, I thought, oh, well, that's quite a good frame for this story. So in this story, we have a loyalist and a patriot who, before the war, are lovers. And then, of course, the revolution happens and they have to split. The loyalist, he gets driven out of town. And 8 years later, they're back in London. The loyalist has been evacuated out of America, which is what happened to quite a few prominent loyalists. They were taken to London. But they weren't really very well treated when they got here, unfortunately. The government were like, well, you're here now. You know, you've lost all your property, you've lost everything, but never mind, you're on your own. So he's not living very well in London, and his old, you know, friend is over on different reasons, and they reunite and have a sort of adventure. And I wanted to write about how, you know, how two people who see their own future of their country very differently can maybe come together again and you know, reunite personally, but also for their country and move forwards in a country which is going to be different to specifically how one of them wants it to be, but that they can somehow, you know, find a way of living with it.
So it's got some quite universal themes, hasn't it? And obviously lots of research into the history and the play. So that's fantastic. I'd love to talk more about that, but Marion's messaged me to say that we've got lots of questions on Facebook for you, probably about Stargate. So Marion asked those questions.
Not necessarily lots, but we do have a few. So first, I'm just going to take them in the order that they've been asked. Anna has a comment, so cool, which I agree with completely. And the question is, hi Sally, what's your favorite tactic to try and relieve writer's block?
Okay, writer's block, yes. So this is my top tip for writer's block is when you're writing, never stop writing at the end of a scene or the end of a chapter. Preferably just stop in the middle of a sentence, so that when you come back to writing the next time, you can say, oh, I'll just finish that sentence, and then you're off. So that obviously that works if you're in the middle of writing something. If you're staring at a blank page and you want to start and you don't know where to start, just write anything, because any words on the page are better than no words on the page. A friend of mine described it as shoveling sand. You know, you're shoveling sand into the sandpit at first. It doesn't matter the shape of it, doesn't matter what it looks like, but once it's in there, you can start forming it into a sandcastle or whatever. So any words, you know, even if you just write 100 words, or just start something, and you know, sort of brute force it really is my tip. You just have to start.
Thank you, Sally. Then we have Jim, who also has a comment on the question, the comment being, I love Stargate, which I also completely agree with. And the question will be, where can we find the audio versions?
Well, that's an interesting question. We are negotiating with MGM for the rights to the audio version at the moment. So I'd say watch this space. At the moment, we don't have the license for audio, but we would really like to do it. So it's a question of, they are also quite expensive. So that's the other thing. We just got to work out the economics of producing audio. We haven't done any yet, but we would really like to. The audio dramas, by the way, were not published by us. They are done by Big Finish Productions. I think you'll be able to get them from Big Finish. I think they're still available, or they're going to soon be re-available. So yeah, Big Finish is who did the audio dramas, and there's quite a few of them. I didn't do all of them. There's plenty that I didn't do as well.
Okay.
Thank you. And then we have a last question at the moment, so just chipping in to tell everyone that if you have any question, please ask them in the comments. The last question will be, Stargate is really great. Where do you get your ideas from?
Oh, yes. Well, oh gosh, everywhere, really. With Stargate, a lot of the ideas come from the episodes that have already aired. So, you know, you have a lot of trigger points. I wrote a series called, the episode was called A Matter of Time, and I wrote a sort of spin-off of it called A Matter of Honor, which was based here in the episode. A team gets stranded on a planet that's being sucked into a black hole, and because of time dilation, time moves extremely slowly where they are. This is physics, apparently. And where back in sort of on Earth, time is moving forward, but this planet they're still basically stuck on this planet that's being shredded by a black hole. So the premise of the story was, well, the episode ends with them stuck on the planet, and so I was thinking, well, there must be a way that they can go back and try and rescue this team. So that kicked off a kind of 2-book. So that's an example of one idea. Others, like Kingsman I was just talking about, that came from, you know, some research I'd done, and a book I'd written called The Ordeal of Thomas Hutchinson, which is about the last royal governor of Boston and his tribulations as a loyalist. So that came out. Another historical one that I've written and set up after World War I, called The Last Kiss, was something I've been wanting to write really since I'd studied the poetry of the First World War poets at school. So, you know, there's always some sort of things floating about in the back of my mind, and eventually they sort of pop out in a story.
That's brilliant. And if people want to get hold of your books, obviously we'll try and have as many as we can in the library, but they're available in all good bookshops and
so you'll be able to order the paperbacks from any bookshop. They're available from all ebook retailers and presumably libraries. I think you can get
If we haven't got them already, we will. I think we've got most of them, and if not, we will get them. And also we have audio versions as well, so we'll see if we've got yours on audio too. So
yeah, lovely.
But thank you so much for speaking to us. It's been incredible. So were there any more questions from Facebook, Marion, or was that the last one?
Not that I can see at the moment.
Okay. But no, very interesting, very different to the. I think you're the only sort of script writer and sort of fan fiction writer that we've had on today. So really interesting. I think a lot of people can relate to what you're doing and how you got started in it. So yeah, fantastic.
Excellent, good. Oh, it's lovely.
So hopefully we'll see you again next time we do an author event. We'll get you in and see you face to face.
That would be great to do it in person next year. Fingers crossed.
Well, thank you, Sally. It's been wonderful talking to you.
Thanks so much. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Hi, Roz. Thank you for coming here. We're really excited to have you today for book fair. And I think the first question that I would ask you is just to kind of tell us who you are and what you wrote and talk about your latest books.
Hi, Marion. Hi, everybody. I'm principally a novelist. I love stories that have got a really intriguing premise, but also a lot more depth in them if you want. I suppose they're what you call a book club read. So I'm usually inspired by a big plot idea, and then I want to find all the interesting depths and the interesting sides of people that they bring out. And probably the best way for me to illustrate this is to tell you about my latest one, which is it's called Everest, and it's about, well, in 1994, when the book starts, a man falls into a glacier. He's climbing Mount Everest and his body can't be retrieved, And about 20 years later, he's still in there. And the people who are close to him can't really move on. And the guy who fell in was actually a rock singer who becomes more and more famous as the years go on because he's died in this way. And so the whole world is waiting for him. And his music is still out there, and he's still there on videos and posters and in vintage interviews. And people still write about him, and that keeps him alive for everyone. And that makes it all the more difficult for the people who actually knew him and were involved with him. And it's about lost loves and trying to move on when you can't, and remarkable times that bonded people together. And music reminds you of that, because when this happened, most of the people were about 19 years old. And imagine what you felt like at 19 years old. It made you. That time made you, and so did the music, and you can still replay it again and again if you want. And all that is in the book. And until he comes back, they will not ever rest.
Ooh, intriguing. That sounds amazing. So a strong theme of memory and legacy, I suppose, in this book. That sounds amazing. One question that I had, I don't know if it's kind of a trick question or not, but when I went to see your website to kind of prepare your interview, the first thing that I saw was you wrote, who am I like? Lessing, Mantle, Bradbury, Du Maurier, Atwood, Niffenegger, Dickinson, Victoria Wood. And I absolutely loved that because not only it gives a sense of what to expect if we want to read your books, but also on a personal level, these are some of my personal favorite authors. And I kind of wanted to ask you, I don't know really how to phrase that, but who are you not? Like, what's your personal unique spin? What makes you a unique author? Is that, yeah.
Oh, that's all so hard for you to say about yourself. It's easier to ask someone else.
yeah, I suppose.
I think what I love is, as with that novel Everest, I look for an intriguing situation that seems to have a real emotional grip on the people who I'm going to write about, and I explore what it's like to be them in that situation. And out of that comes a plot where they will do unexpected things, but also what I love is the deeper poetic resonances. I think these ideas speak to me because there's a lot in them that seems to be about the way we live and the way we are and the way we feel and the way we cope with things and just how we try and make the best of life. There's an idea that D.H. Lawrence has called aliveness, and I really love that. And what he means by that is that we're filled with passions and urges we don't understand, and they take hold of us and they make us do things and we don't really know why, and we've just got to kind of learn to live with it. And often I am writing about people who are following that, or there's in the grip of that, or they're attached to someone who is. And I think that would be the way I would sum up what I'm interested in. It's almost like being haunted by a sense that there's something around you, out of sight, around the corner, and you can't quite tell what it is. Like the people in Everest who are, they're waiting for something to end. And will it ever end? It might not.
Yeah.
And this is how they now live.
I see. Oh wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. So you write novels, but you also have other roles in the book industry, if I understood well. So because you've been a publisher as well and a ghostwriter, do you want to talk about that a little bit? Or yeah.
Yes. Well, I first got into the publishing world by getting a job in a publisher, and I think I hoped that this would eventually lead to me writing the true books of my heart and discovering myself and all that. It did by a very, very long route. But what I did first of all was I learned how to make books, and I loved doing that. I just love the process of putting a book together and figuring out what the audience wanted and all that. And while doing that, I was trying to write my own books, and I met some people who were writers, and I married a writer, which was a rather fortuitous thing to do. Amazing. And he was doing some ghostwriting, and he had a contract that sort of went a bit wrong because he wrote a book and then the publisher wanted something completely different because they changed the brief. And he was by then on another deadline for something else. So he said to me, well, you could do this because you can write well enough now, because I'd been practicing and things, and I'd been going to classes and things. And he said, just write them a book. And so I did. And they accepted it, and they said, oh, you've saved our bacon, that's brilliant. And then we were able to say, actually, that was me, not him. And so then I became known as somebody who publishers could rely on to write a book if they needed it for someone else to put their name on. And that's how I started as a ghostwriter. So I got lots of experience being other people.
That's amazing. And so just talking about ghostwriting and everything, I was kind of wondering how difficult it is to juggle between finding your own voice in your own writing and kind of, I don't know anything about ghostwriting, but maybe forgetting or losing your voice when writing for someone else.
It is a thing that you have to do. You have to write not as yourself. You have to figure out what that audience wants. What there might already be other books by that person you're writing for. Quite a lot of authors who use ghostwriters have a string of different people who do them. And so you step into their shoes. And it's like being, I always imagine it's like being an actor. You play a role. So you figure out how they would do certain things, how they think and feel about certain things, what their audience likes. And it makes you very sensitive to the way different people think and feel. I thought it was great training, actually, for my own books. And it's like when you learn any art, one of the things that you often do is you try other styles. You try to do something in the style of one person and then another. And by doing that, you learn lots of nuances you didn't know about. And you also then learn what you should be.
I see. So I think, I suppose there's a lot of technical skills to get as well in terms of writing and yeah, that's amazing. You also wrote some books to help other writers. I saw on your website that you also had some PDFs and some non-fiction books to help other writers.
I've got a series called Nail Your Novel, and that's fun. That's actually a workbook. So what this does is it takes you through a book from start to finish. So if you've got an idea, this will tell you what you need to do to make the idea big enough for a novel, what you need to add, what you don't need to add. It gives you exercises, and then it takes you through various planning stages, various methodologies to keep you at it, and tells you when to have a rest and what to do during the rest while you are, to make you still feel like you're doing the book. And it then takes you through the revision stages too. And I've got a series of these called Nail Your Novel. There's a process book that goes alongside that workbook. And then there's one on characters and one on plot. And they arose because I found I was doing quite a bit of mentoring. For a while I was working for a mentoring service that would receive manuscripts from authors. And they would be almost good enough to be published, but they needed a bit extra, and they needed extra tuition. So I would teach people what they needed to do to get it up to publishable level. And from that, I saw a lot of difficulties that people had. So it's not based just on my own difficulties, because all writers, they have to overcome so many hurdles of their own and do so much learning of their own. I was also seeing what a lot of other people were having difficulties with. And I wrote the first book, which was Nail Your Novel, Why Writers Abandon Books and How You Can Draft, Fix and Finish with Confidence, because I saw what was stopping people getting to the end of this project they were so passionate about. And from that, the other ones grew.
Wow. Okay, that's really good. So yeah, if anyone is interested in learning more about that, you have the social media and website just on the screen. Feel free to go see that. Are you happy to talk about your next novel or next project you're working on?
I've got a glimmer of an idea, but I haven't really done very much with it yet. It takes me a very long time to just get all the pieces in order, and I need to clear some time, do some reading, listen to a lot of music. That's something that I do. It really just conjures ideas out of nowhere. I find that incredibly powerful. And that's probably why I used music so much in Everest, because I thought it's transforming. It's an absolutely amazing thing we have invented, and I use it in my own writing process too.
I see. Oh, that's exciting. So we'll see what you come up with. Do you want to read a little extract from Everest?
Yes, I have one here. Here we go. She'd learned to be wary in crowds, especially in situations where people had time to look idly around, waiting in a queue, riding up the escalator on the tube. These days, 18 years on in 2012, being recognised was less likely, but it did happen, and it was a nuisance. Across the check-in lines in an airport or supermarket, past the packed heads and shoulders on a crowded tube platform, they watched for where her attention was. If they thought she might notice them, they studied their phones or found something to read in the distance. Otherwise, they were on her for as many moments as possible, as if she was a poster, not a person. Like the game Grandmother's Footsteps. Look at them, they were not interested, not in the slightest. Glance away, and they gazed greedily. She found it was useful to carry a tote bag. If they were too close or the crowd wouldn't herd them away, she could step aside and rummage, perhaps bend out of sight until they moved on. Sometimes a person standing beside her would speak. "Hello, how are you?" Their eyes, searching her face, said, "I know you. Please jog my memory." She would smile and reply, "I'm good. Nice to see you." Sometimes they knew exactly who she was. They said a bold, smiling "Hi," and used her name, expecting her to make things comfortable, perhaps to entertain them. It wasn't comfortable. When she met Elliot, he didn't do any of those things, and that was nice. Elsa met him when she was making a painting for an office in Shoreditch. She walked into the boardroom to measure a wall and photograph the lie of light on the bare bricks. A guy was doing something with a laptop. She called hello, not looking at him, and he said, "Are you the facilities manager? I think that chair's broken." "I'm not," she said, walking the tape measure down the room, writing an Evernote. "I'm here to do a painting." "So sorry," he said, "I'll leave you in peace." On her next visit, a few days later, she saw him in the kitchen. He was searching in the cupboards for a coffee mug. She was there to find a paint match for the lime green fridge, the colour needed in the picture. She said, "Broken any more chairs lately?" He said, "Sorry about that. I'm a contractor. I don't know who anyone is here." He opened the dishwasher and extracted one dirty mug and then a second. For her? A considerate thought, but was it all it seemed? He placed them in the sink with water and detergent. "I'm Elsa," she said, because there weren't many Elsas or Elsas of her age. After her notoriety, there were Elsas everywhere. If names were a contagion, she was patient zero. "I'm Elsa," she said, because then this guy might realize why he felt the urge to wash a mug for her, as though he already knew her. "Is that Australian?" he said, because of her accent. "The name's Cornish, short for Demelza. My mother liked the Poldark series in the 1970s. This was a detail about her that the newspapers reported widely. She'd done so little in her life, there was nothing else they could write. The guy didn't say, "Oh, Elsa who," or "You're surely not Elsa who." He said, "I'm Elliot. How do you like your coffee?" He must wonder why she talked so much about her name. It embarrassed her to set tests like this, but she couldn't stop herself.
Wow, thank you so much for that.
Shall I just explain that character Elsa is the former girlfriend of the guy who died in the ice, and she's always being recognized everywhere.
Okay, I see. Oh wow, yeah, that's yeah, it puts a little bit of things into context. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Is there anything that you would like to add? Anything that you would like to tell to the audience?
Now you put me on the spot.
Sorry.
Just if you read Everest, I really hope you enjoy it, and thank you very much.
Perfect. Well, if anyone read Everest, please also add reviews on various websites and share the love. Thank you so much, Roz, for this really enjoyable Q&A, and yeah, we'll see you soon for new adventures.
Thank you, Marion.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, welcome back everybody. We've got our last live interview of the day with Paula Smedley. So lovely to see you, Paula, down there in Devon, I believe, on holiday at the moment. Is that right?
Yes, we are. We're in Dartmouth. I would say sunny Dartmouth, but it's been noticeably grey today. But thank you for having me. It's lovely to be here.
It's lovely to have you, and hopefully if we do this again next year, we can do it as a real live author event, have everyone here in person in the library. Great. So just referring to my notes here, the blurb that I have written about you, it says, Paula Smedley is a debut author of The Inconvenient Need to Belong, an emotional novel about love, loss, and how the choices we make can shape our lives and the lives of others. Is that an accurate description of your novel?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. And so just to start off, could you just tell us just a little bit about yourself and how you came to write this novel? What inspired you to write this book?
Sure. So I started writing the book in 2016. So I got married, got made redundant, and Brexit happened all in the same month in 2016. So it was a big sort of 30 days. And obviously summer isn't a great period to look for work. The period following Brexit wasn't a great time to look for work either. So while I was doing that and was unemployed, I was saying to my husband, I was like, what am I going to do with all of my time? He's like, well, why don't you write the book you've been saying you want to write forever? It's like, oh, that's actually a really good idea. So I started writing it. It actually started life as an unfinished short story. So I started writing a short story about Alfie back in about 20 years ago, I guess, and never finished it. And it was one of those ones that always just sort of sat in the drawer and hadn't been finished, but always just kind of lurked in the back of my mind. And then when I decided to write a novel, I thought, well, actually, I know a great way that I could turn that into a novel. And that was one of the reasons that I never finished it as a short story, because I sort of started writing, hadn't really done any plot or anything. Got 3/4 of the way through and thought, oh, I know how I want to end this. And I haven't written it the right way with that ending. And it all got a bit hard and I shelved it. And then I thought, well, actually, if I turn it into a novel, I've got the time and the space to be able to tell it the way that I want to tell it.
That's interesting. In fact, that sort of answers my next question, because I was going to say, like, are you the kind of writer that has a plot first and then develops the characters, or is it the characters and then the plot? But it sounds as if Alfie just stayed in your head for 20 years. So was he a fully formed character?
He was actually, yeah. It all started, so I'm from Perth originally in Australia. So I grew up there and I've been in the UK, in London for 17 years now. Yeah. And Alfie started when I was going for a walk in my local little, what's called a park, but was just sort of a little bit of green really, with a little lake, very much like the one that Alfie visits every Saturday in the novel. That's based on where I first saw the old man that would sit on the park bench in that park, who kind of inspired me to first think about Alfie and form Alfie in my head. And yeah, it was his character really, and kind of I definitely pantsed this novel rather than plotted. It was one of those things where I thought, well, I've been writing since I was 6 years old. I used to write plays for the school and I used to write short stories, all my life. So I know how to write. I've got a laptop. I have Word. That's all I need. And learnt along the way. I've learnt a lot for my second novel. But yeah, Alfie I had Alfie as a character, and I kind of had the ending in my head and a beginning, and I kind of made the middle up as I went along.
Brilliant. That's interesting. It's interesting you can make up the middle but still have the ending that you intended. That's brilliant. So and I believe that half of the novel is set in Exeter. When he's in Exeter, isn't he, when he's younger, and then he's in the Midlands. So I mean, I'm from Exeter myself, so just interested to know if you had been there. Was that where you saw the character that inspired the book, or did you see him somewhere? The character on the park bench, was it down there that you'd seen him, or somewhere else, or
no, so the original guy on the park bench that inspired it was back in Perth when I was 20 years old or something. Wow. Yeah.
But you didn't want to set the book in Perth?
No, the Perth is not interesting enough as a apologies to anybody from Perth.
To me, it sounds far more interesting than Exeter.
So yeah, Exeter was just, again, a little bit of a pants thing, really. It was only as of this trip down to Devon in the last week and a half that I actually ever set foot in Exeter. So there was a lot of online research, and obviously having it set in Exeter in the 1950s was that extra step again. Obviously, for a debut novel, why write it from a woman's point of view set in modern day when you can write it in the 1950s and set half of it from the point of view of an 86-year-old man?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's amazing what you can find online these days. Like the amount of forums that I found of people reminiscing about life in Exeter in the 1950s and when the old laundry opened up, which was a little nugget that I took away. And like one of my characters, one of the very secondary, tertiary characters in there, works for the new laundry that's opened up in Exeter. And but I disappeared down a lot of Exeter reminiscing historical rabbit holes online, trying to bring 1950s Exeter to life. Yeah,
lots of material for a sequel then, hopefully. So your character, he's an 80-year-old man, but for apologies that I haven't read the book yet. I fully intend to. It sounds exciting, but is most of the novel set when he's younger? Does it start off when he's 80 and then go back and talk about his earlier life? Is that how it's structured, or?
Yeah, so it's 86-year-old Alfie in a care home in the Midlands, and he's basically recounting his life story to a young guy called Fred, who he meets on his park bench every Saturday. So every Saturday morning, Alfie sneaks out of his care home and goes to the little park at the end of the road and sits on the bench and feeds the ducks. And this young guy called Fred happens to be there on Saturday mornings as well. And Alfie starts to recount his life story while they feed the ducks. And the reason that Alfie sneaks out of the care home every Saturday is because he doesn't have any visitors. And Saturday mornings are visiting hours. So rather than being confronted every week by the fact that he has no visitors, he sneaks out and goes and feeds the ducks.
Oh, how lovely. So bearing in mind, so it's a story that spans his whole life. What do you think the demographic is for your audience who would want to read this? Would you say that did you write it with a particular audience in mind, or would it a book that has universal appeal to a wider age group?
It's interesting. So I sort of think it's got universal appeal, and certainly if you look at the demographic of people who bought the book, it does sort of span age groups and gender, but really mostly the prime audience for this is women in their 40s and 50s. Is actually seems to be the prime readership of this book. And I think, for me, I don't know, I've always been really interested in the stories of older people. And I think, I think it's so easy to forget. And that was one of the things I wanted to highlight, I guess, with this book is it's so easy to forget when you look at an old person it's so easy, I think, as younger people to just dismiss them as you're old, you're slow, you can't keep up with what's going on. And you forget that every one of those people has had a rich and varied and full life and, done some really, really interesting things. So Joan in the book, so Joan and Trevor are two characters in the care home. They're two of the prime sort of secondary characters in the modern day timeline, and they are based heavily on my own grandparents.
Right.
So, and that's why the dedication to the book is, for Joan and Trevor, who always lived lives much larger than the ones they were given.
Oh,
so I did my grandmother's biography in university, and she just had the most amazing and incredible life. Wow. And it was I'm not quite ready to write her story yet, but I wrote her in here, and she's just always been, they were larger than lives, and they always lived lives much bigger than the lives that they were given. And hopefully some of that comes through in the book, but I think it's just all too easy to forget that the old person who's taking a long time at the till in the supermarket has actually lived a really rich and full and varied life, which is infinitely interesting.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a really interesting book to read. Definitely, I think it would have a really wide appeal. Would you like to read an extract? You mentioned you might like to read a little extract from the story. I would love to hear one.
Yes,
I've got one.
Yeah. So this should only be a couple of minutes. So Alfie sat in the corner and watched them all, getting on, talking, laughing even. He couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed, really laughed. He envied them. He pretended he didn't care with his curmudgeonly demeanour, and to an extent it was true. He'd always been awkward around people, never knowing what to say, how to behave, which meant he'd always felt like an outsider, except with Betty and Evie for that brief, glorious time. Yet even at his most social, he'd never felt completely at ease or comfortable in his own skin. And after a lifetime of feeling separated from the rest of the world by some sort of invisible divide that even he couldn't quite put his finger on, he thought that he might have been immune to it by now. But every now and again, when he watched people interacting so naturally, so easily, he was envious, followed closely, if he was honest with himself, by an even bigger sense of loneliness. He didn't want to need people or company, and it irked him, this inconvenient need to belong. Even Trevor, with his worthless clod of a son, had friends within the home, a daughter who visited more weeks than not. He had no one, and he knew it was his own fault for so many reasons, but it didn't make it any easier to ignore. It was better since he'd started corresponding with Anne, and he had surprised himself with how much he not only looked forward to reading her letters, but also replying. He'd never been one to enjoy talking about himself, but lately it felt like things needed to be talked about, needed to be said. Perhaps his brain, his soul, could sense he was old and wanted some catharsis before he kicked the bucket. God knew he wasn't about to confess to a priest anytime soon or get the last rites. He'd never understood the concept of the last rites. He didn't understand how someone could do all sorts of bad and horrible things, say sorry on their deathbed, and then get into heaven. He certainly wasn't going to heaven after what he'd done, even if he had believed in it. And God, if he did exist, knew how sorry Alfie was, how soul-achingly sorry. He knew they all looked on him with pity, the miserable old man with no friends, no family, and he knew they all whispered about him when he wasn't in the room. Why didn't he have any friends or family? He never received any letters, had no visitors, no Christmas cards at Christmas, no birthday cards to mark the years. Perhaps that's why he and Fred got along so well, as he sensed the same aloofness in Fred, the same inability to connect, two strangers connected by their disconnectedness.
That reads beautifully. Very interesting. I want to get to know Fred more as well now. He sounds like an interesting character too, doesn't he? Fantastic. Now, I'm just going to ask Marion if we have any questions from Facebook. I'm not sure if we have.
So not that I can see at the moment. So yeah, again,
that's okay.
If you have any questions, please put them in the comments. But yeah, not at the moment.
We have got a few more minutes, so maybe people will put something. So can I ask, are you writing anything new now? Are you working on something new?
Yes, so I'm about a third of the way through a second novel. I thought for my second one, I would flip everything on its head. And I've gone first person, female point of view character, set exclusively in modern times. So there's not that whole research piece which I had to do. So there's obviously a lot of research to be done with that one around the 1950s, and not just the 1950s, but obviously Exeter and various other places. So it has been quite nice with this one to not have to do any research.
Absolutely.
As interesting as those forums were delving into, what life was like in Exeter back in the 1950s, it's quite nice not to have to do it this time around.
It's work, isn't it? Yeah. So does the book have similar themes about sort of people looking back on their lives, or is it a family drama, or?
It's a friendship drama. It's so it's written by two. So this one, The Inconvenient Need to Belong, flicks back and forth between each chapter. So the first chapter is Alfie in modern today's day, and then it flicks back. The next chapter is Alfie back then, and then it flicks between the two, and it interweaves young Alfie and old Alfie. This one interweaves the two different points of views of two girlfriends who are going on a road trip up to Scotland.
Great.
And it's the characters, and again, I very much started with the characters on this one. So the characters are so fully formed inside my head, and there is a little bit, I think, of every woman in the world in both of them. Certainly there is a little bit of every woman I think that I've ever known woven through there, and I think they're characters that any woman when they read will be able to identify in part with both of them.
Right.
Probably one more than the other because they're quite different, and now I think inevitably people will relate to one more than the other, but I think they'll be able to see some of themselves in probably both of them.
Is this one an easier process to write now that you've done the first one? Are you finding it's coming along quicker, or is it, you know, aside from not having to do the research? I mean, is it easier to write it?
Yeah, and I've also sort of completely changed approach with this one. I have actually plotted out a full outline before I started, which has actually made it a hell of a lot easier. It was immensely more frustrating at the beginning because I just wanted to get writing because I had the characters so ready in my head. But I'm glad I took the time to sort of plot the outline. And I've discovered all these software programs which are made for writers, which make life infinitely easier when writing a novel, rather than trying to, you know, tackle and wrestle with a, you know, 400-page Word document. When you start writing something and you think, you know, and you're in chapter 39, you think, oh, a while ago, back at the beginning, he said something which I know I'm going to have to change based on that, and then try and trawl through a Word document to find it. Because a lot of it is from my own viewpoint, I guess, or not, but a viewpoint I can relate to a lot more, rather than having to kind of put myself into the head of an 86-year-old man or a 23-year-old man in the 1950s.
Brilliant. So we've got a few minutes left, so I've just got a couple of little other questions to ask. Just based on sort of how you plot your novels, and I had a question in mind and it's completely escaped me now. Oh dear, let me refer to my notes. I'm sorry, this hasn't happened all day. so many
This is the last one.
Yes, so we talked about the plot and the characters and what came first. Yeah, it was about editing, that's right. Are you able to self-edit, or do you have friends who can critique your books for you and say, no, this needs to be changed, or do you have an editor that will do that for you, or are you quite single-minded about being able to edit a novel yourself?
I can edit to an extent, but certainly not. I think it's too hard to completely edit your own work, and so for this one, I had a structural edit done. Actually, it was a friend of my husband's who we went to university with, who runs. She is a literary consultant and sort of professional editor and stuff. So I got her to have a look at it. She came back. She's like, right, and I just got 3 pages of right. She said on the email, she's like, brace yourself. So I like it, but have a think about blah blah blah. And it's like, oh, actually, that's really great. And so that was the first edit, and so that changed the pace of things quite a lot. I've written entire characters out. There was an entire sort of subplot which was removed completely.
I mean, that must be so frustrating to have written like an entire subplot and put lots of work into it, and then to be told that you don't need that, or that's not working. It must be very, very hard to just edit out a whole lot of work like that. You know, I wonder if that's something you can put in the story.
Yeah, I have kept it on a separate Word doc in case it ever comes back. There is something really weird though, I think, when you are editing, and when you're editing like a particular scene and you think, actually so you've written the scene and you're happy with it, but then based on like the feedback that's come back and you need to shift a few things, like just there's something, there's obviously the saying, the pen is mightier than the sword, and never have I felt it so much as when I've just completely rewritten the scene and just completely changed the course of people's lives, in the space of just rewriting a scene. And it's a really weird feeling, because by then, like your characters are so well known to you, they're like real people, and it's a really weird feeling to be just playing with their lives like that. It felt like godlike powers. But yeah, so I had that first edit, and then obviously once I finished the first draft, I got it professionally edited again, and so it's gone through quite a lot of work.
I think the hard thing sometimes is when you finished editing, isn't it? You can edit, and then you get to a point where you're taking things out and then putting them back in again, and I think at that point you've got to go, no, I think this is the best it can be. But
Yeah.
do you ever get to the point where maybe a year later you go back and look at it and go, oh no, I'd edit it again now? Or is it hard to look at it and go, that's it now? Because
no, I mean, I go back and read through it again now and think, oh, I'd rewrite that sentence.
I think that's the beauty these days about having books on Kindle, isn't it? That you can go back and just to put another edition up there if you want. But I think it's important to know when to stop, isn't it? To move on to the next thing. So
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I haven't spotted a typo. That's the main thing. So, you know.
Brilliant. Well, our time is nearly up, and it's been really exciting to talk to you today about your books. So we wish you all the best for the future. Is there anything you'd like to say before you get anything you want to ask us, or anything to tell the readers about your books, or have we covered everything, do you think?
No, just said thanks for having me, and to, you know, go and buy the book.
Absolutely. Always nice to see
yeah. So it's on Amazon, it's on Kindle, it's on the Kindle reading library and things as well. And I think in a few retailers around the place as well. So
I was going to say, because we've got Waterstones in Kingston, we've got Regency Bookshop in Surbiton that we work very closely with.
And it's definitely in Regency Bookshop.
Brilliant. If it's in Regency, we can all go there. If we don't have it in the library, we will do very soon. I know we've been trying to get all the books together and start a bigger collection of local authors' work in the library, because that would be fantastic. So
yeah, I'll drop some copies off once we get back to London.
We could buy some. But no, wonderful. But it's been lovely to talk to you today, and thank you so much for being having to wait all day for your turn. But you know, it's been lovely to see you. So thank you ever so much for talking to us today, and hopefully we'll see you again next year to talk about your new book. So
yes.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Kate. Cheers. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Right. Oh, there we go. Wait. Fun. Yeah, it went really smoothly. Well, it seemed to go really smoothly. I don't know if it did, but really yeah, interesting. Because I was worried we might ask the same questions to everybody, but you always end up finding different things to talk about, don't we? So that was good. Yeah.
So thank you everyone for watching today, and yeah, it was a really cool event. If you have any comments, please add them on Facebook, and we will reply. If you have any questions, if you are catching up after the live streams, please put them, and the author will be really happy to reply as well. And yeah, hopefully we'll do something similar again soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.